Now, that's plenty of moisture and plenty of instability for strong and severe thunderstorms. So the pump is primed to a point. Not all of the ingredients are there, but this is the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for tonight. Northern portion of the area in the enhanced or higher risk category for severe storms. Obviously, that tornado potential there. And then the southern half of the area also in the enhanced. Doesn't mean we won't have them in the central portion of the region. It's just the likelihood is a little bit less. Now, that'll go through much of the overnight period. As we get into the day coming up on Saturday, note we're in the darker green area pretty much everywhere. So that's the marginal or lowest category for severe weather. Doesn't mean they won't happen. Just the likelihood is a good bit less during the day. That will increase a little bit Saturday night. So if you've got outdoor plans during the day, I think most of us will be fine. Now, Sunday is another story. We've got the orange area, that enhanced region, covering a good portion of the panhandle. It's not very common on day 3 from the Storm Prediction Center to have that enhanced category that far out. So that's indicating a higher risk for severe weather on Sunday, and their confidence level is higher as well. Things can change between now and then, but of the 2 days, Sunday is starting to look a little bit more unstable. Here's the computer forecast model. This is trying to develop. This is right now on the model. It's not that intense, but it will move generally eastward over the next couple of hours, and then we're fairly quiet. But another round of showers and thunderstorms possible late night and overnight, similar to this morning across the northern portions of the region. This is 3 a.m. right here. You can see this broken line moving south and southeast. There'll be some heavy downpours. The severe weather risk is going to be less likely. Some brief gusty winds, some small hail during the overnight period. Most of the daytime, again, tomorrow is pretty quiet, but this model by evening into around 8 p.m. has got another big cluster of thunderstorms rumbling through the central portion of the region. So here's that 7-day supercast. During the day, 10% chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday. Let's increase that to 30% for Saturday night. 40% at least on Sunday. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s near 90 degrees. 40% rain chance coming on Monday, again on Tuesday, and scattered showers and thunderstorms through the middle and latter part of the upcoming week. By next weekend, looking ahead of this, we start to see a ridge of high pressure, which means quieter weather. And I think we'll see that be very welcome for everybody. The news continues in just a couple of minutes.
Alright guys, Caleb and Alex here, we're at it again. So we are actually heading north towards Dumas. So we're kind of thinking we're going to hang out in the northern quadrant and kind of see what these storms do if they, move into the northern part of the panhandle. Right now, there seems to be a severe thunderstorm kind of coming out of Colorado. Severe wind right now for 2.5 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and it has been tornado warned at least once, I think, is what we're seeing. So just based on the track of that, we thought, maybe we're going to go hang out north, probably going to head up here towards Dumas, and then maybe decide, our area of target from there. Maybe heading, towards the northeastern,
Boise City,
like Boise City, that sort of area. So just travel along with us, and we'll see what happens. Let me bring up the. Okay. We also have, there is a storm down in the Clovis Portales area. Sheldon is down there on that. He's getting set up. So we may get a few reports from him, kind of see what those storms are looking like. But at this moment, he's actually, getting in position, setting up a camera feed for us that we can look at and see what he's looking at.
Man, that hail core from that storm coming out of Colorado is insane.
Yeah.
I'm on the Pueblo radar, and man, some of the reflectivity on that thing, massive.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of dark purples. Usually that indicates some pretty big hail.
Let me see here. 77 dBz.
All right. Hi, Isaiah. Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate that over here on the YouTube chat. We'll try to monitor some of the chats as we can. We know that there's a lot of questions and stuff. So if we don't get to you or we skip you, it's not intentional. We're doing the best that we can. So, but thanks for joining us. We got people kind of coming in. Once again, if you're just joining, Alex and I are heading towards Dumas. We're trying to target the northern, northeastern, like part of the Cimarron County area would be kind of our target, just to make sure that if anything moves into that area, that we have eyes on it. We can keep everybody informed and safe.
I just want to test something. I want to see if this camera's inside here. It's working. Hey, look, it's working.
Hi. See us now. I guess the camera's right here. So
we've been having issues with it, so it's glad to see it's working.
Yeah.
Right now.
So we're doing good. But yeah, we're things started popping up on radar, and some warnings came out, and so we didn't want to leave anything to chance. So we're gonna get out there and make sure that we can intercept anything that comes into our area for sure. So let's look at some of these comments here. Gotta pull up 2 feeds. Say hi to everybody. All of those on Facebook, YouTube, even on NewsChannel10.com. We try to go live everywhere so that you can, find us easily when we go live, and we're, in your place of choice, So, but one thing that does help us, especially if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on the notifications so that when we do live, if it's, something pops up and we need to get, the information to you, that you get notified and know.
Looks like they issued a tornado warning.
All right, so we've got a tornado warning on that
Cimarron
County storm.
So is that correct?
Let's look. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
I I just saw that on.
Kyle and Kevin, are y'all seeing that they reissued a tornado warning on that Cimarron County storm?
It is radar indicated with softball size hail. That's pretty large hail.
So even if you're in the Cimarron County area, this storm appears to be moving kind of southeasterly. You really want to make sure that you're paying attention to the weather, and if you're anywhere in that area, just make sure that you're safe and away from windows and
Shelter.
stuff, because the tornado warning is bad, but that doesn't mean there's one on the ground, but that does mean that one could drop, that the signs are there that a tornado
Not
could
even the
develop.
tornado, but the hail. The hail could kill you with that size. So make sure, seek shelter.
Make sure that you're away from windows and stuff that could get broken.
They're going to toss Kevin out to the wall once they come back there and break right now.
All right, so they're gonna toss it to Kevin on the wall. He's gonna do television update. So when you see him pop up, that's what we're doing. But we're just make sure you have us on, and we love having you and track with us.
Watch, follow, track with us.
Okay, let me look down at. I want to look down at. So
Gosh, what was that? That was a swarm of bugs.
a swarm of bugs. Well, there goes the clean windshield.
I don't even want to spray it down because it's going to smear.
It's just gonna get done again.
Man, there's some large hail in there.
That is really big hail.
I'm still on the Colorado's.
Let's see what they're warning it for now. It says 2.5 inches. Well, and you can tell it's dumping that hail. All right, let's look over here real quick. Let's see. Hello from Portales. Thanks for joining us.
They're about to toss it out to Kevin.
Hey, thanks for staying with us. Couple of updates here. First one is a new tornado warning for Cimarron County. I'm going to take you there in just a second. The entire area is under a relatively new tornado watch, and that will go until 11 o'clock tonight. All the counties in yellow. Most of our area is quiet right now, but here's the new tornado warning again in Cimarron County. And further back to the south, or to the northwest into Colorado, you see some new thunderstorms developing. They're just establishing themselves, and as they get bigger, as opposed to going east-northeast, I think they'll take on a little bit more of a southeasterly component, like this big cell that has prompted the warning. Couple of things on this. It's radar indicated partially because it's in southwest or coming across the border right now, and there's nothing out there. So nobody's got eyes on it. So it's radar indicated, but the tornado warning goes until 6:15. What I'm going to do is finish the radar update here for the end of the show. We'll go back to programming, and as this gets closer to a populated area, say northwest of Boise City, when we get into the network news, we'll come back and do continuous coverage if we need to. So you're still going to see the tornado warning bug in the corner of your screen. We're also going to be streaming on all of our platforms, NewsChannel10.com and Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be watching this storm as well. But right now it's going to cross the border out in open country. It is quite likely producing softball-size hail. But the hail core has sort of diminished a little bit. We'll see if it cycles, and of course keep you posted on that. Other storms to our south, we'll watch those. So we'll go into programming, come back as needed here at News Channel 10.
All right, well, hey, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, so right now we are currently heading south on 206 outside of Portales right now, targeting some storms that are severe warned. Off towards the south here currently. All right, hold standby on that, Alex. Yeah, we're getting there. We're just barely getting on the road right now. So there we go. So right now we are currently heading south on 206, kind of towards the Roosevelt and Lee County line. Right now on some severe warned storms. Going to see what those storms are doing. Currently warned. Let's see here. Make sure we have all of our information correct. Alright, looks like they may have dropped those severe warnings off of those storms. So we're going to keep an eye on these cells that are down here off towards the south. We got cells that split right there at the line of Roosevelt and Lee County. And then you do have that one cell that's basically right over the top of Portales right now. Both of those do look to be below severe limits here currently. So currently monitoring those. Going to see what happens with these. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, it looks like they've dropped those severe warnings off of them. So, Kevin, I'll send things back to you while we get in position, get things sorted out here.
All right, everybody, thanks for joining us. Sheldon, you just heard from Sheldon down by Clovis and Portales area. He's going to be monitoring that area. So if you live around that area, we'll have those updates here pretty quick.
The big question is, did he have Hank with him?
Did he have Hank with him? Yeah. I hope the storm chasing dog. Alex and I, we're still heading north. We're on the Dumas Highway, so we're heading up towards Dumas. We're gonna kind of
It's gonna be a while before we get there.
Yeah, we got a lot of miles to go, and
just roll with us.
Just roll with us, and we'll
enjoy the ride.
Keep you updated as things come along. You can tell it is the evening before elections because I'm getting phone calls about elections tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm in the middle of talking and get the phone ringing in my ear. So spam calls. Let's see.
Man, there's a lot of people on that storm.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
Good.
Thanks, Kyle. All right, let's check out Facebook here. Got some people hanging out here.
What are the chat saying? Hello from Texoma. Yeah. Anything for Amarillo? Not right now. What we're seeing at the moment.
Kevin's taking stream.
Okay, thanks for joining us and staying with us here. We're going to jump back and forth on TV, but we do have a tornado warning currently in effect for Cimarron County. It's the northwestern portion of the region, which is nothing. Kenton, you are included. You can see there in the northwestern part of the county, but the rotation signature, number one, is weakening a little bit, and it's going to be east of town. And so the polygon goes right toward, I'm going to have to learn how to use my left hand here, right toward Boise City, but you are not included. So Kenton, even though your phone or even sirens may or may not be going off, I think you just need to be ready to go to your safe place, but this storm is a couple of miles to your east and heading southeast. Boise City, same story. If you know anybody there who may be not watching the stream, not watching television, you might want to alert them that there is a tornado warning just to the west and northwest of them, and then on 385 northward on up into Colorado. Let them know so they can be aware and turn on the television.
Kevin,
you can do things like that. Yes, sir.
The polygon, Kenton will be removed as the storm motion has become more east-south.
Okay, just what we were saying. So that's coming from the Weather Service. They're going to remove Kenton from that polygon, and there it is. It's already been trimmed. So in addition to the tornado warning, and again, it's out in open country, which means we are relying solely on the radar as opposed to visuals. Out of an abundance of caution, the Weather Service pulled the trigger on that. This actually is showing, what you're seeing right now is the radar from Pueblo, Colorado. That's the closer one right now. And since it's still a fair distance away, the radar beam is fairly high in the storm. So we can see rotation in the storm, but you can't necessarily see a tornado on the ground unless you have eyeballs on it, and that is exacerbated in this particular situation. So all of that means that largely open country of Cimarron County right now under a tornado warning. It goes until 6:15, and then Highway 385 north of Boise City. But as we continue to watch the development and the evolution of that storm, I do think that the hail is falling out of it right now, the large hail, possibly 4-inch softball size hail.
3 inches in the warning.
3 inches, yeah. So that's your softball size hail. So it's dumping its load right now. Could it redevelop and get a new hail core? Absolutely. But for the moment, which is good news, it is weakening. The rotation signature has come and gone. It's not super tight, but again, we're sort of out in open country at this moment. Let's go further south. We've got a couple of things across our southern region. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning for Lubbock. And of course, it was a bad day yesterday in Lubbock with that large tornado just to the west of town, but this cell is moving eastward. Now you'll see that the orange polygon, which is a severe thunderstorm warning, goes northward to south of Plainview. But I think what's going to happen with this one is the bulk of it will start to move. It's kind of moving, let's call it east-northeastward right now. I think what happens now that this one is fully developed, it will start looking for moisture, meaning what we call run toward the moisture, and it will start to develop in a more due easterly direction, which is good for our area, not necessarily good for Crosbytown. You see some other cells there that are west of Lubbock, west of Levelland. There's a new cell just developing south of Littlefield. All of these have the potential to strengthen and become severe or tornadic. They're just not there yet. Same thing with the cell near Portales, and I'll get a little closer to those for you in just a second. But the tornado watch, all the counties in yellow, basically our whole area except the eastern portions of the region, that is currently under a tornado watch, and that will go until 11 o'clock tonight. So let's zoom down. Here's our Lubbock storm. Again, I think it's going to prove right that it will start to move a little bit more right toward Rawls, stay south of Floydada, not a tornado, but a severe thunderstorm, and move more easterly along in either side of Highway 82. That said, you see a little purple developing there just to the southeast of Abernathy. That may be a new, in fact, it is a new updraft, and some of they do over the next couple of hours, given the overall atmospheric setup, is do what we call split. They'll just basically split like an amoeba into two different thunderstorms. One will go more east and one will go more northeast. And so if that new updraft, the northern area of purple, can strengthen, that would eventually go on toward Floydada, but that is, that's easily 45 minutes to an hour away. So we'll go a little further west and see the cell in Portales got to a certain strength, but not severe. There's probably some small hail in there, and that you can see on the motion is moving northeastward. The bulk of it at this point, I will say, will stay south of Farwell and then northwest of Muleshoe and cross the highway in between the two. Bovina, I don't see an immediate threat for you. Lasbuddy, I don't see an immediate threat for you. You are under tornado watch and storms are developing. So we'll continue to watch all of those things. Let's go backwards and check on our tornado warned storm, and then we'll go to the chase vehicle and see what they are up to. We've got Alex and Caleb are heading north, obviously toward the tornado warned storm. They're still a ways off, so it'll be a while, but we can get a report from them, see what they can see in the distance, and we'll continue to watch it here. So again, Cimarron County, tornado warning. Boise City is not included. Kenton is not included. Highway 385 north of Boise City is included. That cell is showing some signs now of weakening, but it is still rotating. And in the next 5 to 10 minutes, as it gets closer to the highway, we'll see if there's any chasers, any Skywarn spotters watching that storm. They will report to the National Weather Service and see if there's any lowerings, any funnels, any tornadoes there. So before we go back to Caleb and Alex, let me check on the Weather Service and our chat. Nothing new with regard to that storm. So we're going to continue here. Dave's here as well. Might do a TV cut in just a couple of minutes, but I think we'll go to Al and Caleb and get a report from them on the road heading north out of Amarillo.
Hey, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, so as he mentioned, we're still heading north. I mean,
coming up to Dumas.
We're coming up to Dumas right now. You can tell that, you know, it's going to take us a little while to get up to that area, but we're making good time. We're heading that way. In fact, we can
Lots of
see
sunshine
Dumas.
out here.
There's lots of sunshine and bugs. Our windshield is getting a nice coating of bugs. That's for sure. So let's kind of look.
Just looking out here, just switch over our roof camera and just pan around and just like kind of
We're gonna have to put on the.
here. Hit the page to 255. So previous.
Okay.
You see where it says number, the ID?
Number.
Well, it's
2400.
no, it's right here.
Oh,
So hit previous.
previous. Okay.
Previous. Oh wait. Forward. Advance.
Let's see. 253.
Advance. You wanted to get to 255, so go the other way. So next.
Okay.
Nope, here. So you see the next.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There, now you should be.
Should be good. Yep. Oh, there we go. All right, we got it. Just had to program it. So yeah, as you can see right now, let's see, this way. This is kind of, you know, the direction we're going. But right now, not a whole lot to look at. Some clouds off in the distance. That's north. But just a lot of sunshine. It's actually a pretty nice day right now.
Seems like there's a divide. There's a sunny divide between our north and south. So that's very interesting. And the highest it got up was like 80. Right now it's 80.
Let's kind of put this off. So.
Okay, good evening. Thanks for staying with us here. Quick reminder before I give you an update on the radar, we're streaming this continuously on all of our platforms, NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, and YouTube. Would you tell them I don't have a prompter? I would like prompter on the camera, please. But right now, we've got a tornado-warned storm for the northwestern, north-central portions of Cimarron County. It's way out in the middle of nowhere. So if you've been watching the news and see the bug there in the corner of your screen that says tornado warning, we are aware of that. It's just not threatening anybody right now. And so we're watching it. We're also streaming, as I said. And once it gets close to the highway, 385, the tornado part, 385 or Boise City, then we'll break in and we'll do our usual continuous coverage. So tornado warning, don't panic, just know it's there, the northwestern portion of the region. This storm is doing what we call cycling. It will continue to sort of strengthen and weaken a little bit and strengthen and weaken a little bit. And so what we have here, and that's max 1, I need max 3 if we can add our VMix in the prompter. So that storm is continuing. No, I'm sorry. Go back to, I'm sorry, Dave, I was talking to the control room. Come back to me on 1, on 3. That's good. Well, me, yeah. Wall 3, I think. Perfect, there we go. Okay, so heavy thunderstorm, potential for tennis ball or even softball size hailstones. The hail signature in the last minute or two is weakening a little bit, but this is 385 north of Boise City. Boise City, you are not included in the tornado warning. Just be aware that that storm is probably 10, 15 miles north of you. Kenton, you were in the warning, so your phone or whatever may have gone off, but that warning was trimmed by the National Weather Service. Officially, this goes until 6:15. We're going to continue to watch it, but right now it's way, way out in the middle of open country. The rotation signature would be really right about there, and we're watching Doppler velocities, things like that. If you want to go ahead and spacebar on 3, then maybe that'll take us south. We've got a couple of storms there, as you can see. This one near Lubbock is developing in a northeasterly direction, which would start to bring it into our area, but I really think it's going to start to evolve a little bit more eastward, almost due eastward toward Crosbytown. These other cells are clearly strengthening. None in our area are warned yet, meaning 1-inch hail or strong gusty winds, severe thunderstorm warned, but they are strengthening and the potential is there. So the tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. We'll continue to keep an eye on these. Sheldon is watching those. Alex and Caleb are heading toward the other one. We've got our stream going. We'll be back if we need to, and we'll continue to thank you for joining us here at News Channel 10.
It looks like it's... I think that's what's holding it in. Yeah, this thing's getting a pretty good core on it right now. Center DBC is...
Sheldon, got a copy?
Yes, sir, Dave, I got you. What's up?
How about a quick update on what you got out there in New Mexico?
Yeah, sure thing. Let me know when you got it. Send it out to me. All right, so thanks, Dave. So we're currently out on 235. We're just east of Rogers a little bit. I'm actually going to adjust our camera here a little bit. Let's see right here. Give you a look at some of the structure. I mean, the structure on this is very impressive. I mean, you kind of see looking up here. I'm trying to get it as zoomed out as I can.
Mind if I log out?
There we go. So, I mean, you can see this is looking at that cell right at the state line right now. And you can really see, I mean, just some solid structure. This storm right here has some of the strongest hail cores that we've seen, at least any of the storms around here. And then keeping an eye on this storm right here just to our north. This is the one that's right over to us. Now, that one may be showing some signs of broad rotation, but nothing that's just, you know, overly exciting just as of yet. But it's not out of the...
Yep.
Yeah, what's up, Dave? Yeah, Dave, so we are in Dumas right now. We're driving through. I believe we're going to keep heading in a northerly direction, kind of heading up maybe towards, what, Alex, Stratford.
And
and
depending
then
on what the storm is doing.
yeah, and when we get to Stratford, we'll kind of evaluate, see what the storm's doing, and kind of adjust from there. You know, a lot of this time, you know, we want to make sure, one, nothing else pops up that, you know, is more of a threat. Number two, we got to see in what direction the storm goes. You know, because
3-inch hail.
you know, that right now it's kind of moving in a, you know, I'd say
Kind of riding the border.
kind of riding that border. So it's moving a little bit more to the right than it, you know, than it was before.
Okay, thanks for staying with us. Wanted to get you a quick radar update, especially for those who are just coming in and you see the tornado warning bug in the corner of your screen there. There is a tornado warning in the extreme northwestern portion of our region for Cimarron County, but the rotating part of the storm is way out in the middle of nowhere. And so we're keeping an eye on it. We're also streaming on NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, and YouTube. It is moving fairly slowly to the southeast. So this is Boise City. You are not included in the warning. Kenton is not included in the warning. Portions of 335 in between Boise City and Campo are included in the warning, but the slow movement of the storm, I think that rotation signature probably is a good at least 15 minutes from the highway. So anybody in Boise City, you want to let them know, neighbors, anybody you know up there who might not be watching TV or watching our stream, let them know tornado warning. We're going to continue with the CBS News, but you'll see that tornado warning bug in the corner of your screen. Know that we are watching it. If it starts to threaten any populated areas, we'll of course let you know. Other storms developing in the southwestern portions, southern portions of the region, not tornado warned at this point. Obviously, if they are, we will let you know. We've got chasers chasing in both areas, and again, those are seen on the stream right now. So quick update here on TV. Join us on the stream. We'll be back at the top of the hour, if not before, here at News Channel 10.
All right, cool. Thanks, Kyle. That was a good update from Kevin Selly back at the station. So what's kind of going on there, if you're, you know, watching us live, is So not only do we provide continuous coverage on our social media platforms and on newschannel10.com, but we also take time to, especially when there's a tornado warning, we cut into television programming to let people know what's going on. So that way everybody's aware of what's going on. And like sometimes I know that it can feel a little frustrating, like if you're watching your favorite show, but remember that if it's in our area, if there's a tornado warning, we do what's best just to make sure that the people in that area are safe and informed. So it's an important job to do. So that's what they're doing there. So when you see Kevin up at the wall, that's pretty much what's going on. Let's switch over. Okay, I'm not gonna have Unity Alex for a minute. I'm gonna look over here and check some of our socials and see how people are saying.
All right. So as of right now, it looks like we're heading towards Boise City. So we'll go up to Stratford and then hang on left. We're between Dumas and Cactus right now.
Yeah. Possibility for tornadoes in Amarillo. I haven't really. I mean, yeah, there is a kind of a watch, but we are we're not seeing any storms by Amarillo right now. But just know that if anything develops or anything looks threatening that's going to be coming to Amarillo, we will make sure to let y'all know about that. As of right now, the main two areas that are being monitored are the storm up kind of by Boise City. That's the one that me and Alex are kind of heading towards, and then also the kind of the stuff down in eastern New Mexico, the Portales area, Clovis area, Muleshoe. Those don't look to be warned as severe right now, but I know that Sheldon's down there keeping an eye on those, so that if those become more of a threat, then we can let you know. So looks like also a storm down by Lubbock. They had a very kind of exciting day yesterday down in that area. So I'm sure that if you're anywhere around that area, I would make sure that you watch for flooding, because there was a lot of flooding and raining yesterday, and so any extra rain would just kind of add to that. So make sure you watch out for that. Okay, let's check out our thing here. Okay.
Pick out some tops to our left.
Yeah,
Right back
okay.
in the distance.
So we're starting to see some tops way kind of to the northwest of us. So they're barely in the distance.
We're getting there slowly but surely. We're getting there.
So we'll keep tracking. Stratford. So we are actually, me and Alex are actually heading up. Okay.
So, did you hear that?
Dave's.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here. Kevin Selly in studio. Got Sheldon Brashears and Alex Riccardi, Caleb Leslie, Kevin Brashears also out in the field watching storms. It's another first alert night. So let's run through what we have. And as usual, when we have a first alert situation, we got severe weather out there. And we think there's going to be some dangerous impacts that you need to know about. So just kind of a quick update here. Taking a look from Amarillo, we got puffy clouds. That's all. No storms threatening the Amarillo area at this time. Here's an interesting shot, though. This is our sky tracker up at Texline. And there's the storm that has the tornado warning on it, just coming into the northern part of Cimarron County. So that's going to be, 30 miles away from the camera there. But that's the storm of interest that we're watching. And you can see here in the yellow, Most of our area, except some of the east, is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. We do have a tornado warning. That's up in the northern part of Cimarron County, the storm we could see there from text line. We've got crews zeroing in on that soon. And there it is on radar. You can see that for a long time it was up in Colorado, rotating, got definitely rotations on radar. And as it moves southeast there, it's just now coming into our area. So as a precaution, Weather Service has gone ahead and issue a tornado warning on that. We also have a cluster of storms a little closer to Clovis and Portales in the southern part of the area. But let's take a look now at the tornado warning, the storm that has prompted that. It's just south of Campo on the state line. A pretty good hail core in there, and obvious rotation also. Now on that path, it looks like it's cruising down just off to the east of Boise City. So we're going to watch Boise City and Keys over the next hour as it pushes down to the southeast, and see what that storm is up to. Again, if you live in that area, if you live in the rural part of northern Cimarron County, you need to be watching very carefully, ready to seek shelter. If you're at Boise City and Keys, we've got a little while to kind of watch that. Just make sure you're tuned in, which you are if you're hearing me. So if you are hearing and you've been watching Kevin, you know we have a stream of information going. Make sure you know your friends, relatives, neighbors up in that area know where to find information, because we're going to track that very carefully.
Wait, let me change battery.
As long as we have a tornado warning on that, or as long as we have a severe threat. Down to the south, and this is where Sheldon is located, we've got strong storms, not quite to severe intensity, but those are going to be just off to the east of Clovis and Portales. I'll come in and look a little closer there. That storm, the northernmost storm, is about to come into Farwell, and mainly a heavy rain producer, some lightning, gusty winds. The storm down to the south is off to the east of Portales, moving up to the northeast. That's going to be off to the east, northeast of Dora, close to the state line, but it's also south of Farwell, moving off to the northeast. And then we have other storms, southern part of Bailey County. That one's close to being severe, but not quite in our viewing area. It's down to the south of Muleshoe. Probably going to get some cell mergers out there in Bailey County, maybe Palmer County, and we'll wait and see if we get intensification there. If you're in Bovina, Lasbuddy, Dimmitt, Nazareth, Tulia, you want to stay tuned with us also. We'll be tracking that trend and see if those come together and produce severe weather. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning well south of our area. It's really closer to the tornadic storms we tracked yesterday, south of Morton, heading out towards level land. That one producing hail already. And doggone it, look at Lubbock just getting pounded again. Another hailstorm. It's now moved off to the east of Lubbock. They're worried about flooding. That's moving out towards Rawls. That one's showing supercellular characteristics. And that might be something I have to watch across our extreme southern counties a little bit later on. Kevin's waiting on a cue to start our 6 o'clock news. And you know the drill if you've been watching our first alert coverage, these last couple of weeks. We'll bring TV in, but you can find us right here on News Channel 10.
Well, good evening. Another night of potential severe weather all across the Panhandle. In fact, actual severe weather going on. The potential is the tornado watch. Pretty much all of our counties, except for the eastern row, under a tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Most of the region pretty quiet with no storms developing. The best chance for development over the next couple of hours, extreme northern and southern portions of the region. So let's do the little tour. I'm going to drill down on this one, which is the tornado warned storm, in just a second. But I want you to take note. We have other thunderstorms that are developing, and that leads us to believe the forecast that said scattered showers and thunderstorms possible across the northern portion of the region, particularly the Oklahoma Panhandle, late night and overnight tonight. Our tornado warned storm is going to stay north, well, hopefully stay north of Boise City. It is still west of 287. We have pictures from chasers now that it's getting closer to the highway of a ragged wall cloud. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Warning, but we'll let you know. and give you continuous updates on that. Southern portion of the region, we have developing storms, none of them in our area, severe at this point. Good news for Lubbock is this one's moving away, and we thought maybe it would weaken a little bit. I think it has just a bit, but it is now moving more northeastern. We've got chasers everywhere. I'm going to come back with a full radar update, and if anything gets closer to Boise City, we'll jump in as we need to. So got the streams going. Chasers there. Doppler Dave is there. Let's get some news from Greg and Lindsay, and we're continuing to watch.
All right, Kevin, thank you. City
Alex, we're on you. You want to tell us
All right.
how close you're getting?
Hello. So, you can see the top to it. When you were doing your update, we had a overshooting top that came up, but that's the anvil to that storm. So, we're getting closer. Trying to avoid pointing the camera there because of the bugs.
Yeah, we don't want bugs.
There's lots of bugs out here, so we'll eventually clean it once things get closer.
Hey, Alex, Caleb, I'm showing the text line tower cam. You were talking about the overshooting top. I saw that very plainly just a few minutes ago. Looks like it might have come down a little bit, but we still have a very strong storm there. I want to remind folks that we have a tornado watch. One tornado warning up in Cimarron County, not a confirmed tornado, just strong rotation on radar that we've been watching. If you're Boise City, Keys, watch that carefully.
to check out a lowrider cruise and art show in Amarillo. It's Sunday on East Amarillo Boulevard from 6 to 7. The lowriders will then
Here's the wide radar. You see that one tornado warning, northern part of the area up there.
Organizers say there's no registration needed to join the cruise, but guests are asked to adhere to traffic signals and avoid burnouts. At the same time, there will be an art show at Rogers Park.
Texas Tech Physicians Pediatrics is hosting a low-cost sports physical event for students in grade 6.
Multi-screen, okay. All right, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Looks like the updraft's trying to go up again. Pull some
Screen here.
How's that looking on a shot? It's kind of blown out. Yeah. I'll switch over here soon. Oh, no, that's the front.
Oh, that's the other one here.
Here. No. That camera's fine. It was the front. This one.
Oh, the front one that we were liking. Okay. My bad.
Man, I was having to do that yesterday for the Lubbock storm. So it closed the iris. You can see it more definely, the cone, the tornado. It's just crazy because that camera just filters out. You can see everything. It's like wearing like polarized sunglasses.
Okay, so there's the tornado warning up in Cimarron County. Only tornado warning we have right now without a confirmed tornado, just a rotating supercell. It's dropping down to the south of Campo, north of Boise City, northwest of Keys. Okay, here's Sheldon. Sheldon, we don't have your picture. Might want to refresh that and we'll come back to you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll do. Okay. On you, Alex.
It's broad, but it's
All right.
all right. So we're still heading north. We're in between Cactus and Stratford, so we're heading towards Stratford. We can kind of see.
There's some broken clouds between us and the storm. So.
Yeah. So earlier we could see the the top of the storm that's over by Boise City.
A couple minutes ago, it had another overshooting top, so this thing's keeps doing its thing.
Yeah,
Did try to show some signs of rotation just a little bit ago, but it's not really shown quite as much right now. Maybe some good broad rotation. It's got some good strong inflow on it and a pretty solid hail core. We're straight south of it right now. Good view of the base, but no significant signs of rotation here currently. Again, some great shots of the structure. There's still a bit of a rainbow off in the distance off that direction, straight off towards the southeast. But looking off this direction, this is the base of that storm just straight east of Portales, getting ready to work its way towards the state line right now in Bailey County.
Sheldon, are you in the storm west of Sudan or the one west of Michigan?
So Dave, right now we're on the storm straight east of Portales, so we're on that northerly cell. Right now we decided to kind of stick with the DMA here for the time being. So right now we're on this cell that's currently just right at the state line of New Mexico and Texas, straight east of Portales.
Yeah, it looks, Sheldon, I'm going to show the radar real quick.
that's
Like,
70.
Might be about to get
70.
a cell merger there. Pretty much between Portales and Muleshoe, just west of Muleshoe. So that's going to be worth watching out there.
Summer, so you think probably stick with this one for the time being?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, copy that. Thanks, Dave.
Very good. Okay, keep us posted there. Let's check to see how close Alex is getting.
Yes, sir, will do.
We're on you, Alex. Looks like you're coming up towards the state line there.
We're about to probably pull into Stratford. So we're a little bit south of Stratford right now. Still heading north
Letter expired.
towards this northern storm. So I'd say we're probably about 5 miles away from Stratford.
Letting it expire.
But we're watching this storm on
Sheldon, coming
radar.
back to
It's
you real quick. He's got a really pretty shot.
keeps producing. So
Actually, let me show radar real quick.
I'm gonna head over to Sheldon here.
If you're watching our stream, Kevin's about to come on TV. Things are starting to heat up. Notice, Kevin, the cell merger. We're about to get around Muleshoe, and that's where Sheldon is. He's down there watching this. So, Sheldon, give us a quick update, and then we'll let Kevin do his thing. Go ahead, we're on you.
Yeah, Dave, so we're currently just straight east of Portales right now. We're out near the state line, just south of Arch a little bit. Yeah, this is looking at the base of that first storm. This is the further north storm right now. What we're going to be looking for is it to be merging with this cell. That's a beautiful shot of a rainbow right there. But these are the cells that we're looking forward to merging. I think we're going to be getting ready to move east towards kind of the Morton area to kind of see what this storm's going to do. As you can right now, panning off towards the west, this is looking towards Portales. I mean, obviously pretty clear conditions out that way. So really keeping an eye on this, as you can kind of see that not really a lowering per se, but you can see.
Gotcha. On Kevin.
Okay, yet another springtime night of potential severe weather. Pretty much all the area, tornado watch, all the counties in yellow. That will go until 11 o'clock. Eastern counties not included. Does not mean you won't have some thunderstorms later on, but this is the potential for right now. We've got a tornado-warned storm across the northwestern portion of the region for Cimarron County. That's going to be allowed to expire in just a minute, but I want to make a point on this broader view here of scattered showers and thunderstorms in Colorado and also northeastern New Mexico. The potential later tonight, similar to last night, will be hit and miss showers and thunder showers even after midnight, so do know about that. Here's our tornado-warned storm. The warning goes for another 6 minutes, and the National Weather Service has indicated that they're going to let that expire, which is great news for Boise City and Keys. Now, the thunderstorm will continue to develop in an southeasterly direction. Boise City, I don't think you'll be affected by this. Keys, you quite likely might be. It has had the potential earlier of 4-inch hail, probably some 2 to 3-inch hail still falling there, and that's going to include 287 north of Boise City, so obviously no travel in that direction for at least an hour or so. We've got more activity across the southern portion of the region. Quick check on Lubbock, which is not our market, obviously, but a very strong thunderstorm moving away from town after the very strong thunderstorms yesterday. This cell just south of Muleshoe is trying to merge, with this one. And so in Muleshoe, you may have some light rain now. It's going to pick up and be heavy, and potentially some quarter-size hail not out of the question with that one as we continue to watch it move toward Muleshoe. It is not warned, meaning 1-inch hail or 60-mile-an-hour winds right now. We are streaming NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, and YouTube. Sheldon Brashears is streaming that storm. Beautiful pictures from there. Not severe at this point, but he's on it, so we can watch it. But Muleshoe, Lasbuddy may be affected. I think once this merger is complete, it'll go a little bit more east-northeast. So Sudan, much of the activity would stay north of you. Earth, you'll be in the path of this. Still a good ways away from Dimmitt. At this point, I think you're probably okay. This is a picture from the other storm in text line. You can see the well-defined thunderheads there, the well-defined clouds right above the tree line. And so plenty of potential for strong thunderstorms over the next couple of hours. Central portion of the region, potential is there, but it's pretty quiet here, and I think we'll stay that way, the I-40 corridor for the next few hours. It's currently 81 degrees in Amarillo, but the dew point has been climbing. When the dew point gets above 65, now 66, that's warm, moist, humid, unstable air, supportive of thunderstorms. So if we can get anything to kick off or lift the atmosphere, that potential is certainly there. The juice is potentially there, and that's why that region, all region, is in the tornado watch. So here's the severe risk area from the Storm Prediction Center. Southern portion of the region, northern portion of the region with the highest likelihood of severe weather, but the yellow areas still could have it. A quieter day expected tomorrow. Still, if something develops, could be severe. And then this is kind of rare on Sunday to see the enhanced category, the orange area, this far out from the Storm Prediction Center, suggesting an unstable day for Sunday, and some confidence right now that that will, in fact, verify. We'll watch that and update you, of course, through the weekend. We'll come back in this newscast in just a couple of minutes with an update. Remember the streaming. Sheldon's on that storm near Muleshoe, and we'll all keep you posted here at News Channel 10.
Dancing air getting pulled up into it, and that's when we really look for things to tighten up and start to drop. So I mean, it's not for lack of trying right now. All right, yeah, so we got a little bit of a lowering right here, Dave. You can kind of see it's got a lot of motion. So I mean, you can see some beautiful structure on this storm. On radar scans, the rotation isn't the most impressive, but I mean the structure, I mean that we're visibly seeing out here certainly is something. I mean, we're probably moments away from these cells trying to merge with each other. But I mean, you can see that motion on it right now is certainly impressive. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one for sure, as there's a lot of rising motion with this storm currently. Okay, yeah, so we're going to try to reposition here. We're going to try and reposition and get a better shot of this. Oh, that's good. Perfect.
So we're going to come right along the edge of the rain and get right in there.
Okay. So what we're doing right now, for those of you following along with us, you have to bear with us. We got our going handheld here with the camera. We got it on a stabilizer though, so we'll try to keep from making everybody at home motion sick. But this guy right here, so we're gonna try and get a little bit closer to the base of it, and then once we do that, that'll give us a really good view at kind of the south end of it, which that's really the best spot to be. And if there's going to be any rotation, that's where it's gonna be. So that's where we're heading right now. Okay. We're gonna put this thing in dash cam mode here for the time being.
When you get to the highway, you're going to have to camera it because it won't stay in front of you.
No, we won't go.
When you get to the curve, then you get to drop the line south of it and then run it in.
Alright, we promise we're not trying to make everybody at home motion sick. I may have taken it off the stabilizer just a smidge too quick. Once we get to a highway though, we're rocking and rolling. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna head to 88 here and then try to reposition to 746. Get in behind this storm and just stay on the south side of it so we can keep up with it, because it's getting pretty rainy there at the base. But lots of rising motion in it. Lots of rising motion, which is encouraging in terms of, you know, seeing that rising motion for tornadic activity. But of course, we're going to be letting you know what's happening is right now the primary spot of it is moving into Bailey County. So our friends off in Portales, I mean, you're pretty much in the clear. I wouldn't really expect too much back building. Of course, we'll watch for any building convection there off towards the west, but right now most of Roosevelt County is pretty much in the clear as this storm is currently trailing off there into Bailey County there in the southern Texas Panhandle. So that's going to give us a
It may be temporary.
that. But if you're in Roosevelt County, I'd say you're pretty much, Portales, you're quite literally in the clears. This is looking up towards the northwest right now. As you can see, lots of sunshine out there currently. Pretty rainbow there at the base.
That's the other side of it. Hang on.
That's the arch highway up here. Okay. Smooth roads, please. Because it's just going to slowly curve to the... Oh, the core right here isn't all that impressive. The core, I don't think we're going to get into the hail right here. The rainbow's really taking shape.
We saw the other side of it back there.
Oh, the other, yeah. Now we're getting the other side finally.
We're going to be doing like we did yesterday. We're going to run through. If it's the hook, we're going to be running through that.
Yeah. Almost got a bit of a double rainbow.
That is a bright rainbow.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
We're going to be running right along the side of the heavier rain.
So I'm going east and then south?
Yeah.
Turn right, the highway will curve south.
Highway will take you south.
And then you'll head back east, and then we're going to decide how quickly we want to get on down to 214. She don't mess around.
Okay.
It's turns like this.
Yeah, I got it. How about, hey, Dave, Kevin, if you can hear me, how about this rainbow right here?
That's pretty. Nice shot you got right there. The
Very vivid.
tours taking place
Right there.
this time. Yeah, it's
Your base is a really straight shot.
Ironically, Dave, we're just outside of a town called
you dropped the town name. What was it?
Golly, that thing is, you can almost see all the way across on that one. Look at that. Oh, we
You can't see all the way across.
get into rain now. That is about as vivid of a rainbow as I've seen in a while. I gotta say your seatbelt walks more than it does in the Atlas. Here, thank you. There you go. There you go, Dave. There's a full complete shot of the whole rainbow, end to end, right there.
That's really
real
nice.
heavy.
Cool. Yeah. This is the town name you're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's so the town we just passed through here along 88, Dave, is called Arch, ironically.
Okay. There you go.
Very aptly named today.
Yeah.
So for our Patel friends that are watching right now, we're on 88. We're passing Salt Lake right now.
So real quick, set on the top on the radar.
So look, you see the rain?
Okay, so Sheldon's down on this storm, just off to the east of Arch, New Mexico, and very appropriate to have that rainbow in an arch shape. He was pretty proud of that. But that's heading out. Storms have come together rapidly, man, right there just southwest of Muleshoe. So that's an area that we need to watch. In fact, I'm going to come on down. Nice boundary here we'll need to watch. Okay, yes. Okay, here's Sheldon storm. I'm just checking your storm for a rotation there. They're pretty, we got a broad, looks like mid-level rotation.
Yeah,
So,
it's trying to hook in the middle of that thing.
yeah, we're watching that. Hey, Sheldon, it's looking a little more decent on radar. You starting to see any kind of rotation?
Underneath it right now, Dave. We're booking it east, trying to get south as soon as we can. So hopefully we can get south out of the way of this thing because we are directly underneath that back end of it. So the sails have merged. Now we're getting ready to go south here. So those of you tagging along, we're about to go south, and we're right underneath that back side of it. Only seen heavy rain so far, but I hear that core is maybe drifting a little bit on it. So I mean, we're directly underneath this storm right now, underneath the main part of it, but we're about to turn. looking at Texas trip to the 746.
We are in Texas.
Oh, we're already in Texas. Okay.
Yeah, we're in
So it's
It'll be
746
interesting
now.
to
It's
see
not
what
88.
direction the storm moves after.
mile in.
Yeah, now that it's merged, its next move is.
I would suggest getting a little ways east, and then we'll be back looking into it.
A little bit east. I wish we could get a little bit further south, from being honest.
It's really hard to do dirt roads, and I'm not familiar with dirt roads.
No,
We can go about 5 or 6 miles east, and then we can turn south.
because the thing is, right now, if it decides to start really rotating and pull southeast, it's going to pull it right onto us.
Here's a quick update to Alex and Sheldon. The tornado warning allowed to expire up in Cimarron County. It's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Does not include Boise City, but I think it does include Keys. Yeah. So there's our Cimarron County severe thunderstorm. In fact, let's get a quick update. I know that Alex is getting a little closer in there. Alex and Caleb, I see the top of your storm there. You guys getting a little closer?
Yeah, so we are between Stratford and Boise City right now. Still heading north. And as you can see, there's the top of the storm that's actually just kind of to the north of Boise City. And so we're heading in that direction, and then when we get closer, we'll decide, if we want to go a little more east and towards Keys, or if we want to
Just ride Highway 64 there.
Yeah. So, thing about it is it's not moving super fast, but now it's kind of to one of those decision-making points where it's,
Looks like it's moving
riding
a little bit more east.
a little bit more towards the east direction and along a highway. So, I'm gonna get past these semi-trucks real quick.
Alex, Sheldon, you noticed a little more twist to your radar. Video's locked right now, but give us an update.
Service brake pad monitor.
Oh yeah, our video's frozen up right now. Yeah, Dave, we're trying to do the best we can. I'm gonna think here. Is your thing a cell booster or is it a hotspot?
It's a simple
Cell booster, okay. Hey, Dave, if you can hear me right now, let me know as soon as y'all can see my video, because we're just kind of flying dark here, but I can hear you just fine.
We have a frozen picture.
Wait, you've got your pickup Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Let's get on that.
Am I in the T's or are you just doing generics?
Sheldon, while we're on you,
Katie?
I just wonder, any rotation evident? Okay, I'm gonna come to me real quick. Okay,
I'm asking
Sheldon's
what they
working
have
on his
planned.
video there. Alex and Caleb getting closer to their northern storm. Here's a quick update.
I'll stay out.
Kevin will be on soon,
No T's for me.
just about 5 minutes or so. Okay, Sheldon, I got your video. It's kind of pixeled, but not bad. You want to give us a quick update?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me know when you're on us. All right, hey, so currently heading down 746, we're heading east. Definitely noticing the new rotation on this storm as it moves its way into Bailey County right now. Currently just getting into a little bit of rain here, but our next objective is getting ready to head south on this storm to hopefully give us a better vantage point of it, but definitely noticing a little bit of broad rotation in it. Nothing really too concerning right now, but as long as we're in this rain right here, we're going to have a hard time seeing everything. So currently looking for our next southerly option here to see where that can get us to get a better view of the storm. It looks like this is 7:30, yeah. I think it's 1731 here. 1731. Okay. Yeah, that's the south one. Yeah. We can get out from under it. All right, single's looking good. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, do you have the means right now? If we get something, we can get the phone off its current state and get out of the vehicle and really see things.
Finally got the email.
Okay, yes, Alex, we're on you right now. What do you got?
Oh no, I was just asking you a question about the storm movement.
Okay.
We're in pretty bad cell reception. I was just taking your, asking you if it's moving more east or southeast.
Seems to be moving more southeast, but I think from what I'm seeing,
Yeah, I'm going to go. It's moving more.
I think it's moving more east. I think we need to hit 80. Was it 80
This
or 60?
road right here.
Okay, let me take this real quick. Okay, our chaser's getting in position. We're really concerned about 2 storms right now. Kevin's going to tell you all about that on TV here coming up. We got one down to the south around Muleshoe, and it's spinning around like a top, actually. And we have Sheldon all over that one, so anything happens there, we'll be letting you know. Right now, severe thunderstorm warning there. Other storm is this guy here that was previously warned for tornado up in Cimarron County. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning aimed right at Keys. Keys, it's time to get cars in garages, get folks inside. Severe storm coming your way. Kevin's going to tell you more about that coming up right now, then I'll be back. Yeah. It's either going to help or hurt.
Okay, for another night, we're
yes.
watching severe thunderstorm potential. Most of the region under a severe thunderstorm watch. All the counties in yellow until 11 o'clock. Eastern counties, you're officially not included in the watch. Doesn't mean you won't have some stronger thunderstorms over the next couple of hours. Good news in Cimarron County, Oklahoma. The tornado warning was allowed to expire at 6:15. That storm has weakened a little bit. It will stay north of Boise City, but Keys, you're currently in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. That storm continues to move on to the southeast. It's about between 5 and 10 miles to your northwest, moving to the southeast. It earlier had 4-inch hail, easily 1 to 2-inch hail possible. Again, coming in toward Keys in the next 15 to 20 minutes. 30 minutes at the outside. It still has rotation potential as well. No tornado warning, but in Keys, we'd love for you to be prepared to go ahead and go to your safe spot. Obviously, more storm activity across the southern portions of the Panhandle into the Lubbock region. We've got Sheldon Brashears on a storm I'm going to show you near Muleshoe in just a second, but this one that had gone east of Lubbock has split into 2. So heavy rain and hail now in Floydada. It looks as though it's weakening a little bit, which is good news, but from Lockney eastward, rain's going to pick up some thunderstorm activity for you in the next 5 minutes or so. I think the bulk of this right now will stay to the west of Matador and west of Roaring Springs. Still a good half hour to 45 minutes from Kittiquay and Turkey. Just know it's to your southwest and coming to the northeast. Sheldon Brashears is on our stream on this storm. It's been a couple of cell mergers. It's trying to reorganize right now. And we may see a new rotation here southwest of Muleshoe. I think as it continues to organize, it's going to move in a more easterly direction. So hopefully, if it organizes and tries to rotate, that will keep the rotation south of Muleshoe. We're going to watch it, but pretty pictures again from Sheldon on the stream. That would then go across Highway 84 near and north of Sudan. Earth, you might be in the path of this, so be ready. I think most of that will stay to the south of Lasbuddy. In Amarillo, we're pretty quiet, just some puffy cumulus clouds, but potential for storms through the late night and overnight period is there. There's plenty of juice with a dew point of 66 degrees right now. Here are the outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center. Greatest likelihood of severe weather in the orange areas, northern portions of the region, southern portions in the region, southward through Lubbock. For tomorrow, during the day, still a small chance for thunderstorms to develop. Slightly higher chance by late afternoon or more so into the evening. The severe weather threat is down a little bit. In this topsy-turvy pattern we've had the next couple of days, we'll see in the morning if the Storm Prediction Center upgrades that. I'm getting more concerned about Sunday because it's not too common on day 3 for the Storm Prediction Center to go this confidently with an enhanced area, this big orange area. So severe weather potential pretty high right now for Sunday. So we want you to know that. We'll be watching it streaming, going on TV, all those kinds of things. So some thunderstorms across the extreme southern portion of our region, but later on tonight, we'll watch the northern portions again into the Oklahoma Panhandle. Hit and miss showers and thunder showers possibly developing after midnight. Here's 3 a.m. right here. That line would continue to move eastward and southeastward toward daybreak. The severe potential for those is much less, but still some strong gusty winds, a little hail, not out of the question. Most of the daytime period on Saturday, I mentioned, should be okay. By 6 p.m., though, we'll look back to the northwest. This model has some storms developing in and around Dalhart, moving southeastward by 8 p.m., close to Amarillo and Borger and Pampa. So again, even though that risk is lower for tomorrow, storms may absolutely develop, and we'd love for you to keep attention on that as we go on into the evening hours. Quick check on the 7-day supercast. Scattered showers and thunderstorms possible here for the next couple of days into the first and middle and even latter part of next week. The news continues in just a few minutes. Thank you. Oh, wow, look at that. Wow. Oh.
And we'll do this as long as we have a threat in the area tonight. We also work in the TV information, just like we had from Kevin there. So let's do a quick little update on what we have going on across the area. Again, a first alert day. Here's the new camera shot we've got. And Kevin, have you seen this? This is out of Friona. At a distance. That's actually looking down to the storm that Sheldon is on.
Yeah, that's a beautiful one.
Big old supercell storm. That's from a distance. We'll check in with Sheldon here momentarily.
If Sheldon storm tours, do you want to interrupt the newscast?
Oh, I think so.
That's that edge of our area, but not stay with it.
Let's see what, I mean, if we get visuals, we'll do that.
That's that southern row of counties that is
right
in question. Yes, okay.
Okay, tornado watch in effect until 11. Almost everybody, except the eastern stack of counties out that way. No tornado warnings at the moment. We have had one up in Cimarron County. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it's trying to hook again. That's going to be a problem for Keys.
And also, we'll see it on radar, but it may have the potential for baseball hail up that way. 3 clusters, and they're all severe. Here's the one that's aimed at Keys with possibly baseball hail, folks. So not much you can do except protect your property, get folks in and away from windows. So let's do that. If you're in Boise City, it'll miss you. Here's the storm that Sheldon is on, looking more like an organized supercell now. And we're going to take it out to him, let him tell us about it. Oh, boy.
I think we're getting a beaver tail on this side right here.
You got your
rotation strengthening
wall cloud there. You want to give us?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, we're seeing a lot of motion with this storm right now. We're currently on 746. This is looking north at the base of that storm right there. I mean, as you can see, I mean, like I said, the striations, there's a lot of rising motion as well. The base of it's a little bit messy, but the amount of motion that we're seeing with it right now, I mean, it's very impressive. So I feel like if this storm does decide to tornado, we're going to be in the perfect spot for it. So we're really watching this one closely out here, Dave, looking for, I mean, seeing just lots of just general motion with it right now to see what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Oh, he's pulling up.
That's High Sanders. You said 746. You're on 1731, I think.
Oh, 1731 now.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see some of Dad's dents on his roof.
High Sanders.
Okay. Here, Dave, Kevin, if you can hear me, are they thinking about warning this one? Okay. I mean, the motion's insane right now. The rising motion here is unbelievable.
Sheldon, is that what we're looking at?
No, so we're gonna look kind of under here a little bit. So this is where it's pulling air into it right now. So it's pulling air in. So when it pulls in, it's gonna be tightened up somewhere in here. This is your core right here. We're in a good spot right now. It's moving almost straight. It's moving left to right. If it keeps on this track, we will. Yeah. But we're gonna have to go south then east. Obviously, we're not going north. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here.
So that's where it's pulling in?
So it should be pulling air in. I don't have my phone on me. You can go grab my phone. It should be on the passenger side. Let's go. See that right there? I'm liking the way that it's not sharp, but
This thing right here?
yeah. See, look right here. See that hook right there? Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say that finger right there, it's not super impressive right now, but that's certainly the thing I'm watching for any sort of potential, but doesn't seem to be spinning too much right now, but it's certainly noteworthy, that's for sure. I'm gonna look for it to sharpen up. That right there, I mean, if that sharpens, that's...
See, we ain't got to go too far south, and then we can head back east.
Okay, back east, okay. So Dave, for reference, we're on 1731 right now
Yes.
in Bailey County. If that tries to sharpen up, that's gonna do it.
And it has got low.
Well, and look at the rotation.
That will come back to me. Yeah.
Well, it was doing. Oh wow, that has really changed.
What you got, Dave?
Yeah, we got a hook.
Okay, copy that. I'll be listening for it. Yeah, the motion and the structure here, Dave, is unbelievable.
Now we're getting a little bit of RFD on the now. That's what we were fighting yesterday. RFD kept getting us every time we turned around. It's hard to say, oh, that is so nice.
Okay, what's the like saying? We lost our finger right there, but Dave and Kevin are noticing the rotation on the notch as well.
Yeah, it's really got the sharp.
It's bugging. Not yet. Oh, yeah, it's picking up. It's getting better and better. This is, look at the velocity from the compass right now. Getting with it right now. So they're gonna take us. We're gonna do a live report here in just a second on the broadcast.
We're gonna need to get south.
Okay, let me do my report first, and then we'll start repositioning. Yeah. Here, Dave, how long until Kevin's next hit? We're getting hit by some RFD right now, Dave. It is. Yeah. Do you know how much time we have until Kevin's hit? Because we might be getting ready to need to reposition here. If we have to reposition, we're not going to be able to give you this shot. So how much time do we have? Here, can y'all give me a timing on this? Kevin, Dave, if y'all can hear me, I need to know how much time we have. We're going to have to move. If we move, we're losing the shot. Alright, hey, we're going to relocate. We're going to have to lose the shot. We're relocating here. We're not going to be able to give you a shot. We got to know how much time we have.
Get the knot stuck on it now.
Yeah, it is.
Nice hook. Gotta get out and then get up over here 298 east.
298 east,
And
okay.
it'll go down and then it's gonna curve us back closer. We're gonna be a little further away from it, then it's gonna curve us back toward it.
Okay. We're trying to get in reposition, Dave. If you can hear us, we're trying to reposition here. Don't know how long we have until the hit, but we got to get in a different position. We're getting hit by RFD rain. How long do we have until Kevin's hit?
So it'll take us
A minute? Okay.
Hammer it.
Okay. Say that again, Dave. Okay. About 5 minutes until we do a report. Okay. Let me know when we're close, Dave, and we may have to stop before we get in reposition. But yeah, that rotation's really getting with it now. Alright, yeah, so those of you running along with us, we're on 1731, we're getting south. We're getting into what we call the RFD rain, the rear flank downdraft on that storm, pushing some cool air out of it, and so we're really pushing south out of it to hopefully get a better shot out of it, because we were going to lose our visual.
Is it a dirt road? Pick up only let me go 97 miles an hour.
How do things look out the back here?
Can't see it, the rain's got it.
Alright, so
Gotta get in front of it.
our rotation's getting a little rain wrapped here, Dave, but we're going to continue booking it east to try to get better view into it.
Just gonna make the turn.
Yeah, that hook is really getting with, and that hill core is too.
Okay, thanks for staying with us. Let's do a radar tour. Most of the Panhandle, Texas Panhandle, quiet. Still potential later on tonight for some strong thunderstorm activity. We've been watching this one in Cimarron County that is approaching Keys now. It did have a tornado warning on it. The rotation weakened and the tornado warning was allowed to expire, but the rotation is increasing again within a couple miles, 1 to 2, 3 miles at the outside, west and northwest of Keys. So you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but if you feel threatened, hear the noise, go ahead and get ready to go and go to your safe place. Don't wait for the Weather Service to issue a warning, which may come at any moment because the rotation on this storm is continuing to increase. Once it gets past Keys, it'll go across Highway 60 and then east of Boise City. And I'm sorry, that's not 60, but in and around Keys, and then to 412, just to the southeast of Keys. So the potential rotation right there, just a mile or two west of Keys and moving to the southeast. A number of storms across the southern portion of the region. The strongest ones are in the Lubbock area, but this one's still showing the potential for some hail will, within the next 45 minutes or so, move toward Turkey and Kittiquay. We've got a very strong storm showing extreme signs of rotation. We got some pictures from Sheldon Brashears in on that one. We'll come back to radar. That's okay. Let's go to Sheldon. It's a dramatic picture there. Sheldon, you're...
Yes, Kevin, thank you. So we are currently on 298. We're curving back to the north here. I mean, as you can see, the striations, this is, strong structure. All signs that you look for in a rotating supercell right here as we're currently hooking our way to the north, getting ourselves a better view on it. You can see that low ring there kind of on the bottom, kind of right-hand side of your screen. And my camera decided to flip there. We're trying to get that. Apologies there. There we go. Sorry about that. So you can see that low ring there on the storm. Strong signs of rotation on this. Apologies to our motion sick prone viewers there, but that low ring right there with that strengthening rotation, should it try to drop a tornado, that's exactly where that's going to be. So we're keeping a very close eye on it right now.
Back. Thanks, Sheldon. Sheldon is streaming on NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, and our YouTube channel as well. So those dramatic pictures will continue. Still no tornado warning from the Weather Service in Lubbock, but we're watching it. Now, if the tornado does form and whatever is there is going to move mainly east, so that's going to eventually, and it's still probably 20 to 30 minutes away from Highway 84, but Sudan, you would be in the path of that. For Earth and Muleshoe, some hail potential. Yes, sir. Okay, we got a funnel now report.
Kevin, so we are actually kind of right off of...
Just south of Keys.
Just south of Keys.
Highway 64.
On 64. So this is kind of to our north west that we're looking at. There is some broad rotation.
We have a little funnel.
Had a little bit of a funnel. You know, lots of movement, very low hanging clouds. I mean, they're dragging the ground.
I think they're going to go.
Okay.
Okay, we're continuing to watch the storm in Keys now. That report from Alex and Cable. That's Cimarron County. That storm starting to rotate once again. There's the potential for some tornadic activity. They're going to do it? Okay, so a tornado warning is going to come for Cimarron County. It's going to include Keys and then areas to the east and southeast. Probably not Ava, but it may be, will not be Boise City, but anywhere from Keys to the southeast, and this is then the Texas-Cimarron County border. So that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be a tornado warning storm in just a couple of minutes. So since it's in our area, we're going to stay with it and stay on it, with the potential near Muleshoe as well. And Sheldon, we're just, I think, going to ping pong back and forth here between all of this. But we'll stay on with this continuous tornado coverage, and we'll see a red polygon pop up here in just a minute or two. So all along the highway in between Elkhart and Boise City, heavy thunderstorm going across the highway now, including Keys, with the potential for 2-inch hail and potential likely rotation there and potential tornado with a tornado warning coming. Let me jump down again to our Muleshoe storm. Sheldon's on that one. Oh, this is again Floyd data, but I'll just pass that one. That's just a very clear, well-defined hook echo on that storm south of Muleshoe. So that one will continue down to move toward. It's probably less than 10 miles west of Highway 214. So largely out in open country, but again, south of Muleshoe, tornado warning potentially there. That storm is going to move eastward towards Sudan and the Highway 84 corridor. This new cell is interesting in that it may disrupt the flow a little bit. It's not merging right in here to this hook, but we'll see if that disrupts the rotation on that storm a little bit here as we continue to watch that one. So Muleshoe and Earth included in the severe thunderstorm warning. At least 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Lasbuddy, you are not included. And again, anywhere between Muleshoe and Sudan on Highway 84. Jumping backwards again, see if we get the tornado warning. It's coming for Keys. Hasn't plotted yet, but it will. So Keys, if you're not in your safe place, go ahead and please go now. Yes, sir?
Briggs. Okay, hang on, let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we are right at the junction of 64, right outside of Keys, a little south of Keys. We're about to reposition. The rotation area that they're warning for is, you know, right in here.
You got left to right rain curtains right there.
We've got left to right rain curtains. There's the tornado warning.
Yeah, let me see.
Let's see, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So we do have wrapping rain curtains right next to us.
So we're going to reposition.
So we're repositioning. We're actually just going to go back a little bit to our south and get in a safer spot.
On Oklahoma 171. But man the camera since we can.
Yeah, gotcha. There's a look at the storm. Let's see, so it's to me.
I'm not getting any radar updates.
Yeah, we're not getting any radar updates, so I think this was the area right here.
Go ahead.
Okay, while Caleb and Alex sort of reposition themselves, get a better look at this storm, we have the plot now on the tornado warning polygon. It does not include any portion of Texas County. That's the county borderline right there. So it is from Keys. It is east of Boise City. You're not included. And then the highways either side, north, south, and east of Keys. So that's going to be 412 and also 171. If you know somebody in Keys, it's almost too late, but let them know. Heavy thunderstorm, possible rotation on the ground right now. Let's review, so maybe needed a little later on tonight, our tornado safety plans. Storm shelter if you have one. If not, lowest floor, first floor of the building that you're in. Small room toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, hallway, closet. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and a smaller room has more structural integrity. Grab something to cover up your head. Sofa cushions are okay, pillows are okay. bicycle helmets, football helmets are fantastic, and go ahead and go to that safe place and stay there for at least 10 to 15 minutes until that storm moves past Keys. Also, go ahead and put on some strong shoes. If you kicked off your shoes, you've gotten home and you flip-flop, something like that. If there's any damage to the home or the structure or outside, you don't want to be walking on broken glass or wood or nails or anything like that. So that's our tornado safety plan. It should be executed right now in Keys. From there, I do think that storm's going to take a little bit more of an east-southeastward trek, but beyond the highways, we're pretty much out in open country. So Eva, you are not included in the tornado warning. Carrick, you are not included in the tornado warning. If it holds together and continues to move on to the southeast, we'll be on Highway 54. So under no immediate threat for Texoma and Goodwell and Guyman, but there's storm activity obviously to your west and northwest heading southeast. Let's jump ahead to our Muleshoe storm. That's this one right here. Couple of very strong storms in and around the Lubbock area, but those are moving eastward, as you can see. So the hook seemed to have weakened or detached a little bit, but now it is reformed.
Right here. Yeah, Kevin, thank you. We're still on 298 right now. This is looking at the base of that storm. I mean, this is looking right into that hook echo, right at the main part of that rotation. We're seeing lots of storm motion here. We have not made out a discernible funnel as of yet, but as you can see, I mean, some very impressive motion on this storm here currently. This is looking north at the base of that storm. So if you're showing that rotation on radar, this is looking right into the core of it. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for currently not seeing one, but we're certainly not discounting that possibility for sure. Is that perfect downdraft winds right now.
Okay, Sheldon, thanks very much. If you can hear me, the wind noise on your device is killing your audio a little bit, so keep that in mind for the next report. We'll obviously come back to you in just a minute. So I mentioned that new cell that popped up really quickly to the east of that storm, that rotation that Sheldon is watching. So it looks as though it's disrupting this one a little bit, keeping it from forming a tornado just yet. But again, the potential is still there. And now in the latest image, this new cell, we could be in a situation where we could almost get two, because this is starting to develop a little bit of what we call a pendant, that little area right there. And so that's the inflow, that little developing notch, the warm, moist, humid, unstable air that is flowing into that storm. So this one may try and develop, and that's just a couple of miles to the west of Sudan. In Muleshoe, I think that you're going to be okay here, other than some potential hail. But let me go a little further east and continue to talk about this one. Yes, sir, Dave.
Taking baseballs right now.
Okay, T, we'll go back there in just a second. Keys taking baseball-size hail, but in Sudan, let's begin to be prepared for potential tornado. It's not there right now. Let's go back to Alex and Caleb as we jump from north to south across.
Okay, baseballs and
It's going to be
Keys.
back over there.
Yeah. Okay, we're just south of Keys. We had to reposition.
We're trying to figure out our road network. There's
Yeah,
a
the
gap.
road network is not great. The hail is going over 64, so this should be the area of rotation right in here. So that is looking to our
Due north of us.
due north of us. So we are monitoring this
Trying to figure out our roads.
and trying to figure out a road that we could take to kind of follow
Trying
it
to
along.
parallel this storm. Go.
Okay.
Let's just try it. Not a funnel. Yeah, so we're still on 298. We're looking north of the base of the storm. We saw what looked like it could be a weak funnel trying to drop down out of the main part of the storm that you're seeing there in the center of your screen. Not a really strong discernible funnel. Obviously not seeing one right now, but this storm is certainly trying to put something down as that rotation is still going strong. So still keeping an eye on it. It tried to put a funnel out just a second ago, but it has since lifted. We're just a few miles east of Baileyboro right near on 298. Seeing lots of horizontal rotation here currently, but waiting to still see some stronger vertical rotation, Kevin.
Use max 1 if we can. I'm going to drill down on our Keys storm here and talk about Keys specifically. Okay, so what we're looking at here, the rotation in this is right in here. So Keys likely getting some large hail right now. That's going to last another 5 minutes, 10 minutes as well. But the good news for Keys is the rotation on this storm has moved to your southeast and will continue to move away. So I would hope in the next 10 to 15 minutes we might even be able to clear Keys out of the tornado warning. Out ahead of it, we're out in open country south of Highway 412 and east of 174. So again, in Keys, please go ahead and stay in your safe place for another couple of minutes. We'll give you the clear when the storm has moved away, but there's still some large hail potential for a couple more minutes on that particular storm. And this picture that you're looking at in the northwestern part of your...
This might be a road for us.
That's the next one.
Was on the ground, but we had a funnel report from Sheldon. Here's a new image on the Keys storm. So that notch again right in here, that's the inflow, and the dangerous part right there is again moving away from Keys and Highway 56. Boise City, as we mentioned, just in case you're worried, that's going to stay to the east of you, so that's fine. But in Keys, give it another couple of minutes and we'll let you go come out of your safe place. Hit and miss showers and thunderstorms going to continue here for several more hours across the northern and southern portions of the region. What about the rest of the Panhandle and our New Mexico counties? It's quiet, but you can see that you're currently in the the tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock. I think these in the north and south will go for a couple of more hours. Then I think as we get closer to 9 or even 10 o'clock tonight, they'll weaken a little bit, but scattered shower and thunderstorm activity does remain in the forecast for the late night and overnight period, especially across the northern and northeastern portions of the region. Similar to last night, you had some heavy downpours. In fact, Borger set a record rainfall total for the date this morning. Old record was 0.78, new record 0.88, and that was all in the showers that moved through early this morning. So once again, we'll take a closer look at our Keys storm. Still waiting for the heavy rain to move past your area, but as we continue that southeastward movement on that storm, it's going to move away from Keys in the next couple of minutes. In Ava, some rain, a couple of hailstones. You're not in the core of this, but these thunderstorms can throw a handful of larger stones, quarter size or better, well away from the core. So in Ava, your rain's going to pick up in just a minute or two if it hasn't, and then you'll have the potential for a few hailstones to rumble through. That storm doesn't show any signs of significant weakening, so a little later, let's put that closer to 45 minutes to an hour, we'll get to Highway 54 and Texoma and then Goodwell and Guyman as well. You'd be under the potential for that storm. So our Keys storm is tornado warned. It will go until 7:15. I don't even know what the current time is. 6:57. So about...
Yeah, that looks like a funnel. Okay, yeah, so we are south of Keys. We're trying to find a road that'll take us east. That is the area of rotation right there. It looks like we might have a funnel. This will be the second funnel that this storm has produced.
We're trying to get to Griggs.
So we're trying to get to Griggs, and so we can turn and kind of parallel the storm, and that way we'd be closer to the area of rotation as well. Okay, still looks like might be a funnel.
Okay, thanks to Alex and Caleb. They are on this storm. We've got confirmation based on social media reports and streams like ours that the Weather Service is watching. They see that and say, yes, let's go ahead and call that a confirmed tornado as opposed to a radar indicated tornado. Once again, the good news is that's going to be south and southeast of Keys. Alex and Caleb are on it. So the rotation right now would be right along the highway. And in moments, it'll move south of 412 out into open country east of 174. Keys, if your rain lets up where you are, you can go ahead and come out. I think we'll be done. Doesn't mean a little hailstone or two might not pop out of that storm, but I think in Keys, when the rain stops, I think you're okay to come out from your safe place. We'll keep an eye on that as it continues to move on to the southeast, though. Ava, your rain's going to pick up. Some hailstones pick up. So I was about to say before we got the funnel, Highway 54, Texoma, Goodwell, Guyman, I think you all have the potential to experience some level of this storm if it holds together, but that's still 45 minutes to an hour away. Yeah, Dave? Okay, let's go back to Sheldon, who was on the southernmost storm. That's the one south of Muleshoe. Right there, it's still showing.
214.
214.
Yeah, Kevin, so we're currently on 214 right here. Still keeping an eye on the storm, seeing lots of rising motion. You can kind of see right here. Hopefully it's coming across on air as well as it is here live in person. But the amount of rising motion with this storm is just unbelievable. There's lots of turning with this storm. We're still seeing good rotation. The overall base of the storm, I'll kind of pan to it right here. It's a lot messier than it was, but that's not to say that it's not going to do anything at all. But I mean, the vertical motion in this is pretty impressive right now, but no discernible funnels as of right now, Kevin, but we're keeping a very close eye on it.
Catching RFD now. Base is cleaning up a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting a cell merger right now.
But we're getting some a little bit of RFD on it now. That was what sucked yesterday. It's got so much dirt, and it was the RFD was sucking that or pushing that dirt into it.
I mean, look at that. Yeah, Kevin, we're able to kind of keep an eye on that. Actually, what I'll do right here is I'll kind of give you a sweep around. So this is looking at that main rotation, but this is looking right here. You can kind of see that other base of that other storm. I mean, the structure we have out here is certainly impressive stuff, but this is that other cell almost crashing into it from the south. Really, like I said, disrupting everything we're seeing right along here along this base. You can see that base is really a lot messier than it was, but with this cell crashing into it, like you said, that's the kind of effect that it will have as it does sit. But there's still lots of rising motion out here, so this storm isn't necessarily falling apart, that's for sure.
Okay, Sheldon, thanks very much. Very dynamic situation on that particular storm that is west of Sudan right now, heading eastward toward Highway 84. Muleshoe, you're in the clear. If it's still raining for you, you're in the clear in the next minute or two as that moves eastward. So you're okay, not under effect from that storm. Earth, your rain's going to pick up. There's the potential for at least some quarter-size hailstones. This is our new updraft too. Boy, I still think we've got the potential for 2, because there's another notch right there. So that puts it even closer. That's probably 5 miles west of the highway and west-southwest of Sudan. So we could see a new notch develop there, a new rotation, especially if this one weakens, or we could have 2. No tornado warnings on that particular cell right now. Let's go back north to our Keys storm. Okay, good news in Keys. Again, I think your range should be done. If it's not, it will be in the next minute or two. The rotation signature is moving along Highway 412. So should, in fact, will stay to the west of Eva. Then we get in toward, still a little later, toward Texoma, also toward Highway 95. The tornado warning, which goes until 7:15. Katie, can you turn that monitor toward me, please? 7:15 is the timestamp on the tornado warning. It's for Cimarron County, but does not include Texas County, which is obviously good news there, but it'll continue to move on to the southeast. So there is just a little over 12 minutes left in the tornado warning. Let's go ahead and see if Alex and Caleb have what they have on that storm. Alex, Caleb, go ahead.
Okay, so we are actually heading to the east. We are still,
let's see, I'll give you a measurement.
Yeah.
We're about 3 miles to the west of Griggs.
so we're kind of heading towards Griggs, so that we can try to parallel this storm and kind of get eyes on it. You know, as you said, guys, there's a lot of rain and hail in this thing, so the visuals aren't the best.
I mean, it's pretty sunny where we are, just outside Griggs. As I pin it around, you can see the tops to this right here. So we're kind of paralleling it right now, but we had to go south quite a ways to try to find our
paved road that wasn't covered in mud.
To the south.
But like I say, it's gonna falter a little bit when this comes together, and then it's.
Yeah, Kevin, so we had some rear flank downdraft winds getting to us, so we're actually going to start pushing off towards the south here a little bit, but looking off in the distance, it may be kind of hard to make out. I'll try to zoom in and give you a shot. You're seeing some dust getting kicked up on the ground, a sign of maybe some outflow on that other cell that's kind of crashing into this one that we're tracking right now. I'll zoom out a little bit and kind of give you a look. This is a broader structure of that cell right now. As you can see, that's the cell that's crashing into our rotating storm. So as you were saying earlier, I mean, that could really hinder the rotation for a moment. But if it does decide to recycle, we could see a redevelopment with this storm. But right now, I mean, you can see a lot of that dirt getting kicked up off in the distance. That's a lot of air falling out the bottom of that cloud right there. So if we get too much cool air mixing into the base of this storm, that's really going to hinder its development, Kevin.
Come back to that radar picture and we'll discuss what Sheldon's talking about right here. He's now looking right in here. This storm is showing some signs of weakening momentarily, meaning the hail core and the extremely heavy rain coming down, hitting the ground and creating that shelf cloud that Sheldon was seeing, but also the dust. When that big blob of cold air hits the ground, it's got to fan out somewhere horizontally, and that's what it's doing right here south of Sudan, and that's what picked up the little dust cloud that he was talking about. If that cold air can get out far enough ahead, it inhibits the re-strengthening of that storm, which is good news there. But there's still some more moist air trying to flow into it. And again, we've seen this pendant develop. That could be a new rotation signature developing. But note back here, we've lost the purple. So the hail right over 214 south of Muleshoe has probably come out. The tight rotation that we saw just a couple of minutes ago and that ragged cloud base from Sheldon is weakening a little bit as well. He talked about the rear flank downdraft. This thing is rotating like this, so heavy rain coming around, wind coming around, and there is possible as this comes down and hits the ground that it helps to develop the tornado. That's what he felt. It's not a guarantee, but that's the wind that he felt coming out of the backside of that storm and wrapping around the rotation center. So once again, this one is very interesting meteorologically as far as the rotation potential. You can absolutely have two tornadoes in one cell, and they just be a couple of miles apart. So we'll continue to watch that. There is no tornado warning, though, on that one. So let's go back northward to our northernmost storm in Keys. Once again, in Keys, and I think, have they trimmed the polygon, have they said? Yeah, they have. They've trimmed the, so in Keys proper, you're no longer in the tornado warning, even though it officially goes in effect for another 7 minutes until 7:15. Keys, you're in the clear. There's nothing threatening you from behind coming in from the west or the northwest. The potential for some thunderstorm activity will continue a little bit later on tonight. But in Keys, I'm going to say it's okay, cautiously, to come out of your safe place. You can look around and again, know that that storm is moving away from you. Ava, some rain, some hail possible for the next 10 to 15 minutes. The tornado warning goes until 7:15 and does not at this point include Texas County. Within the next 5 minutes, the Weather Service will decide, based on rotation, based on our streams, and everybody else chasing, whether they want to extend this tornado warning into Texas County. So that will be determined in the next couple of minutes, and we're watching the chat, the National Weather Service chat, our back channel right directly to them to see if they want to do that. But that would, if it's extended, pardon me, that would include Texoma, that would include Goodwell, that would include Guyman as well. Well, probably not Guyman at this point, but again, if a new tornado warning is issued, let's go ahead. I see on Alex and Caleb's stream a good ragged lowering. Let's go ahead and take.
Look straight to your left.
So we're about a mile from Greg's to the west, and it's still rotating pretty good. As you can see, it's only a matter of time before it really touches. I can't see. Oh. I'm trying to look for ground circulation, but this thing's really cranking.
Weather Service may have been listening. They're certainly watching. So we may actually have a bit of a new development. But the point that Dave has made just now is that a new tornado warning will come. It will include portions of western and southwestern Texas County. So Texoma, pardon me. If somebody wanted to get me some water, I would be really appreciative of that. So southwestern portion of Texas County, you will be included in a new tornado warning that will come out that will probably go past 7:30 for the potential there of that storm. Goodwell, you may be included as well. That's going to be Highway 54. We'll see if anywhere further south of that it ends up being included as well. But that will include Texas County. It will probably include parts of Sherman County as well, northern portion. And we'll hear from the Weather Service on that in just a minute. All right, so until that comes out, let's go and check in on our Keys storm, which we may now, is continuing to move eastward. Boy, there's still just 2 notches right there. Looks like the hail core has come back on the backside of that as it goes over Highway 214. So Sudan, you're definitely in line for that one. Still no tornado warning on that cell, but some amazing, amazing pictures. In fact, let's get a check on that one while we wait on the new tornado warning from Sheldon if we can.
Got me an alert right here.
Yeah, Kevin, so still seeing a lot of those dynamics that you're saying, but we're south now. What we're doing here is we're moving along Highway 37 here. Still a little bit further away from the base, just kind of having to utilize the road network that we have out here to get a little bit further south and east to keep a view on this particular cell. But still seeing a lot of structure. I mean, you can kind of see right here, looking up to the top of this base right here. Still some very strong structure on it. Like I said, a lot of dynamics in place, but we had to shoot south quite a ways away from it to get in a better position. So we don't have great eyes on the base right now, but we're going to set up here in just a little bit, kind of let it come to us and see if anything changes with it. But yeah, still no funnel, still no tornado right now, Kevin.
Show you the stream that's coming in. We have had a couple of tornado touchdowns, or at least one that was confirmed by the National Weather Service, kind of crossed Highway 64 there. We've had a couple of funnel clouds coming your way from our intercept crews up there. Alex and Caleb doing a really good job. So this is speed from them. Alex, Caleb, can you give us a quick update? It looks like we had a funnel there just a few minutes ago. What's it looking like now?
Yeah. Riggs, we're headed more south. We did notice, I mean, we've seen several funnels on this, Dave.
It's trying to produce I mean, where we were, the elevation, we were a little bit lower, so we couldn't see if there was ground circulation or not.
So we've gotten up a little bit higher. We're trying to kind of, stay a little bit ahead of this thing and kind of parallel it. So we're heading a little bit south. It looks like maybe another little small funnel right here, Dave. So it's consistently funneling, so it looks like it wants to do something, but
we'll continue to monitor.
Come back to me.
Here's a quick shot, Kevin. Look, we've got the Guyman camera up that we'll be able to use as the storms get a little closer coming into Texas County. So
yeah, absolutely.
We'll be watching that.
Okay, great.
On you now, Kevin.
Okay, first graphical representation then of the new tornado warning. The one for Keys will expire here in just a minute, and portions of Cimarron County. But this is Texas County, and then the north central portion of
also been
Sherman County are included in the new warning, and that one's going to go, I think, until 8 o'clock. So let's go back and take a look at this storm here. We got a pretty good knob. This is what Alex and Caleb are looking at. We don't see a tornado, meaning in contact with the ground. We've seen some scud clouds. We've seen some raggedy wall clouds. A couple times maybe seeing something that looks like a funnel, but no guarantee that something is, or no visual representation, confirmation that something is on the ground right now. But the potential is so strong that that tornado warning has been extended to the southeast. Goodwell, you are not officially included, and this is still a good 30 minutes away. Same story for Texoma, that's approaching from the northwest. So in Texoma and anywhere either side of Texoma along the highway here, let's go ahead and prepare, since you're officially under a tornado warning. It's probably time to review our safety plan as well. Storm shelter, if you have one, be ready to go there. If not, let's start thinking about where you're going to go in your home. Small room toward the center of the house on the first floor. Bathroom, hallway, closet. The idea there is to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Go ahead and decide now what you're going to take to cover your head. Helmets are great if you don't have those. Pillows from the bed, couch cushion pillows, things like that. Have them near you, because head injuries are one of the worst things, obviously, and one of the most frequent things if a tornado does affect whatever building that you are in. I want to go ahead and put on some strong shoes. I want to walk around in bare feet or flip-flops after a tornado moves on through. If you have prescription medicines that you want to keep with you, you want to go ahead and do that and keep those with you, eyeglasses, things like that. If you are in Texoma and know your neighbors may or may not be watching the television, go ahead and let them know you're covered in a tornado warning that's still a few miles off to the northwest. If you know somebody in Texoma and just southwest of Goodwell, you want to let them know too. The phone tree is one of the most important things that we can have going here. Let everybody know, and there's still time in Texoma to go ahead and download the News Channel 10 app. That will keep you informed on what's going on as well. I'm going to adjust this picture a little bit so we can see a few new things. And there's the update on the tornado warning. So that's going to go until 8 o'clock. It's parts of Cimarron County, southeastern part, northern portion of Sherman County, and Texas County as well. Continuing to watch the stream from Alex and Caleb. Nothing on the ground at this moment in time, which probably means, now that we've done a little update there, we could check in with Sheldon, and I'll go to his storm first. Let's do a little radar analysis on that one. And let me adjust my mapping just a little bit. So still no tornado on that one. It is a severe thunderstorm warning in Sudan and either side of Sudan on Highway 84. Definitely going to be some hail, at least 2-quarter size. And I'll go to Sheldon in just a second, but we still have these potential 2 rotation areas. There's a little notch, there's a pendant. There's a pendant that's trying to turn into a hook. So there's still the potential for some inflow there. But let's go ahead and get a report from Sheldon, who's been given great picture.
Look at it. We got air coming out of it, coming this direction to this. See, this is
Jolie, can you bring me my phone, please?
See, you're lowering right here. This is becoming your dominant.
All right, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so currently keeping an eye on this storm. So we have a bit of rotation right here. Possible wall cloud. You can see some dirt getting kicked up on the ground. Possible outflow from that storm. And then also seeing some signs of rotation over here. But I gotta show this. I'll try to zoom in a little bit down low. You can see a lot of dust getting kicked up right now. A lot of dust getting pulled along the ground, either out of or into a couple of these different storms. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. Watching, got a messy wall cloud right here just straight to our north on 3397 just south of Littlefield. But we got 2 updrafts here that are showing signs of rotation. So keeping a close eye on it for right now, guys.
Okay. Sheldon, you're on the westernmost rotation?
Sir Kevin, yeah, we're on that westernmost rotation right now. That right there, what you're looking at straight north of us, that's that westernmost rotation, and there's some signs of maybe rotation on Doppler on this cell right here that's just to our east, just a little ways, but this is that main one. That's that westernmost one that you're seeing right there on our feed.
Talk about graphically on radar what Sheldon's looking at. He's right in here. The big scary looking thing that he's showing on TV is this one, and then if he turns around, that one's not as well defined, but it is still having the potential to rotate there. And as I mentioned, you can have 2 on one storm, and they would be a couple miles apart, but that's moving eastward. The rotations will move south of Sudan, so good news there, but then southeast of Sudan and on toward Littlefield, that storm's going to be moving and developing in your direction. So no travel northwestward out of Littlefield, no travel southeastward out of Muleshoe, no tornado warnings yet. We're watching. That's the Lubbock Amarillo, or the Lubbock Weather Service office. They've not pulled the trigger on a tornado warning just yet, but they may at any time. So in Sudan, more so south of Sudan, and eventually Littlefield, you want to be very, very careful on that particular storm. Let's go back north, check on our new tornado warning that does now include parts of Sherman and Texas counties. That storm has moved past Keys, so you're in the clear. Next populated area would be Texoma and areas west of Highway 95. Let's check on our pictures there from Alex and Caleb. Guys, go right ahead.
Yeah, so we are still moving to the east.
We're about a mile from the Cimarron, Texas county line.
And this is the area of rotation that we're looking at right now. We have, seen this storm funnel several times. There is some rotation in it. So we're watching it really close.
2 minutes ago, we had a really defined funnel. We just couldn't see the ground to see if there's ground circulation to it or not, but it is still rotating pretty good.
Alrighty.
There.
So we're pulling over.
Yep. I'm just trying to find spots to where I'm kind of elevated up so we can see.
Zoom in on this a little bit.
Yeah.
You've got some major movement right there. See right in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're watching a live video of the tornado warned storm that's approaching Highway 54 there, back to the northwest of Texoma, Goodwill, and Guyman. Now, I've got a live shot from Guyman. Let me pull up the tower cam there, and you can also see on the radar the storm that we're talking about. So this is Guyman. Just know that we're keeping an eye on that. I think really the core of that storm is heading back closer to Goodwill and Texoma. So we'll pick that up and give you an update that we do have a tornado warning. The only tornado warning we have now includes, though, parts of Texas and also Sherman County, northern part of our area. We're looking at this radar sweep. Again, up there, we're focused certainly on the rotating part of the storm that has a history of some funnels and brief touchdowns when it came out of the northern part of Cimarron County. Now it's cruising on down to the southeast. Got Texoma, Goodwill on deck there to kind of really watch this. If you're in Guyman, you're going to catch some of the heavy rain, the lightning, hail core in there also, with the possibility of greater than golf ball size hail. Earlier we had baseballs falling around Keys, Oklahoma. So that hail core is still very much intact, pushing on down to the southeast. And of most concern is we have a tornado warning. It looks like we're definitely getting some appendages from the wall cloud area. So I'm going to kick it back out to our intercept crew there to give us an update. Beautiful shot. Tell us what folks up there need to know, Caleb.
Yeah, so really there is a lot of movement, a lot of rotation in this storm. We have seen several funnels, and we're still heading to our east along the same road, kind of keeping a good eye on this. But I mean, you can just see it, just rotating in there. There is just a lot of movement in this area. So if you're out and about and in here, now this is, kind of off the beaten path a little bit, but just be aware, because there is quite a bit of movement right here in this storm.
Okay, thanks, Caleb and Alex up there. That's great. I mean, we love having our own eyes right there. That way, even though we've got indications on radar, we get information about tornado warnings and everything, we know exactly what's going on. So that means you can also know exactly what's going on. If you're around Goodwill and Texoma, if you've stepped out to look at this thing, it's been approaching last hour or so. It's getting closer. It's a hail threat. Looks like the rotation area might have kind of cycled down for the time being, but it's got the history of doing that and then cranking right back up. So we're going to continue to watch that. Also, we've got the storm down to the south that's really beautiful, kicking up a lot of dirt. And if you're at Texoma Goodwell, we'll come back and take a look at that storm. But Sheldon, on standby there, you're tracking the storm in the southern part of the area. Get some pretty visuals. You want to give us an update on that?
Yeah, Dave, so we're currently on 54 heading east right now. So these two cells crashing into each other has really disrupted the structure. I mean, still a very beautiful storm, make no mistake about it. We're still seeing lots of dirt getting pulled up into it. But right now, these cells crashing into each other has really absolutely disrupted the flow of this storm and disrupted the rotation as well. Still a chance that it could cycle, so we're going to continue heading east to stay on this storm. But right now, really going to have to just watch it closely as see if it does try to recycle it all, Dave.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm going to give us kind of a radar update. We've got other storms that we're also kind of tracking. There's a storm up in the north. That's where Alex and Caleb are watching. This has had the history of some funnels as it pushed down out of Colorado and then down towards Keys. We've had some warnings for some big hail. It continues to make progress down to the southeast. So that's going to be approaching Texoma, Goodwell, and Guyman. Probably the core of that, mostly aimed at Goodwell. But also wanted to draw your attention to a couple of other storms that we have down in the southern part of the area. So you see the storm there at Littlefield, close to Littlefield. That's where Sheldon is. Just out of our area, we get back down towards Lubbock. It's been rough down there the last couple of days with numerous tornado and large hail producing storms. We have another one around Levelland. That's heading over towards Lubbock. But notice the northern part of the area, or at least the northern part of the area of storms. We've had kind of a breakaway area of storms that's gone severe. That's going to be the southern part of Briscoe County and over to Hall County. So that's over to Kittiquay and Turkey right now. It doesn't look like we have strong rotations in there, but this will be rain getting pretty heavy, a lot of lightning. You know, we have to watch out for the flood threat there also. So that's around Kittiquay and Turkey, but moving to the north and northeast. So we're going to put folks like Esteline, Memphis, Bryce, and even Headley on standby to maybe catch that storm a little bit later on. So just know that we're watching every storm out there. We've focused on the most dangerous ones as of late, but this is you know, kind of some of our newer development working into the southeastern part of the area. So once again, Kittiquay, Turkey, heavy rain, perhaps some small hail, some wind in there, a lot of lightning. If it continues on that track, places like Esteline, Memphis, and even over towards Childress, we may see storms develop that way sometime soon. But for the moment, it's the storms up in the northern part of the area. Keys, the storm has come through there. Looks like Eva, it's come through there. Now it's approaching Texoma, Goodwell, and Guyman. Kevin, you standing by to update on that, or just watching? Okay. Well, to tell you what, before we do that, let me show you the picture coming from the Oklahoma Panhandle that's heading down towards Goodwell. So Alex, Caleb, Kevin's about to pop back on with an update. We wanted to get kind of an eyewitness report from you. It looks like the outflow might be winning the battle for the time being. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yeah, so now we're heading a little bit more to our south.
Trying to go to the Texas-Oklahoma border.
You're trying to get to that Texas-Oklahoma border, so we're still keeping an eye on this storm, Dave. Just kind of watching all, because it, like you said, it has kind of had a history of, you know, cycling and getting the rotation back. So
I don't think the storm's done.
We're not seeing anything quite yet. Let's see.
It's kind of a hard time right now because we're driving south. So
Yeah.
It's kind of behind us.
So we're kind of and getting our bearings. So
Very good. Okay, good news there. That
still a healthy storm.
yeah.
Tornado on the ground there in that tornado warning area. Kevin has an update. Take
Okay,
it
let's
away.
get a radar projection on that storm. The distance here from Texoma, it's coming on about 10 miles northwest of town. It's moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So we're within 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of this storm getting to Texoma, getting near Goodwell, anywhere along 54 either side of Texoma. So again, about 10 miles inside, 10 to 20 minutes, depending upon the forward motion of this. I think we're seeing a little bit of cycling right now, meaning that it has dropped its hail core, and that means a little gust front is getting out ahead of it and disrupting the inflow, as Dave was mentioning a little bit, which is temporary good news. It can still reorganize, but these things like to feed on warm, moist, humid, unstable air as opposed to the cooler air. So when it drops that cooler air, that will disrupt it a little bit, which is why we're seeing that shelf cloud or that lowering from Caleb and Alex, but not seeing any kind of strong rotation at this point. Still could recycle, but once
Wind for now.
10 miles northwest of Texoma, and anywhere either side of Texoma on Highway 54, you're in a tornado warning that's in effect until 8 o'clock. We're at 7:29, basically 7:30 right now, so still some time left to go on that particular storm. Let's look at the broad view. The entire area, except for our eastern counties, are under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Most of the region, and easily several miles, 10, 20 miles or more north and south of Interstate 40, no development right now. I don't expect any in the next couple of hours, but later tonight, especially across the northeastern quarter of the region, and I'm talking about after midnight, there is that potential for some strong thunderstorm activity. Less likely with those would be severe, but some heavy rain, some brief gusty winds. So the entire region with a chance of some stronger thunderstorms as we go on through again the next couple of hours. Quick check on our storm that is northwest of Texoma now. Little hail core south of Eva. Obviously don't want to travel anywhere north, southwest, or northeast of Texoma right now because that storm is approaching. It is tornado warned, but visual confirmation of a tornado on the ground right now. We'll go forward, the southern portion of the region. We've had a couple of storms, and Dave just mentioned this one near Turkey. We'll come back to that in just a second, but let me mention this one on radar before we go to Sheldon. Now I think we're going to start to include Littlefield in heavy rain picking up, and rotation or strong winds and some hail picking up in Littlefield as well. So 385 southward to Littlefield, you're obviously in it right now. That's going to continue to move eastward. In fact, let me just move the projection on this a little bit so we can get an idea where that one is going. Go ahead, Dave.
Update on that tornado warning. I'll take it real quick here. They've trimmed out Cimarron County. So Cimarron County will not be in, and they're also going back to radar indicated.
Perfect.
Instead of observed. So that's kind of the latest update for that.
Okay, thanks, Dave. We know the Weather Service watches the streams, including ours, and Chasers getting reports in on social media and stuff like that. Again, nothing confirmed on the ground. So as opposed to the warning saying observed, it now says radar indicated, which means there is still that potential. And now we're again 10 miles, 9 miles to the northwest of Texoma. So we want to be prepared to go to our safe place there. Back on our Littlefield storm in the rotation. Well, let's talk about this one. That was the earlier rotation, the stronger one that Sheldon was looking at. They were sort of in between the two. That one has weakened, so the threat area has basically jumped as opposed to just moved several miles to the east. And with this southeastward motion, that's going to put Littlefield in the path of this. At this moment, you are not included in either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, but I do believe that you will be within the next couple of minutes as that hail core, potential hail core, moves on in. So that would go towards Spade as well. So anywhere, don't travel northwest out of Littlefield. Don't want to travel, obviously, north of Littlefield there, as that thunderstorm is continuing to show signs that it wants to rotate a little tighter, put down a tornado. But Sheldon's on that storm. In fact, I think we can go to him. We haven't had an update from Sheldon in just a little bit. Sheldon, go ahead. Where are you?
Yeah, we're heading down 54 right now, Kevin, looking for our next southerly option. I mean, we're right underneath the main part of the rotation right now. We're going to head down County Road 161 here, 1490 here, but we're under the main part of the rotation. I mean, you can see just the discoloring in the sky right now. I mean, these low-hanging clouds. Still seeing some signs of rotation, maybe not quite as it was earlier, but still seeing some signs of rotation here as we're getting ready to go 1490 south and hopefully get a better view of this, different vantage point here, Kevin. So I'm going to send things back to you for right now, is trying to get a better vantage point on this storm. We'll holler if we see anything.
Sheldon, before you go, I saw a couple of cars on the side of the road there, other chasers, but we're all family here. Tell us who your chase partner is, Sheldon. Okay, thanks for the update. We got a bunch of trained eyes and experienced eyes on that storm that, again, is now getting to within 5 to 6, 7 miles west and northwest of Littlefield. Still no tornado reported, but the potential is absolutely there. Somebody call me? No? Oh, okay. So 2 storms, northern portion of the region, southern portion of the region. We're continuing to watch them as they continue to generally move in a southeasterly direction. The entire area under a severe a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. But most of the region outside of those 2 storms is fairly quiet right now. But that said, Dave mentioned this somewhat chaotic looking storm, not real well organized, but in and around Kittiquay, Turkey, north of Northfield, there's the potential for some hail there. That's anywhere along Highway 86 in between Turkey and Estillene. South of Memphis, Estillene, and then northwest of Childress, all along 287. Prepare for rain to come through your area with some potential hail. Doesn't look like large hail at this moment, but a couple of quarter-size hailstones, again, in between Memphis and Childress, certainly potential on that particular storm there. We'll go backwards, check on our northern storm. Well, before we do that, we got the notch coming in. Now, there's a couple things going on here. The notch, see the orange right there? That suggests some strong inflow, but then this little pendant suggests it's going to interrupt, which is good news. We don't want a tornado. So that little pendant right there was going to interrupt that inflow and that rotation. But now, again, in Littlefield, expect heavy rain to pick up in the next 5 minutes. I think we're beyond that point of pulling the car in the garage or pulling up the garbage cans or anything like that. Let's go ahead and stay inside. Know that some of this hail that is eventually coming could come down at an angle. Stay away from the windows. But that, again, is in Littlefield. We're going to watch this very carefully over the next couple of scans, and we're also watching the Doppler velocity scans to show rotation. We'll keep an eye on those as they get a little closer to Littlefield. But now in Littlefield, I think your point at which you need to stay where you are is there. No tornado warning, but heavy rain and hail coming in. And again, a pretty good notch just a couple of miles to your west and southwest and moving definitely in your direction. Going further down the highway, eventually, Anton lets know that you are in the path of that, and that again is along Highway 84. So let me jump back to our northern storm. If we hadn't mentioned it, Cimarron County was cleared from the tornado warning, which is good news for Cimarron County. Nothing behind you right now. I'll talk about the potential of new storms later on tonight, but there's something of a ragged notch right there. Just that's probably inside of 10 miles now, northwest of Texoma. Here's Highway 54, so it's going to cross here within the next 10 minutes from Goodwell southward through Texoma. In Stratford, we haven't mentioned you. You're not in the warning. You're in the watch, but I don't see any of that storm right now developing that far southward. So it will continue to move southeastward out in open country, well northwest of Groover. But if it holds together, you could be under that storm's influence in maybe an hour or so. It looks like it's going to miss Guyman as well. Let's go. I think we got some good pictures from Caleb and Alex. Let's go ahead and take a look at that storm there from their perspective. Caleb, Alex, can you tell us again? To Texoma.
We're about 5 miles to the west of Texoma. Sorry, we were there for quite some time. This storm is really ramping up in rotation. We had a really good rotating wall cloud. This storm is trying to
Oh, I thought you've got a lowering.
Okay, Caleb and Alex, thanks for tornado warned storm. And Caleb, Alex, if you can hear me, I think, unless that's Sheldon, we're getting the mic noise from Sheldon. Okay. So Caleb and Alex are on that. It's the only tornado warned storm, which is officially in effect at this moment for another 22 minutes until 8 o'clock. I think before that time it will get to the southeastern portion of this polygon, which means it will move through and then to the southeast of Texoma, and we'll see if the Weather Service wants to extend that, but they haven't done it right now. So currently the tornado warning includes the southwestern portion of Texas County, the north central portion of Sherman County until 8 o'clock. So we continue to see that southeastward motion. In Guyman, you may get a little bit of rain. I think you're probably a little too far to get any hail out of that. It's not out of the question, but I think you're too far to the east of that storm. We are watching the tower cam there. We get some good pictures from that. And in fact, I may have it in my show. Let me back up a little bit and see. I think I can get it. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, we're just know that if you're in Guyman, we are tracking, watching that storm getting closer. I don't think you're going to take the brunt of the hail core or the rotation area, but you know, things change. We'll have eyes on it coming into Guyman. And quick update: tornado watch. One tornado warning that Kevin has been tracking very carefully. Does not include any Cimarron County anymore, but it does include that southwest corner of Texas County, including the city of Texoma, not Goodwill. But Texoma does not include Stratford, but it does include parts of Highway 54 there between Stratford and Texoma. There's the storm making a beeline from northwest to southeast. In Texoma and Goodwill, you're going to take the heart of that storm, it looks like. Guyman, you'll take a fringe effect, it looks like. Also, we have the storm down to the south where Sheldon is and family around Littlefield. Major hail threat down that way. And we have had some rotations, but we've had a lot of blowing dust and a lot of low-hanging stuff. Not really a tight rotation there, so good news. Other storms in the area, a little bit of an uptick around Kittiquay and Turkey. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to take the eastern part of Briscoe County off to the east of Silverton, and then the southern part of Hall County. Now, if you're up in Memphis, we've had some cells developing there. They're just not severe in nature as far as hail or strong wind. There is a lightning threat. And this time of year, when a lot of folks are outdoors, a lot of the time, get out and look at the storm clouds. Please make sure that you're in shelter, really. I mean, you're watching from your porch or out the window. You don't want to be right out there watching. That's where the lightning threat is. A little bit of an eastern tick. So places like Esteline, Northfield, and then into Childress County. I think the storms are going to develop that way in some time. Now, some of the more menacing storms in the area at the moment are actually back and south of Lubbock. You see that storm between Lubbock and Brownfield rotating. We've been watching some chaser feeds down that way of some tornadic activity, and then down to the southeast, approaching Jayton and Guthrie. Just huge supercells down that way with heavy rain, hail, and a tornado threat. So just know that the big storms down that way are south of our area and not moving up towards us at the moment. Now, if we take a look at back in our area, kind of going back in reverse, Memphis, Esteline, and Childress, be on standby. Severe thunderstorm warning out there in Hall County. Bulk of that is around Turkey and looks like probably Caprock Canyons. Sheldon on that storm. We do have I'm going to take you up to our northern storm here where we have the tornado warning, and Alex and Caleb have a wider shot. And Kevin, you'll want to see this. This is more mothership-like. This is really cool. So Alex and Caleb, why don't you give us an update? We just let the folks down at Goodwill and Texoma know that it's coming. Looks like you get a nice beaver tail in there on a nice supercell. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, I mean, the structure on this storm is just gorgeous. We are still, seeing some rotation in the storm, so we're keeping an eye on it. Oh, that might be a funnel.
That's what I was looking at.
Let's see.
Maybe getting a funnel here.
I'll keep an eye right. Oh, let's go in.
Right there. That's good.
Okay, Kevin, on you.
Okay. I've got Guyman behind me. That's not.
You got him in the box up there.
Oh, can we put Alex and Caleb behind me? I'll talk about that particular storm since they're watching it so closely.
No, we can't do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I can get. We can't get them behind me. All right, let's go back to radar. We can use Max 1 if you want.
Okay, you're on.
Okay, so that's our Guyman storm. We're continuing to watch to the west. Guyman, I think that you're okay with regard to any tornadic activity, severe activity. Here's the broader view right now. Again, a little overview. Oh, and I got a new, I'll come to that new severe thunderstorm warning in just a second. But broader view, and I've just been looking at the satellite images for any new cloud development. Let me make the point that from Dalhart and Dumas, Borger, Canadian southward, and Hereford, Clarendon northward, all this area right here. You are under the tornado watch, but I don't really see any indication of any development. So for at least the next couple of hours, I think either side of Interstate 40, including Amarillo, I think we're pretty quiet. Things are fairly quiet, and should that remain that way for the time being. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes east of the tornado warning. Guyman, you are not included in that. If you're getting some rain now, that'll move past in the next couple of minutes. The tornado warning storm is right here. That warning again until 8 o'clock, which is another about 15 minutes. So within the next 5 to 10 minutes, the Weather Service will make a decision on whether they want to pull that further to the southeast or not. Eventually, with the southeast movement of that storm, Groover, you might be affected with that, but that's well over an hour away. Just know that it's out there and continuing on. So in Texoma, if you haven't checked with your neighbors, if you haven't called anybody there, now's the time. You're under a tornado warning. If they haven't figured that out, they need to know. Get on the phone. Let's go ahead for Texoma and review our safety plan. Storm shelter, obviously, if you have one. If not, first floor, lowest floor of the building that you're in, toward the center of the house. The idea there is twofold. Small rooms provide more structural integrity. I was in one of the homes in Canyon that had the tornado a couple of weeks ago. Large room, ceiling came down. Hallways, bathrooms, closets, because the walls are supporting that, stayed more intact. So small room toward the center of the house. Also toward the center of the house puts more walls between you and the outside and the flying debris. So that's why we do suggest that. Something to cover up your head. Even the coat closet in the hallway. Right now is the time, right now, to get anything out of there. The vacuum cleaner or whatever may be in there so that you can move into that safe space very, very quickly. Take something to cover your head. Helmets are great. Head injuries are terrible and far too frequent in tornado situations. So something to cover your head like a helmet, cushions from the sofa, pillows from the sofa, something from the bed, something like that to protect your head. Strong shoes. Once this storm moves by, there could be some damage, not only to the house, but out and about that you're going to want to go and look at. You don't know what's been blown around. You don't want any broken wood, any glass, any nails, anything like that that you want to walk on or step on. So some strong shoes. If you've gone home and kicked them off, put on your flip-flops or your slippers, something like that. Let's go ahead and change that in and around Texoma right now. So debris cause a problem there. Something to a coat, jacket, sweatshirt, something like that, because once it comes by, it will be noticeably cooler. Get your prescription medications together with you in a Ziploc bag. Go ahead and do that right now. You want to keep those with you. Eyeglasses, reading glasses, something like that. Anything that you want to have with you that could get blown around, go ahead and do that now. That's the tornado plan, because you're under a tornado warning with a storm that is now just within a mile or two, maybe 3 at the outside of coming through Texoma. Further to the north along Highway 54, rain is picking up, but the hail, especially within, I'd say, 5 miles northwest of town, is going to pick up. So you obviously don't want to be driving in that. And as I look, we got probably a new notch developing there. So it's probably time to check in with Alex and Caleb and get a visual representation. Other service as well, and us. Guys, go ahead and give us a report.
Yeah, Kevin. So we are
in Texoma.
We're in Texoma.
On the west side.
We are on the west side. We're looking at the, the rotating part of this storm, and there is a lot of motion in it. It's just, I mean, you can see it from just cranking, really.
The tornado is intimate. Oh, wait. Okay.
Let's see. Hold on.
I'm gonna go get it.
Okay, we're repositioning. Hold on, guys. Oh, that's way too early.
What? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'll get there. I'll get there.
We're going to go into town now.
So we're heading into Texoma right now. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so that's our crew in Texoma. Of course, just right up the road a piece, we got Guyman, and we're watching the storm also from our camera there in Guyman. Again, I think pretty good news in Guyman is that we're going to miss the hail core. It looks like certainly the rotating area that we've got good eyes on out there. Just a great shot. We'll, again, if we get anything on the ground, we'll certainly let you know. Just while we're at it, we'll add on a few things. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning That does include Goodwell. Gets down into the northern part of Hansford County, not quite to Groover. So we're going to watch that for mainly wind and hail. Again, the tornado warning, and we have not had tornado touchdowns, I'd say, within the last half hour. We did have some real well-defined funnels and a confirmed touchdown. I think it was kind of brief. But we do have a pretty good wall cloud up there, and I do see some motion. So this is worth going back to Alex and Caleb for a kind of a play-by-play. Again, they're in Texoma. Looks like a rotating wall cloud. You guys confirm that?
Yeah, Dave, that is definitely rotating. You can see the left to right movement. Just, I mean,
There's little
spinning
fingers
out.
coming down.
In fact, we might have a funnel right now. Let's see. Just a few minutes ago, we thought we saw it tube a little bit.
I gotta go. Someone's getting out of their driveway.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
We're
yeah.
in Texoma. Take shelter now. Yep.
We're in
There it is.
Texoma where we have a funnel. The sirens are going off in Texoma. If you were in Texoma, you need to take cover now. Go to your safe
almost
space.
right over town.
Sirens going off in Texoma right now. We do have a rotating wall cloud
And a funnel.
so you need to take shelter right now. As Kevin said, go to your safe space, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a helmet, make sure that you put your helmet on, cover your head with pillows and blankets. Make sure that you wear shoes. Okay, we are in town
I
now.
gotta figure out where I'm going now.
Okay. The sirens are going off. It looks like the rotation is to the
Stay inside, not just because
North.
of tomorrow. There's a lot of people out here.
yeah. We've got lots of cars, lots of traffic.
This whole town is just
Yeah, we got you, Sheldon.
crazy. Every single chaser's out here.
Right now we're funneling
I don't
up
have
to
visual.
Texoma.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, I think I do. There it is.
You're clear.
Yep, you're clear. Go. Okay. Sirens still
Caleb, Alex, I
sounding.
noticed you made a turn. What highway are you on? Are you on the main highway?
We're on 54.
We're on 54.
Okay, they're on 54.
We're
Looks
about
like
to
they're
get on
heading
95.
northeast. And so the rotation will likely be the northern half of town to try and get specific. That doesn't mean on the southern portion of town you can come on out. Let's just go and let's know that rotations can absolutely kind of shift with regard to this. So go ahead anywhere in Texoma. Go ahead and be in your safe place. If you know somebody there who may not be paying attention, let's go ahead and call them, get on the phone. Most likely they're hearing the sirens at this point, but they may not be. So this phone network, the community network that you have in and around Texoma, let's get that working and get everybody in their safe spot. Little Family Dollar there, kind of a location.
There. You'll come up a bunch, I'm sure.
We're on Oklahoma 95.
We still got a signature. There. Sorry, we got a visual. We still got a low ring there.
Yeah. I have to watch the road here, but just
Yeah. I'll watch the camera. You watch the road. I would say that the rotation is probably still there. Not only, is there rotation, but you can see, that behind there is, quite a bit of hail as well.
We're on Oklahoma 95 right now, heading east.
So we are east of Texoma at this point, still watching the rotating part of this storm. And yes, there is still some rotation on it. I don't see a funnel necessarily at this point, but definitely a lowering.
Zoom out.
Okay,
Zoom
just
out.
a reminder
Here.
then, the
Top
tornado warning
part.
storm
Tilt up.
that is portions of Texas
Right there.
County and Sherman County, specifically Texoma. Tornado warning storm until 8 o'clock. In Texoma, if the rain has not picked up for you yet, and the hail, it will within minutes. And the potential for quarter-size hail, probably even ping pong ball-size hail, is absolute in this storm. So once the rain starts, you'll have just a minute or two before you get into some heavy rain, and it looks
About to look like it's getting kind of gate to gate.
minutes, probably less than 10. But the primary threat, again, is going to be for Texoma, and not only tornado, rotation, but also some large hail. Dave, you want to take over and comment for a minute?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out actually where that tornado warning is and point out that it does not include Stratford, it does not include Goodwill or Guyman. It's mainly that Texoma area, right where our intercept crew is. And we're watching their stream. If we get a funnel or a tornado or a rapid rotation, we'll definitely bring them right back up. They're standing by play. Looks like lightning kind of ticking up there. But here's the radar, and this is what Kevin was talking about. That's a pretty significant hail core that has just brushed Goodwill and just looks like it's going to be on the north end of Texoma, moving to the southeast. So for the city of Texoma, we know the sirens have blown. We did have a well-defined funnel there. Not sure it quite touched down. We'll hear from our crew out there again in a few moments. But there's what we're tracking, and that's the dangers. I think the rotation is about 3 miles northeast of Texoma, 2 to 3 miles northeast, and pretty much right on 54. So if you're in Texoma, certainly you need to be sheltered up or watching really carefully, ready to dive into that safe place. It's certainly a supercell with a history of rotations and funnels and occasional tornado touchdowns. We've had a few of those. It also had baseball hail back at Keys, and now it's made its track down across most of Texas County. Now coming into Texoma and Goodwill. If you're in Goodwill, you're going to be in and out of hail. It looks like heavy rain. If you're in Guyman, you're going to miss the hail. You're going to catch some of the rain. Most of that probably wrapping up now. Some gusty winds out there and a big lightning threat. So we're zeroed in on that area between Texoma and Goodwill on Highway 54 as that storm moves to the southeast. We do have a tornado warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning. You see the yellow box, and that does not include Guyman either. So that's going to be Goodwill down into the northern part of Hansford County, but right now that warning is staying to the north of Groover. So just know that we're watching it on radar. We got information coming in from storm spotters. We have our own intercept crew right in there. It's a very spectacular, scenic storm, and I think we'll check in with Alex and Caleb. Looks like that lightning's really picking up, and we'll also see.
Warning coming out for that Texoma storm.
Okay, that just popped up. Okay. Okay, here's the latest on that. You see the new red box there, polygon you might call it. That's the tornado warning area. Let me slide that up to the north just a little bit, and you'll be able to see the southern extent of that warning. Okay, so we've been focused on Texoma and Goodwill. Now it's got a lot of territory to track before it approaches another community. Right now we're going to recommend folks in Texoma really be at their high alert status, ready to dive in. Looks like our crew's kind of repositioning, heading down to the southeast. But we're looking at the likelihood or possibility of tennis ball size hail, and we may have seen some of that in Goodwill. I think that's going to track just off to the east of Texoma and then cross the state line. That hail core is just almost on the state line. between Texas County and really just the northeast corner of Sherman County, northwest corner of Hansford County. If you're in Groover or anywhere north of there, we're going to put you on standby as that storm rapidly approaches. Let's get a latest with our Storm Intercept crew there. Looks like you guys are repositioning. Farm to Market 1290 off to the northwest of Groover. What's the latest? You guys seen anything of note or anything we need to know on that storm that you guys have seen? Take it away, Caleb.
Quite a bit of inflow as we were leaving town. A lot of dust getting kicked up. And so we're still in an area of circulation funnels or, anything that looks like it might be fingering out or anything like that.
May pull off here in just a second. We're eventually going to be on 15 here soon. If that gives you an idea of where we're located right now.
Yeah.
But we are located on 1290 right now.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're on, Kevin.
Okay, we're continuing to watch the stream from Caleb and Alex. I'll give you a little update on this new tornado warning once again. There's nothing interrupting the inflow, what we call inflow to this storm. It's going to feed on warm, moist, humid, unstable air that's flowing in from the southeast. Temporarily, as the storm cycles a little bit, it weakens and it strengthens again. It can start to try and ingest its own cooler air, but that usually means it's just going to create a new updraft, which would be some strengthening and the potential for rotation once again. But the broader picture, let me say, coming in from the southeast is very warm, humid, unstable air. Dew points well into the 60s. When you get the dew point above 60, that's unstable. We've seen dew points in Amarillo today, 65 plus. So let me zoom down on this. The rotation right there just to the northeast, couple miles northeast of Texoma, is now crossing the highway. In fact, that image is probably a minute or two old. So the rotation is now crossed the highway. It's going to move out of Texas County into Sherman County, right near the county junction, because Hansford County is included in this new warning as well. So that southeastern movement will continue. Yes, sir.
Confirming ping pong balls and golf balls in Goodwill.
In Goodwill. Okay, so we talked about the potential for golf. We're confirmed now golf ball and ping pong ball size in Goodwill. That's probably ending within the next 5 minutes, but note that that cell right over the highway is going to continue to produce that type of activity, and that will move toward Highway 136 south of Guyman. And again, Guyman, I think that you're in the clear on this. So close-up view on this, Texoma, I think we were spared. We had a pretty significant funnel cloud there, but that's just on the northeast side of town. That's the notch. There could be a new notch there closer to town, but that will be moving again into Sherman County in the next couple of minutes. So Texoma, please let's stay in your safe place for a couple of more minutes, and then we'll clear you once that moves just a few more miles off to the southeast. Speaking of south, let's go to our southern region. Number of thunderstorms, some big ones once again in and around Lubbock, but the storm that Sheldon is on looks like it's trying to create a new inflow notch right there and a new pendant just north of Anton. That one is not tornado warned at this point, never has been, but it is severe thunderstorm warned. So now we've got that potential for golf ball, ping pong ball size hail. In fact, the likelihood around where it says Spade there, looking upstream for that one. Now we're going to get into more populated areas. So from Hale Center southward along I-27, especially in Abernathy and eventually on toward New Deal, the movement in there is almost due east. So Abernathy, it's still about 20 miles to your west, but it's moving eastward pretty quickly. In between Hale Center and Abernathy, we got a hail core coming. Again, golf ball size hail, certainly possible. It's still a few minutes away, but if you know anybody that's going to try and travel south out of Hale Center, north out of Lubbock, north out of Abernathy, we don't want that for at least the next 45 minutes to an hour. Pretty good notch on there. It's probably a good time to check in with Sheldon, who has time to Sheldon, where are you?
Yeah, Kevin, so currently we are just outside of Anton right now, keeping a close eye on it, but basically the way this storm's kind of sorting out a little bit, there's kind of some rain getting in our way, really giving us a hard time getting a good view of it, but this is us pulling into Anton right now. Still seeing some pretty impressive structure, of course. This is a storm that's warned for some large hail. But so far, it's still hard to make out any solid rotation. As you can see, some impressive structure. You can kind of see that green tint there in the middle of the storm right there where some of that strong hail probably is. But no eyes on rotation right now, but still some pretty impressive structure, Kevin.
Sheldon, thanks very much. Again, Abernathy going to be next in line for this storm in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Did you have something, Dave?
Nope, just your own.
Okay. Again, the hail core probably going to Abernathy and areas just north on Interstate 27. You've got plenty of time in those areas. You're not under the warning yet, but anything you want to bring inside that you don't want to be interacting with some large hail, you got time to do that in Abernathy. Anywhere either side of Interstate 27 northward to Hail Center and probably north from New Deal as well. So that storm continuing to move eastward. Sheldon is watching it. If I'm in front of it here, let's talk about that little notch. Those are one of the early signs that we look for that the storm is ingesting a lot of warm, humid, unstable air. It's flowing very, very quickly, and that's what's creating this little notch right there. And then right on the west side of that, we would look for some rotation. Don't see it right now. It's not tornado warned. That's the Lubbock National Weather Service office. We're continuing to watch that. Of course, keep you posted. Some heavy thunderstorm activity either side now of 287 in between Childress and Memphis. This is going to continue to move eastward, and probably within the next hour will move out of our area. Just a little comment, you see that kind of line right there where it looks like it's weakening? That's not weakening. That's actually interference on the radar based in Amarillo at the airport. It's the tower there that's blocking the signal a little bit from the Amarillo airport. So it's not weakening, but it's also not severe. We're not under a severe thunderstorm warning from Childress through Memphis along 287, but there is some hail that will likely continue off and on, very briefly, maybe some diamond nickel-size hail stones, and let's give that another easily 10, 15 minutes at the outside in the 287 corridor, again, south of Memphis. And rain will pick up in Childress here in the next few minutes. In fact, we probably want to look at the Childress tower cam if we can before too long, because the rain will pick up there. So currently, tornado warning across the northern portion of the region. It's officially until 8:45, only about 6 minutes after the hour right now. I'm going to jump back to that storm, and we'll also check in just a minute after we kind of evaluate it with Caleb and Alex. So rotation is now moved to the east of Texoma. Let's stay in your safe place if you're there. Television up loud enough to hear us, not so loud that you can't hear what's going on around. But I think we'll probably get you in the clear in the next 5 minutes, in that the rain will stop here in the next few minutes. Could be still a couple of hailstones. But now, thankfully, we're going to move out into open country, southern portions of Texas County here. This is the northeastern part of Sherman County and the northwestern part of Hansford County. And so the corridor, the Highway 136 corridor southward out of Guyman, that is going to start to pick up some hail here in the next couple of minutes. We've had some amazing chasers for the News Channel 10 team on these storms, providing some amazing pictures. Let's check in on that storm that we're looking at now near Texoma. And gentlemen, you see what looks like a shelf cloud way off in the distance there.
Yeah, so we're kind of redirecting. We had to backtrack just a little bit because the road we were on would curve into that hail core. So
we're about 2.5 miles to 15. We'll probably end up in Groover. People in Groover, you're not under the warning, I don't think, but just be prepared, you know, because this storm is pretty mean. So if I was in Groover, I'd be getting ready. So let's see here.
All right, thanks, guys. Keep an eye out there. Kevin earlier mentioned we ought to start looking from Childress. So guess what? There's a shot from Childress. They're watching. So far, they haven't been really potent, but we've got some strong storms, and we'll show you on radar here coming up just a few minutes. But that's a shot from Childress. I also wanted to show you this, kind of an interesting shot. This is the storm that has been tornado warned up around Texoma, Goodwell, and approaching Groover. This is what it looks like from Amarillo. So looking well to the north, that's the top of the storm, just almost due north of Amarillo. So it's way on up there. Nothing around the Amarillo area at this time. Quick update, there's the tornado warning area coming out of Texas County, a little chunk of Sherman County, and a chunk of Hansford County. It's mainly Texoma towards Groover, although Groover not involved in that warning right now. And just know that we do have a crew watching that storm very carefully. This one right here. If you're in Goodwill, the ping pong ball, the golf ball hail you had earlier has now shifted down to the southeast, pretty much over the state line. If you're Guyman, you got off pretty easy, just getting brushed with some rain, just a little lightning up that way, and a little bit of wind, but nothing too serious. If you're in Texoma, you know, you've been close to the danger area, but it looks like the hail core sliding off just off to your east there. So there's some good news. And also the rotating area has passed both Texoma and Goodwill. It's pretty much on the state line east of Texoma by about 4 or 5 miles. That's going to push on down into the northern part of Hansford County, well to the northwest of Groover, but that storm looks like it's kicking down there at about 25, 30 miles per hour. Definitely going to be something that we'll be watching as it moves your way. As we get a little further down to the south, here's the storm that Sheldon has been watching all the way from New Mexico, heading off to the east. I'm looking at his video right now. Looks like they're getting out ahead of that. Doesn't look like we have tight rotations, and as Kevin mentioned earlier, it is shifting kind of east now, turning a little more east. Abernathy just might get clobbered by some large hail, and we'll also recommend, if you had travel plans to Lubbock tonight, nix those for the time being. You need to let this stuff move on off to the east and out before you even attempt a drive that way. Again, that's going to be the southern part of Hale County down towards Abernathy, where we might be looking at very large hail. Golf balls or even tennis balls are going to be possible there. Also, here's what we're looking at from Childress with storms developing there. Again, these for the moment are non-severe. We did have warnings back into Hall County, but right now we're looking at mainly just some good old rain coming up into Memphis and Esteline. Childress right now non-severe, but should it intensify a little bit, we might have more of a hail threat. Certainly no tornadoes down that way, but if you're around Esteline, Childress, and even up to Wellington and Dodson, lightning threat is going to be very real for the next hour or so. So we'll continue to monitor that. And then also we mentioned we have giant, very dangerous storms just outside of our viewing area. You see the storm that Sheldon is on, that's going to be approaching Abernathy. You see a storm that has hit the south side of Lubbock. It's pushing down towards Lynn County, it looks like. So places down south of Lubbock, really under the gun. And then from Post over to Jayton, we've had some tornadic activity down that way. But for us, really, it's kind of 3 clusters. We got the one there, Childress County, non-severe. There's one just outside of our viewing area. And most importantly, of course, is the storm we have in the northern part of our area that's coming out of Texas County, coming out of the Oklahoma Panhandle, and will cross into Texas here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Once again, Texoma, Goodwill, you're pretty much in the clear from any tornadic activity. I can't completely give you a green light because you're still in a lightning threat. And we still have lowered and wall clouds, looks like, coming into Texas. So let's check in with Alex and Caleb. Real good pictures coming out of that area. Looks like maybe a wall cloud. What are you guys seeing up that way, Alex, Caleb?
Yeah, Dave. So we are watching this area right here. That is the area that we're seeing, you know, where the rotation is on radar. Looks like there might, you know, be a wall cloud.
There's a report of 3-inch hail.
Yeah. If you're in the line of that hail, I would say, you know, go inside, stay away from windows, and you know that's also partly what we're trying to do as well, to stay away from that hail.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if I zoom out a little bit, I mean, you can just see this thing is a beast. So, but we're here, we're keeping an eye on it.
What's that right there?
It's,
Let's try to drop a funnel.
might have another funnel here, Dave.
Yeah, we can see
It's
that.
breaking up.
It broke up. Okay. So, like I said, this storm is funneled numerous times.
Still rotating.
And it's still rotating. So we're just here. We're keeping an eye on it so that if it does drop, you know, a tornado, then we can keep people
We're
informed.
heading to Groover right now.
continuing to watch some amazing pictures. We can also watch from a distance. This is our Lake Meredith Tower Camp. You can see that storm that Caleb and Alex are on rising up into the atmosphere there. Beautiful pictures from there. Okay, let's take a broad view first. Let me go back to the entire Panhandle area. All of our New Mexico counties, most of our Texas counties and Oklahoma counties, except the eastern ones. Oh, and Childress County, I will note, has been added because obviously there's storms still going through there, but that's been added to the tornado watch. I'll drill down and show you that in just a second. But this tornado watch, all the counties in yellow, that's in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. So the storm potential does continue for several more hours. Here's our tornado warned storm until 8:45. Current time is just about 8:15. We got a notch there. We may have another notch, developing notch there. So again, these have sort of been cycling. It appears that they put out a little bit of a shelf cloud, a little bit of a miniature cold front in the colder air, and that maybe weakens them a little bit. And then that cold air gives up and it's feeding on the warm, moist inflow that's coming in from the southeast. And so I think we're seeing some cycling there. In fact, kind of proves that. We dropped on the purple right there on the hail for just a few minutes, and now that is increasing as well. So next town, still half hour to 45 minutes away, is Groover. There doesn't seem to be any reason that this storm will decrease in intensity. Groover, you are not. Spearman, you are not currently in the tornado warning, but given this southeastward movement right now, I think within the next half hour we may see some action on Groover and Spearman. Don't need to go to your safe place now, but this is the perfect time to think, okay, in the building that I'm in, where am I going to go? All the things we've been saying: small room toward the center of the house, bathroom, hallway, closet, something to cover up your head, get some shoes on your feet. You don't need to do that in Groover or Spearman right now, but that potential is going to exist. So I don't see this thing necessarily slowing down or dissipating anytime soon. So that's our northern storm in Texoma. We hadn't cleared you yet, or if we have, let's go ahead and say you're in the clear. Tornado watch is, the warning rather, is just on the southeast side of town, but the storm has moved past you. Much later tonight, there could be some scattered thunderstorm activity, less likely to be severe, but if you've been waiting for an all clear in Texoma, I think you're okay there. Same story in Goodwell. If it has stopped raining where you are, go ahead and come on out. There still could be a couple of hailstones, but that hail core has moved south of you and really kind of clearing up now on the Highway 54 corridor. So Texoma, I think you're in the clear. You want to go ahead and come out. Nothing imminent heading in your direction. So let's talk about Sheldon storm, and we'll come back to him in just a second. But now we've been talking about the hail potential from Abernathy and Hale Center along Highway 27. That is going to move eastward, and now we're within 10 minutes of extremely heavy rain and hail hitting the highway. So anybody traveling north from Abernathy, New Deal, obviously not where you want to be. Let's take a look at Sheldon's picture. He's got a gorgeous picture.
Yes, that's right, Kevin. So keeping an eye on this right now, as you kind of see that green and, well, that hail that's, you know, right there in the middle, that light color that you see off in the distance, that's that large hail right now. But, I mean, you can kind of follow that, what we call the beaver tail cloud, all the way across right there. I mean, so seeing some amazing sights from out here. We're just outside of New Deal a little ways, but seeing just a, I mean, beautiful structure on this storm right now, Kevin. It looks like, I mean, what some might think is a funnel right there. I don't think that's what we're seeing right there. We'll keep an eye on it, but that's not a funnel that we're seeing there. I could definitely see where folks might think that is pretty funnel shaped, and it is funnel shaped, but I don't think that's where the rotation is at its strongest, so I don't think that's a funnel we're seeing, but we will watch that. But really keeping a very close eye. I mean, beautiful shots that we're getting here right now.
Thanks, Sheldon. Yeah, very beautiful. You see why sometimes some cloud features get erroneously named tornadoes or reported as tornadoes, and that's why we love having our teams out there, you know, experienced eyes that can tell the difference. Quick update, Childress now getting thunder and lightning. We got that on the camera right here. There's a nice cloud to ground shot just right on cue. So folks in Childress, you know, you're not going to catch a tornado here, I don't think. Probably not large hail, but that lightning, it could be just as dangerous, just as deadly as any element we face. So make sure folks are in out of that. Hopefully you get some good rain. This is live from Childress right there. You can see the rain taking place as we speak. Now, a couple other updates here for you. There's our tornado warning that continues. That storm pushing down to the southeast. And Kevin, we got confirmed reports of 3-inch hail over at Goodwell. So that's getting us up to baseballs. And the warning The warning has been updated to indicate hail up to baseball size, as that now pushes in to Hansford County. That's getting closer to Groover. So I'm going to adjust my my shot here just a little bit, and you can see that Texoma, Goodwill now in the clear. Now in the clear. We don't have to worry about any more hail or rotations for Texoma, Goodwill. However, now we're more interested in Groover and Spearman. Certainly a big hail threat. It's already, I mean, we can tell you that it's got tennis ball to baseball size hail in there. Going to be some strong wind, and it tends to cycle and produce.
Report of a baseball. Locals firm reported a 3.6 inches.
Where?
That would be 2 east-southeast of Texoma.
Okay, that hail core moved just east of Texoma, and we have reports of, did you say 3.6?
3.6.
3.6 inch hailstone. That gets us up really closer to softball size. So that may be sporadically mixed in there. Tennis balls plus, tennis ball up to softball size, certainly very damaging, very destructive, and very dangerous. So you can see why we're kind of concerned about Groover and Spearman. And we'll continue to watch that. We'll be back with an update on that here coming up. Did want to update us on the storm down just south of our area, really. But we have a lot of interest, and you know, you don't have to be in our area to pick up our stream. You can get that from anywhere, just like last night when we tracked tornadoes into Lubbock. You know, we got a big audience there, so we're providing information to whoever needs it. That's going to include Abernathy, and that's where we have the, you know, probably golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Sheldon's watching that for us and still has a beautiful shot. You want to give us the latest on this and tell us exactly where you are and where you think that hail core is and what you're seeing down there, Sheldon.
We're getting to...
Yeah, Dave, so we are currently on FM 1729, straight north of shallow water right now. Keeping an eye on this storm, like you said. I mean, getting an eye on that hail core. Looks to be straight to our north. From what I saw earlier, it looked to be just to the east of Highway 84, but as you can still see, this storm is still pulling a lot of moisture into it right there. You can kind of see that green tinge to the clouds. I'll kind of get you a slightly closer up shot as you can see the different colors right there. Seeing a lot of low level, what we call scud, being pulled up into it as well, but still no discernible funnels, but watching the rotation carefully. But this thing is, as y'all have well documented, is major hailer here just straight north of shallow water right now, Dave.
Thanks, Sheldon. And we've recommended to folks not try to, you know, travel between Lubbock and Amarillo with that. I mean, that's, say goodbye to your windshield and that, and even some injuries there. So we're watching that carefully. Thank you. That's our southern storm. And once again, when we showed you the live camera shot from Childress, that's not a severe storm as far as hail or tornadic rotations or even, you know, very strong straight line winds, but lightning threat now extends from Childress and Kirkland up to about Dodson and Wellington. So we're keeping a close watch on that. The whole weather team is involved. Kevin's got a little more for us, so we'll send it over to him. Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. We'll just continue to kind of make the cycle here, looking at our northern storm. Once again for Groover, which we'll keep repeating because people will come in and out of the coverage, and we appreciate that. But now we're at the point for Groover and eventually Spearman, where we want to start having people be aware of what's going on, because this one keeps strengthening and weakening and threatening a tornado. The tornado warning is currently in effect for about another 20 minutes until 8:45. And the hail core is clearly redeveloped here. So along the highway in between Guyman and Groover, there's going to be some very, very large hail, and that would include 207, where the hail is going to pick up here in the next 5 minutes or so. As Dave mentioned, Texoma, you're in the clear. Goodwill, you're in the clear. That storm is moving away from you. So there's a little close-up view. We'll watch these notches. The general motion is going to be Groover, but it's still a good, I would think, probably close to 30 minutes away. But Caleb and Alex will be moving on that one, and we'll watch that one come on in. Dave mentioned Childress. I'll go there in just a second, but we'll check on the storm that Sheldon has. That one's sort of scraping the southern portion of our viewing area, and I think, well, we're kind of seeing it. It's going to move south across the county border and then go across Abernathy area, New Deal area, just north of New Deal, right across 27. But that hail core is coming at Abernathy and areas north. As Dave mentioned, those are windshield busters there, and so any travel obviously extremely discouraged along Highway 27, Interstate 27, in Abernathy, south to New Deal, northward toward Hale Center. Check on our Childress storm. You've been getting some rain, as we've seen on the tower cam. That's going to let up in the next 5 or 10 minutes. It's going to pick up in Kirkland, and then it will move out of the county, which was, again, a little while ago included in the tornado watch that's in effect until 11 o'clock. But that activity will be gone from there well before that. This is interesting to watch here. Memphis, you're okay. You're in the clear. Wellington, rain's going to pick up in your area. It is sort of developing, interestingly, northward. So Wellington and Dodson, you'd be in line for some small to medium-sized hail, maybe some dime or nickel-sized hailstones in the next 5 or 10 minutes. But again, in Childress, I think things will start to clear out. In fact, we could confirm that on our tower cam in just a little bit. Current situation in Amarillo. The dew point, interestingly, has been creeping up as we've gone on through the afternoon and evening. I think around 5 o'clock it was 65, 6 o'clock it was 66, now it is 67. And the reason for that in all these storms is southeasterly wind flow providing more moisture, the fuel for these thunderstorms. So that dew point is pretty high. It's pretty humid in Amarillo, but we do not, especially on satellite, see any developing cumulus clouds north or south for several miles north or south of Interstate 40. So for the next couple of hours, Amarillo, north, south, east, and west of Amarillo on Highway 40 in the clear there for potential thunderstorm activity. Could be some thunderstorms a little bit later on tonight. So here's our tornado warned storm again. Continues to try and make these little notches. I think, again, timing 8:45. We've still got 20 minutes on the warning. I think probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll hear something about Groover from the Weather Service, whether or not they want to extend the tornado warning based on radar and based on what they're seeing from our streams, which includes Alex and Caleb. They're in a wind farm here, and so some interesting pictures, but also quite a shelf. Alex, Caleb, go.
Yeah, so we are currently, let's see, we're passing...
Coming to Groover.
1262 east. So we're heading east on 15. We're coming up on Groover.
About 4 miles, 4.5 miles to Groover.
We're just really, you know, keeping an eye on this storm. It just, it's kind of like the Energizer Bunny. It just keeps going and going. So, you know, it keeps. I mean, it still has so rotation in it. We've had tons of funnels. And so we're just watching it very closely. Also still has a lot of hail in it. So, you know, not only does it have rotation in it, you know, that we're keeping an eye on, but it's also got, you know, a hail threat as well. So if you're in line with this storm, I would say, you know, go ahead.
If you're in Groover, you know, you're not under the warning just yet.
But it might be good to
go ahead and put your shoes on and do stuff like that. So when you do have the warning, you can act quick. You don't have to scramble to look for shoes and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I would say just go ahead and put your, you know, emergency plan in place and make sure that, you know, everybody is either on their way home or indoors.
There's these accounting for
summertime, the kids might be at the park. So it's time to call them home and make sure that they're at home so that when this weather rolls in, everyone's safe.
Try to stop here.
Just gorgeous though.
Lots of inflow.
We actually saw some dirt getting pulled up into it not even 5 minutes ago, which was pretty neat.
All right, thanks, guys. Really appreciate the ground truth up there. Anytime we have tornado warnings, we just love to have visuals on that so we know exactly what's going on. Quick update for Childress. Just catching a good old thunderstorm there. We don't have a warning for you, but you know, any day that we have tornado warnings and then you hear thunder and lightning and it starts coming down on you, I'm sure folks are a little bit uneasy. I just want to let our friends in Childress know that right now you're you're getting off, pretty easy with just a good old rainstorm. Looks like it's really coming down, though. It just looks like our visibility dropping. We'll keep an eye on that. Of most importance right now is our tornado warning, and we want our friends in Groover to really be paying attention, because that's a rotating storm with a history of funnels and tornado touchdowns. It doesn't look like it's going to die down. I don't think it's going to dissipate before getting to you. So it means we're going to have to be ready to ride it out. So even if you're not in Groover, you have friends, family, neighbors, get on your phone, make sure they know to be watching our information. Catch us on NewsChannel10.com, right here on News Channel 10, YouTube, wherever you usually find us. This is it on radar, and you can see that it's moving at a pretty good clip. I really don't like the track that I see, because in that latest update, man, on radar, we've had confirmed 3.6-inch hail back towards Goodwill, and looks like it's holding that core. So Groover, Spearman, Waka, Farnsworth, it's coming at you. And, I'm sure the hail size will go up and down. It'll just be how strong is it when it gets to your location. But rain and hail is likely starting with Groover, heading to Spearman, and over towards Waka. We don't have tornadoes confirmed on the ground right now, and I'm continuously watching the feed from our intercept crew there. Low-hanging stuff, ugly-looking stuff. If we get a tornado touchdown or a well-defined funnel, we'll be on immediately to let you know about that. The southern storm, this is where Sheldon is watching. A big hail producer, big supercell. It's just on the southern fringe, just really outside of our area. We covered this one just because of the audience we have with interest down that way, to know what's going on and to recommend that you don't drive to Lubbock until all this moves out. And Kevin, I'll wrap up. I'm on the Childress storm, and then I'll send it over to you. There's Childress County into the southern part of Collingsworth County, approaching Wellington and Quail. I don't think it'll quite get up to Quail. Wellington, you might catch a little rain, some lightning. Dodson certainly will. Looks like Childress, it's wrapping up. You'll have it a few more minutes, and then it's going to move out to Kirkland and head towards the Red River and Oklahoma. So Kevin's standing by to give us a little more detailed info. You want to take it away, Kevin?
Yes, sir. As the storms are cycling, we're just cycling as well, going from storm to storm, kind of trying to keep you posted as best we can. The orange box that appeared here a couple of minutes ago, that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's why Dave was talking about Groover and Spearman and Waka and Farnsworth, because you're now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's not close enough yet to include you for the tornado warning. Groover, I think you will probably be included in a tornado warning here, maybe within the next 5 minutes. So we want to increase our readiness in Groover, eventually Spearman, but in Groover. If people are just now turning on the TV, we want to put your tornado plan ready. Not necessarily take action at this point, but be ready to move. And I'll go ahead and repeat that. Storm shelter, be ready to go there. If you have one in the house, you want to be in a small room toward the center of the house, bathroom, hallway, my voice is going to give out before this is done, closet toward the center of the house. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and have some structural integrity. Small rooms have walls closer together, will better hold up the ceiling, and so if things start to come down, you're a little more protected there. Bring along something to cover up your head. Football helmets are great. Baseball helmets are great. Lacking that, you want to have just some pillows or something to cover up your head, because flying debris and head injuries are obviously a tragedy, but happen far, far too often when structures start to get compromised, whether or not they're going to come down all the way or just small things. If the roof gets lifted up, something like that, then you start to get the ceiling coming down. And so the structural integrity of a small room, including the pipes in the bathroom, give that a little bit more strength, as opposed to being on an outside wall where there are windows or any flying debris could come on in through. Anybody in Groover, if you're watching and you have neighbors that you think might not be, let's get the phone tree going and saying potential tornado warning for Groover here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. It looks like the tornado warning,
They're modifying that.
yeah, they've cleared out Sherman County. Yeah, so Sherman County, again, you're in the clear. We already cleared Texoma, but now so we're talking just Hansford County for a few more minutes, and I do think we'll see some extension of that. But I mentioned the phone tree. If you know somebody in Groover who may not be paying attention, let's go ahead and alert them to the potential, or the fact that that storm is closing in from the north and northwest. Lastly, something to jacket because if rain comes through, comes on by, you want to go out and look around, it's going to get kind of cool. And you definitely, with things blowing around, even just branches coming down, want to have some sturdy shoes. I know it's late. I apologize for interrupting prime time tonight, but I know it's late. It's a Friday night, so if you kicked off your shoes, put on your slippers, anything like that, you want to have some stronger shoes to walk around in any potential debris. So I think we're probably within 10 miles now, northwest of Groover, continuing to move on to the southeast. Same instructions for Spearman. You're just a little further out. We're probably closer to half hour to 45 minutes away on that particular one. So there's the broader view. Again, here's the closer view. Groover within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Strong thunderstorm coming to your area. Here's the southern portion of the region. Big thunderstorms in and around Lubbock once again. But the storm that Sheldon is on, coming across Interstate 27 right now.
Nice roll cloud.
Abernathy getting some extremely large hail. And let's go to Sheldon because he's got an amazing...
Yeah, that's right, Kevin and Dave. I mean, got some amazing visuals out here right now. So the storm not quite made it to I-27 just yet. I'm actually going to pan around the front right here. So off in the distance, you might be able to see some highway traffic. That's I-27, maybe just about a mile down the road. But you can kind of follow the structure of this storm. I mean, amazing structure on this storm. You can see the core of it right there, right smack in the middle. That's where going to be your really nasty hail, but I mean, we're looking at strong winds with this one. Still looking at several lowerings on this storm, but not necessarily any funnel clouds as of right now, but still seeing some very impressive sights out here just to the north of Lubbock. Like I said, maybe just about a mile that way is I-27, and then here's this storm just up to our northwest right now, guys.
That is spectacular, though, Sheldon, but you know, pretty pictures sometimes mean really, really ugly weather, and there's some large hail back in there heading towards Abernathy, and I-27 is just it's a place to avoid here tonight. Here's Childress. Childress catching some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, but avoiding the hail and avoiding the tornadic activity here tonight. Some good news. Quick update, there's our tornado warning area. We're waiting to get some information to see if that's extended. We think it probably will be. Groover and Spearman, this is a storm that you have a little bit of time to prepare for. I mean, so if you got a lot of you know, stuff, cluttered up your entry into a closet, it's time to get that out. It's time to get cars secured, lawn furniture secured. Main thing, though, is to make sure that your friends and neighbors are notified that we have a potentially tornadic storm coming your way. You won't have long once that tornado warning is issued. Right now, you say you got 15, 20 minutes, but folks in Groover and Spearman, not only is there a potential rotation and tornado producing cell, we can almost guarantee some large hail coming at you. We've had more than or larger than baseball size hail coming at you. There it is on radar. And look at that purple core. Again, I was hoping it would track a little differently. I just don't think it's going to deviate. So Groover and Spearman and possibly Waka, a big hail swath coming your way. Could be damaging hail. It's going to be coming in from the northwest with some wind also. You don't want to be around those north-facing windows, or any window for that matter. But it's time again. Make sure your safe shelter is clear and ready for you to dive in there, because I do anticipate both the tornado warning being extended to include you, and also have the dangers of that very destructive and damaging hail. There's the storm again that Sheldon is on. Abernathy just getting pounded right now, right over I-27, just to the north of Lubbock, and about to move on off to the east. Other storms, well, there's Childress. Looks like you've weathered most of it. Little secondary storm coming your way, which will prolong the lightning threat. We'll keep an eye on that. And right now it's kind of moving into Kirkland and approaching Quanah, El Dorado out there in Oklahoma, up into the southern part of Collingsworth County. Heavy rain around Dodson. Just going to clip, it looks like, Wellington and Quail, and then head towards the Oklahoma line. That one won't be with us that much longer. And again,
Service concurs those are weekly ultimate trend according to
around Childress? Dodson, okay. Yeah, so just a confirmation, I'll back up again. The storm in Childress, Collingsworth County, weakening cells up around Wellington and Quail. Good news there. Lightning, yes, have to watch out for that, but the hail potential really going down there. And then giant, just massive supercells moving southeast of Lubbock, of course, well away from our area. But once again, you know, travel interests down to the southeast, you know, towards Post, massive hail core approaching posts, just places to avoid. Real quick, one thing we haven't really mentioned, and Kevin probably will when he's on here in a few moments, but noticing a second line with a bow echo in there, southern part of Colorado, that's approaching Kenton, that's approaching Boise City, the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's that second batch that's going to move a little further into our area in time. So already have a severe thunderstorm warning up there in Baca County, but we've got Kenton and Boise City on standby for that second storm coming in. You've already had some activity up there in Cimarron County. This will be moving in within an hour or so. One little blip between Clayton and Dalhart, just south of text line, does not appear to be giving us severe tendencies right now. So we've got some visuals out. We haven't checked on that lately. This will be our storm that's north of Groover. Alex and Caleb standing by to give us a report. So take it away up there, Caleb, Alex. I know folks in Groover are getting a little anxious right now. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, Dave. So we are right outside of Groover. We are watching some rotation just to the north of Groover. So, you know, I would say if you're in Groover, I would just play it safe. Go ahead and, you know, get into your safe spot. There is obvious rotation in this storm, and we're looking really hard to, you know, watch for any funnels or, you know, tornadoes. But as of right now, it is rotating very, very aggressively. So I would say if you're in Groover, it's time to, you know, get in that safe space and you know, just hunker down for a little bit and let this pass.
Here's a shot. Here's kind of the whole picture right here of what we got, kind of structure-wise.
So that's the front end of the storm.
And we're just looking kind of right in here. So all the precipits right here, where all the hail is. There's actually two spots. Yeah, hang on a second.
Got rotation there on the right as well.
Little fingers.
Like I said, this storm has just produced numerous funnels. You know, it funnels up, dissipates, and it just does it all over again.
Recycles.
So it just keeps recycling over and over and over again. So it's definitely not a, you know, storm to take lightly. It's just,
I see it.
Just keep it in. You've got rising scud on the right side of that.
Look.
Okay, that's the latest up at Groover, and we'll have an update that for you real soon. Just know that Groover, Spearman, over towards Waukee and Farnsworth, really, really dangerous storm. We're keeping an eye on that. We don't have a tornado on the ground right now, as you just saw.
They're extending the warning to them, though.
Good thing is our team is right there. Kevin informs me they're going to extend that warning, and it will include Groover.
There it is.
And there it is, Groover and Spearman.
Till 9:30, Hansford,
Okay.
Ochiltree County. Does not include Farnsworth or Perry.
Okay, I'm going to show you the new tornado box. There it is.
I got it on mine if you need it too.
Okay. I've got it here also. Kevin will be on in a few minutes. He'll give us a lot of details. So notice all that red now. That's a really big chunk of Hansford County. Groover, Spearman, and then it bleeds over into that clip of Ochiltree County. It will be Waukee, not Farnsworth, not Perryton. So the three communities we have are Groover, Spearman, and Waukee, and of course everything in between, all your farming and ranching, agricultural interests there. There's the latest radar, and massive hail core in there north of Groover. That's pushing down to the southeast. It's going to be a close call as to whether or not Groover takes any of that hail. It does look like the rotation is going to be really close. So that's why we're recommending folks in Groover go ahead and just hit that safe spot that we've been talking about, your tornado shelter area. If you've got a basement, great, it's time to get there. If you have an above ground tornado shelter, good time to get there. If not, small room in the middle of your house, think about putting as many walls between you and the outside that you can. You know, so if an outside wall gets ripped away or penetrated, you still got more walls for protection. That's usually going to be a hallway or closet, maybe a bathroom, kind of depends on your floor plan. But think about the most walls between you and the outside, certainly not a room that has any windows. Make sure you're covered up Make sure you got a helmet on if you got it. Get your shoes on, blankets and pillows to cover yourself up. If you're in a closet, good. There's usually coats and stuff there. Go ahead and protect. So that's going to be for our friends in Groover. Spearman and Waka be on standby. Kevin, you ready to go?
Yes, sir. I'm going to drill down on that storm a little
Team
closer.
coverage continues. And remember, we got our storm crew out there watching the storm. We'll hear from them soon. Right now, Kevin will take it.
Kevin, they're going to trim the SVR to get Sherman and Texas counties out of it.
Sherman and Texas counties being trimmed from the severe thunderstorm warning, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so what Dave was just talking about, here's a little closer view, and I can point at things, so give you a better idea. Here's Groover right here. What I'm noticing, see this little bow right here, how it's sort of bowing out. That means strong winds in Groover in minutes. Easily a wind gust to 60 miles per hour plus. The rain will pick up in intensity extremely quickly after that, and then some small hail. The heavier hail, the larger hail core, is well north of Groover. The potential rotation that prompted the Weather Service to extend that tornado warning is in this notch right here. So I'm hopeful for Groover with regard to the tornado potential, but if you're not getting wind in Groover, it's coming. Straight line wind coming in the next couple of minutes. It'll be one of those shelf clouds that we've been showing you the pictures of. But that's going to pick up in minutes because it's just a mile to the north of town. But the good news point is that right over 136 and then within 5 minutes over 207, that's the rotation potential. My hope is that that's cold air right there coming out to Groover, but also moving east. And so that may disrupt the rotation a little bit. Still the tornado warning, but the hopeful point is that colder air, that outflow as this thing is cycling, will disrupt the tornado potential as it moves just to the north of town. Spearman, you're in the tornado warning. You've still got easily 20 minutes or more before that moves in. So Hansford, Ochiltree County, relatively new tornado warning that goes until 9:30. Moving south, a couple of new things we want to talk about in just a second here, but our biggest storm in our area is now south of Petersburg. This is the one that Sheldon is on, but I want to make the point here near Littlefield and Levelland. These storms not severe, but they're going to follow this first one and develop in a northeasterly direction. So back into our area, but south of Plainview. And then I want to move a little bit further to the west if I can. If I think I put this in my show here. Well, briefly, I'll mention this. The storms in and around Childress and 287 have now moved on into the northwestern portion of Texas, also into Oklahoma. New storms developing here with some hail cores west and southwest of Roosevelt County. So that's going to be from Portales southward towards Pep. These are still a long way off for you. I'm interested to watch them. They're strengthening right now. There's clearly a little boundary there, maybe the dry line. So. Yeah, probably is. I think those are going to have plenty of moisture to work with, even though we had some storms, smaller storms a little earlier. Roosevelt County, all of our New Mexico counties are included in the tornado watch until 11, but I think these are going to have plenty of moisture to deal with, and as they move in an east-northeasterly direction and develop a little further to the north, eventually let's put you on notice for Portales and south of Clovis and for Pep, and in between Portales and Pep. Still a ways off, but the potential for new thunderstorms is clearly there, and some strengthening may happen as well. Dave, want to take over for a minute and check on our chasers?
Absolutely. We got some really cool stuff. First of all, I'll take you over to where Sheldon is. And we've just had really, really scenic stuff there. And then I'll pick up the radar, show you where he is coming up. But Sheldon, can't help but notice your shot there. You want to give us a ground truth update?
Yeah, Dave, I mean, as you can see, I mean, the structure right here is, I mean, absolutely very impressive. This is right now, we are just about southwest of Hackville, straight east, straight east of New Deal right now is a better descriptor of where we're at. Yeah, looking at that roll cloud pushing out, that's the storm that just passed over the top of New Deal there on the further south part of it, down in the major hail core. But, I mean, really seeing some, I mean, just beautiful structure out here right now. This is straight east of New Deal, Dave. Seen some great lightning as well.
Okay, Sheldon. We just got a 3-body spike on that guy. There must be some massive hail that just moved east of Abernathy. So that's gonna stay just south of Petersburg, north of Idalou.
On this one.
But massive hail back in that storm there. So.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, so we're going to keep an eye on this as long as it's daylight right now.
We're good. Okay, yeah, we're going to take a look up there around Spearman and Groover. Alex and Spearman, do I hear sirens blowing up there?
We're actually southeast of Groover by about 5.5 miles. We're just kind of looking into the storm directly behind us. And let's see here.
Okay, they're all over this. Okay, Alex and Caleb, we're getting reports of possible tornadoes up that way. I know you got a really good look in there.
Where at?
But
You say Groover?
See a strength of rotation somewhere?
Well, this whole area right here is rotating.
Let me see here.
So
where was that report, Dave?
Okay, this is the tornado-warned storm near Groover and Spearman. So once again, this is the value.
Do you know
of
where?
having our intercept crews right there watching, because
See a notification on radar.
you know, they could.
Where was that report located?
Where was
Where in Groover?
He said Groover.
It just says near Groover, Alex. North of Groover.
North
So
of
we had a
Groover?
report of maybe some tornadic activity north of Groover. So, Alex, again.
I mean, we did see some dirt getting sucked up, you know, but that was about all that we laid eyes on.
Okay, hey Caleb, which way are you looking? For somebody in Groover, what are you looking at right there in relation to Groover? Which way are you looking?
Okay, so we are looking north towards I'd say that's northeast of Groover right now. Is
Okay.
where this camera is looking.
Okay, so even the area of interest where there might have been some kind of circulation or even getting to the ground, I'm not confirming that at all. We just had some chatter about that. That is not aimed right at Groover. Looks. Okay. You want to come to you?
Okay, the report of the rotation, possible tornado just northeast of Groover, that's Groover right here. But right in here, I've been looking at the velocity data on Doppler radar. There's a 70 to 80 mile an hour, fairly broad, straight line wind core that is probably a mile, 2 miles at the maximum northwest of Groover, heading southeast. So I don't want you to come out of your safe place because we're saying that the rotation for the tornadic activity is to the east or northeast of Groover, meaning this. But right here, there is extremely strong wind core showing on the radar. Now, some of that may be aloft because we're fairly far from the radar, but at the ground, a 70 mile an hour straight line, persistent wind is possible in Groover over the next couple of minutes. Yes, Dave?
I'm going to show you that on, what happened here? Kyle.
Grab it up the top.
Here.
A little further. Now, take it over.
Okay, okay.
We're going to show you a little different product here in a minute.
Where am I?
We're going to see if we can show you that velocity product that
yeah.
I'm talking about. And you'll see a big swath of bright green. But while we're working on that, again, there's some hail north of Groover as well. That could be better than ping pong ball size hail. Maybe a couple of hailstones toward baseball size. And let's make the point that this is developing southeastward. So Spearman and Waka, we're getting close to having some rain pick up in Waka next 5 to 10 minutes tops. And then Spearman maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, here's what you were just saying, Kevin. I thought I'd show them visibly.
Yeah, go ahead. You can draw
So this
on that.
this bright green shows that we've got wind coming this way, very strong. So
and
that's
it's pretty broad, so that's not going to be just a quick blast, but it will persist for 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, so that's aimed at Groover. So, you know, I guess good news, bad news. Good news is we don't think there's a real strong tornado threat for the city. That rotation is off to your northeast. But that bright green is bad news because that's a straight blast that could be damaging also. You know, we're talking 70, 80, something 90-mile-per-hour wind, maybe blasting right through Groover pretty much right now. So stay in shelter for sure, because this can do damage just similar to a minor tornado. You can still have trees blown over, you can have carports blown away, windows broken. You know, straight line wind damage can be just as bad as having a weak tornado. So we're going to request and encourage you to stay in your safe spot there. Kevin, we'll send it back to you.
Yes, sir. Persistent wind. It doesn't matter if wind damage is from straight line winds or a tornado. Damage is damage. And so again, in Groover, let's go ahead and stay in your safe spot. We're getting inside of 5 miles northwest of Spearman. We're a mile or two of rain picking up in Waka. Farnsworth, you're officially not in the tornado warned area, but I do think you'll see some heavy rain and potentially some hail. So once again, we're in a tornado warning situation for Hansford and Ochiltree counties, and that will be in effect for about 35 minutes until 9:30. I think it's moving forward enough that we will probably see the storm move even further southeast, and I'll check what's ahead here in a minute. Perryton, by the way, you're not included in this. Let's go back south and just check. The heavier storms are now moving south of our area. We're still showing you some pictures from Sheldon because they're impressive, but look west of Highway 27. There's Littlefield and Levelland especially, new thunderstorm cells developing and moving northeastward. So that would still put the southern row of counties under a chance for another round of thunderstorms, likely would be less severe. For now, Abernathy and New Deal, you're in the clear. That storm has moved off to the east of you. Petersburg, some rain, hail for at least 10 to 15 minutes. Out of our area, you see Lorenzo there. That would be under threat for maybe, certainly some straight line winds, some gusty winds there. We've kind of cleared Childress. Last little cell moving away from Kirkland. So the 287 corridor in between Memphis and Childress, you are done for the time being. Does not mean that we won't see some thunderstorms in the next couple of hours, given the stuff that we just talked about further to the west. Further to the west of that, we're going to probably see a severe thunderstorm warning possible here for Roosevelt County. That will come out of the National Weather Service office in Albuquerque, and this is still at least an hour away from Portales, more so away from Clovis, but there's plenty of juice there. There's plenty of fuel for those thunderstorms, and you can see a hail core in that purple there, well southwest of Portales. But just to know that Highway 60 in Roosevelt County, you're going to start to come under some threat for potentially severe thunderstorm. No indications of rotation there, but you folks are in the tornado watch area. Dave, I bet we're still getting some good pictures from our chasers. Probably time to check in on them.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what's happening up there around Spearman and Groover, where we have the tornado warning. So, need to know your location up there, Caleb and Alex, and any last-minute details that you picked up.
Right now, Dave, we're trying to kind of follow along but relocate because we're trying not to get stuck in the hail.
We're about 4 miles west of Spearman, so we're trying to get the Spearman and dive south because this hail core is creeping up on us quick.
There still is a area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. Yeah. So you're looking at it right now, and so, like I said, we're seeing little funnels and stuff, but no confirmed on our end. We do watch the ground just to make sure we don't see some spin ups or something like that, but as of right now, we're just
seen some back in Groover.
Yeah, so back where they reported that tornado, there was some dirt that looked like it was getting sucked up, and so that could have been what was reported. It was, underneath a wall cloud, but it was hard to tell if it was just being picked up by the inflow winds or if it was actually a circulation. But I'm pretty sure that's what was being reported.
Okay, thank you, Caleb. We're also, I'm zeroed in on that storm on radar right now. Need to point out a couple other things. We still have a big rotation, and looks like that's going to be just off to the northeast of Groover, right about in here. But we also have a strong straight blast on that backside that's ripping through Groover and approaching Spearman. So we think this is going to be a damaging storm. Of course, you know, most importantly would be if we had a tornado develop and touch down, which is not out of the question, just hasn't happened right now. But straight blast can be very damaging also. And that purple in there, remember this storm has a lot of hail in it. It's been dropping its load, you know, off and on up to baseball and plus. Looks like that hail core is staying just east of Groover, although it's close. We could get some of that into Groover, but it's going to be hard to keep it out of Spearman. So that hail swath is aimed right at Spearman.
Dave, their weather service is saying that strong rotation could be crossing Highway 136 a few miles northeast of Groover.
Okay, yeah, pretty much right there where we drew well, you see the white spot on the radar near 136. I think it's 136 and 207. Well, 136 is a little back to the west of 207, but I think since that report came, the rotation is kind of crossed 207 now, east of Groover. It's heading down towards Spearman. So really the brunt of this storm, the brunt of the supercell, I think the highest tornado potential and the highest probably severe hail threat is kind of aimed at Spearman. So folks in Spearman, you need to be in your safe shelter. Make sure your friends, neighbors, and family know about this. Just kind of go ahead and shelter up because, you know, even if there's not a tornado right now, what if one develops during the next couple minutes? You need all of this time now to dive in there, again, clear the stairs to the cellar, do what you need to do to make sure you have a safe spot to get into. Even if there's not a tornado, that straight blast can blow tree limbs, knock trees down on houses, blow debris, trampolines can come flying in your window. You know, all that goes with a severe storm. You may as well be in a place where you have the most protection. Again, we're not saying there will be a tornado. We're not saying you will get a tree blown down on your house, but it's something that's possible. And believe me, anytime you go back and talk to a person that needed warning time, they're saying, man, I wish I would have had more time. So just put yourself in that position right now. You do have a couple of minutes to get folks in, get the safest places you can in your house or cellar, below ground if you can, middle of your room, middle of your house with as many walls between you and the outside as you can. May as well do that because if there's going to be damage, you want to be prepared for it. And you know, this is your warning about that. So that's mainly the Spearman area. If you're in Farnsworth or Waka, you're going to be on the edge of the heavy rain, maybe some of the hail. If you're in Groover, I think the worst of the storm has now passed on off to your east, but it's moving down towards Spearman. That's where our intercept crew is. We got a real good visual.
Dave, before you go there's some good news. They're dropping the hail size in those warnings to tennis balls.
Okay.
That's good news.
All right, again.
Are picking up quite a bit. So as you mentioned, there's a lot of wind coming into Spearman.
Okay, thank you, Caleb. The wind already picking up. And while we look at their visuals there, some more good news, bad news. The good news is that potential hail size has dropped a little bit from Weather Service. The bad news is that that's still at tennis ball size. So, you know, maybe you won't get softball size hail. You remember, we start getting damage at about quarter size. And then up to ping pong balls.
Yeah,
we go up to golf balls. And then we go up to sometimes teacup or a baseball size. That's what we're looking at. It's probably the tennis ball stuff. So we can do a lot of damage. And, you know, you combine that with straight blast. Sometimes you get wind-blown hail or you get hail that hits the ground and bounces up. It just destroys anything in its path. So what we're looking at here is that hail core and a big notch.
Yeah, I don't like that notch.
Coming towards Spearman. You got a little more on that, Kevin?
Yeah, sure. Okay, we're close up on that storm. Here's Spearman right here. The potential tornadic activity is just now 5 miles to the northwest of town, obviously moving southeastward. So in Spearman, as we've been saying, be ready, know where you're going to go right now so that you can move quickly. Keep the television up, computer, wherever you're watching, loud enough to hear us, but also not so loud that you can't hear the approaching storm. You'll hear that roar. Part of this I'm concerned about as well. There's two wind cores here, actually. There's one right on Spearman, which we see on Doppler radar, which Caleb mentioned. That one is strengthening. So sustained straight line winds, 60-mile-an-hour plus, but could go to 70 or 80 because, again, the trend on that is strengthening. That's going to be entering Spearman right now. That's not the potential tornado area. That's just a straight line wind core. Then we get another one right here. So the colors at the end of the loop here are so tightly packed. The rain will pick up extremely quickly, but that's also a sign of extremely strong winds. So a couple of things we want to watch extremely carefully. This notch right here, which is aimed right at Spearman, but now we're getting a little bit of a pendant here. This little blob that's just west of Spearman. We want to watch that for a new potential rotation there. It's not right there right now, but that would be along Highway 15 just to the southwest of town. Caleb, Alex are watching that one. So two potential areas there. The much more likely and dangerous one is about 5 miles, probably now 4 miles northwest of town. It'll be interesting to see if that kind of wraps up into a stronger rotation that will drop a tornado, or if it sort of what we call chokes itself off. It'll sort of rob itself of the incoming moisture that drives that. It could easily go either way, but within 5 minutes, less than 10 minutes, this rotation will be in Spearman, and then a new potential to the southwest of town. Let's mention Waka. If you're getting some small hail, even a few medium-sized hailstones, that's going to continue for at least 5 to 10 minutes, less likely in Farnsworth. Farnsworth not included in the tornado warning. Again, I think you've hit your straight line wind gust in Waka. It'll be swirly winds in that rain, but no tornado evidence or potential in Waka right now. We're all focused on Spearman. In Groover, rain picking up here. I think we've gone ahead and give you the all clear there. That rain will be letting up if it hasn't in the next 5 minutes or so. You got something, Dave?
Just visuals from Spearman.
Let's do it.
Okay, Alex, Caleb, it looks like the lightning's really picking up. Got any funnels or any tornadic activity up there?
No funnels that we can see right now, Dave. The wind is picking up, the lightning as well. We are, let's see, where did we turn out at?
We're on 760.
We are in 760 right now, Dave. We are heading south out of Spearman. So if you're in Spearman, like they said, time to take cover. There's a lot of wind, there's hail, there is some rotation in there. And this storm is just continued to cycle. So just make sure that, you're letting people know that, hey, it's time to take cover and ride this out. And like you said, I mean, the wind in itself is something. So there's just lots of elements with this storm, and it just it's not very pleasant.
All right, thank you. Keep an eye on that there, Caleb. Again, tornado warning, it does include Groover, Spearman, and Waka. We did have, from the Weather Service, they mentioned a brief little tornado touchdown across 207 just off to the northeast of Groover within the last 30 minutes. Our guys were right there looking. Certainly nothing, really significant as far as a damaging tornado, and nothing since then. So no tornadoes on the ground at the moment. But there's your warning area. And once again, we really need to underscore and reiterate the fact that even if there's not a tornado, this is a dangerous storm in many other aspects. We think there's going to be probably some straight winds within that storm somewhere, especially coming down that backside from Groover to Spearman that could go in excess of 70 miles an hour. We think there's going to be hail that's going to be probably in excess of golf ball size, and a ton of lightning in there. So the storm is really bringing dangers at a lot of different levels. If you're in Waka, you're in this also. You're going to catch some of the hail, a lot of the rain, and some of the wind. Farnsworth, it starts to back down a little bit. And over towards Perryton, you're going to skate by, I think, with probably a glancing blow. Wanted to point out we got new storms that have fired up. Kevin, have you noticed these? Down closer to Wolf Creek,
I was just
south of Perryton.
I was just looking at that. There's a little wind burst there and almost a little rotation burst in the center of that. If you want to drill down, you see the notch that's west of Canadian. On the velocity product, There is a little burst of rotation there. Yeah, no tornado warning on it net. It doesn't look like it would, but if there's some little notch there or a little RFD coming around the base of that reflectivity core, that could easily spin up something.
Right.
Yeah, it could spin up something fairly quick. But the trend on it is definitely to have an increase in the certainly outbound wind, and then maybe so.
They seem, and notice they're moving a different direction. This is interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're moving from southwest to northeast. We may get some kind of merger there around Wolf Creek south of Perryton, which might throw a monkey wrench in this whole setup. We might get some kind of new supercellular development. We'll wait and see how that transpires. It may also, I don't know, it's quite going to disrupt this long track circulation. I don't know if that's going to happen. It looks like it's moving out ahead of that. Maybe it's putting down some outflow that will help out, but I don't think it's going to time to help our friends in Spearman or Waka. Once again, we have a tornado warning there, and it's a situation, especially in Spearman, that let's go ahead and just stay in your safe room, your tornado safe shelter, whatever you designated. Again, if you got a storm cellar, you need to be down in that. If you need a basement, you need to be down in that at the time. If not, pick that small room in the middle of the house, which has as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and no windows. Bathroom, closet, hallway. Let's go ahead and wrap up. Maybe this thing blows through and it's a non-event. And then you come out going, okay, well, I was ready for it. Nothing happened this time. But worst case scenario is we do get a tornado that touches down, or you get that straight wind in excess of 80 miles per hour, and it does blow something through your window, or it rips your roof off. You know, that could happen. If you're in a mobile home, you could be destroyed by this storm right here. It's capable of doing that. So let's just go ahead and be cautious and treat it like it's something that could really be a danger. We do have a visual on that. We certainly want to pay attention to what our chase team is seeing out there. I know we got Alex and Caleb. Why don't you give us your latest position? You mentioned some wind earlier. What do you think is going on? What's coming into Spearman?
Okay, so we just turned east onto 281. So
maybe take it again from here.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can get ahead of it. So we'll see. But our road options are not great at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty much if we go on this, or we're done. I mean, because of the lack of road network.
Interesting.
So, still seems, you know, like there is some rotation in there. A lot of wind, a lot of lightning.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. Because you're also going to run straight into that Canadian storm, and they're going to merge right there.
I'm not worried about that one, because it's already east of 70.
Okay, thanks guys. Appreciate those eyewitness reports. Very, very helpful, very valuable. I mean, we have a tornado warning. We got a rotation in the cloud, but you're looking right at it, and you can tell us, you can officially tell us and all of our viewers that there's just not a tornado right now. Things happen fast. And I know this, well, most people know this for a fact. I certainly saw it yesterday. You can go from no tornado to one within a couple of minutes. So we're not saying there's not going to be a tornado. It's got the potential to drop one, but it's reassuring to know that right now that's not the case. But we have other problems. And for our friends in Spearman, especially, but between Spearman and Waka, same situation. There's going to be hail. I can almost guarantee that. And there's going to be strong straight line winds. So this storm still has the potential of being destructive. It has the potential of doing a lot of damage, and it could definitely, you know, hurt people if you're not sheltered up. So that's what we need to do right now. Just now coming into Spearman as far as the rain and the hail, the wind has already arrived. The rotation is dangerously close to Spearman, and that's why we're really going to play devil's advocate and treat it like, hey, this is a tornadic situation. I mean, we have tornado warnings for a reason. And the latest scan here has the rotation pretty much right over Spearman.
Dave, if you want to go back up to southeastern Colorado, new cell that's rotating as it comes by Campo, which would put that on track yet again for Cimarron County.
Okay. I'll do that. Kevin's recommended we go back and take a look at new storms coming into the area. Just know that if you're in Spearman, we're all over this. We're watching it like a hawk, okay? We've told you a long time ago you need to be in shelter. Stay there. We'll come back and we'll look at all of our information, all of our data, let you know the latest. But I can tell you right now we have a rotation on radar very close to Spearman. We have large hail on radar very close to Spearman. This is a dangerous situation. You need to be in shelter. So, you know, not trying to scare anybody or be, you know, add extra hype to this, but it's just one of those storms that could potentially cause you major problems. Okay, radar tour. Let's take you over to another sector. Good-looking storm, or a good-looking situation in Childress. Good news, storm is out of there. Here's what Kevin was talking about. This is the storm that's up in southeast Colorado right now and about to move into the northern part of our area, Cimarron County. It's about to get there. So you're noticing what in that, Kevin?
We'll show you on radar scope. We got pretty good rotation signature on velocity there.
Okay, so
Just
that's at
sliding by Campo.
Campo, Colorado.
Yep, but that one's going southeastward as well. So southwest of Elkhart and then Keys, probably not Boise City. It's still more than an hour away, but we just want to know that it's, let you know that it's there. And this was on the computer forecast models to say another round that goes past midnight tonight. The severe weather threat as we get past midnight will decrease a little bit, get further past sunset, things like that. But thunderstorms are still possible, especially for much of the Oklahoma Panhandle, and then areas Perryton eastward, especially later on tonight. Perryton, you've been spared so far. Doesn't mean we won't see something a little later on tonight.
That's our next round. Thanks, Kevin, for the update. Here's our tornado warning. The brunt of that is over Spearman right now. And that's where we have our intercept crew, Alex and Caleb. They've done an excellent job tracking the storm for miles. I mean, way back into Cimarron County. And they've been with it the whole way. They've got the latest for us. Again, Caleb and Alex, tornado warning continues. We got reports of rotations and large hail. Give us the latest from your vantage point.
Yeah, Dave. So right now, we're still monitoring this storm. We're heading east a little bit, but we're running out of roads.
So we don't have a hell guard. So we're not going to make it to Highway 70 in time. So we're just kind of watching this. The rotation is just right outside to our left, what you're looking at right now. So, yeah, we're just kind of watching it go and then try to figure out what this storm's going to do when it reacts to the other one. You know, with the lack of roads right here between Highway 70 and 207, it just doesn't give us a lot of options to move forward right now and not get into that large hail. So, but we're gonna next to us so we can keep an eye on it, and so we're gonna monitor this part, and then we're just gonna kind of camp here for a little bit and see. Probably dive south, and if it's still, we'll see what this guy does with this other storm coming up. Maybe we can come up and around and meet it.
Okay, excellent, guys. I'm looking at the latest radar scan, and it looks like the rotation area is kind of collapsing. I think the outflow is kind of won the war there.
New tornado warning.
There's still plenty of hail in there, and this thing cycles up and down. That's a new tornado warning.
Yep.
That's coming. That's going to look how long that sucker is.
Yep, that's going to be a long time.
Wow. Okay, so that's going to take it for the southern part of Ochiltree County, and then all the way down into Roberts County. So we're talking about places southeast of Spearman. But Spearman, you're still at ground zero there for the hail core. A lot of straight line wind, so don't come out of shelter yet. I do think right now we're seeing a cycle down on the rotation, but about to kick back up. So we're watching our stream, we're watching our video very carefully. A lot of information coming our way. New tornado warning, and we'll let Kevin tell us about this.
Very quickly, first, just an update in the southwestern portion of the region, Portales southward through Pep, Roosevelt County. We've been talking about in New Mexico, these storms develop fairly quickly, likely had some hail. The Weather Service in Albuquerque put out what's called a special weather statement. That's sort of a notch below a severe thunderstorm warning. And now it looks like it's weakening a little bit. So the special weather statement's probably ½ inch to ¾ inch hail, winds toward 55 miles per hour, maybe 50 miles per hour. But that was allowed to expire, and we don't see any new severe thunderstorm warning. So thunderstorms will approach in the next 45 minutes or so. Portales, a little shorter time in Pep, but those will likely not be severe at this point given the weakening trend. So let me go back and see if I can get on this one, our new tornado warning. I'm going to have to move my projection on this and get us in here to pick that up. Okay, so there's the new tornado warning, and that's going to be until, well, now we've had this problem. You better take it, Dave, because we got this. Okay. Don't pay attention to the time. There's a little bit of a glitch in the computer when we're on the edge of time zones. You can come back to me for just a second, and I'll just talk about this quickly. But what I'm talking about is this box right here. It's going to be till 9 o'clock. No, till...
Warning goes till...
Yeah, it's going to be until 9 o'clock Central Time. So here's the rotation potential. A new box goes here across Highway 70. It does not go all the way to Canadian, but the counties included are portions of Hansford County, Hutchinson County, Ochiltree County,
10
and
p.m.,
Roberts
Kevin.
County. The tornado warning until 10? Wow. Okay, it is a big, long one. What we were hoping for is maybe this associated thunderstorm will disrupt a little bit.
Yeah,
but
Alex.
the rotation is now south of Spearman, southeast of Spearman. So in Spearman, if you're still getting a little hail, give it another 5 minutes or less, and then you'll be in the clear from that storm, and we'll clear you from that here in just a couple of minutes. But this is the new tornado warning, again, for Hansford, Hutchinson, Ochiltree, and Roberts counties. It does not extend to Lipscomb at this point. But that's again a new tornado warning for a southeastward moving storm that we're watching with Caleb and Alex, and they've just extended it. Like I said, I'm going to see if I can fix that timing problem. If you want to take it, Dave, for a second.
Yeah. Okay. Got an update. Looks like the new rotation area is sliding south of Spearman pretty quickly. You're not out of the hail quite yet. But the storm will be moving out probably 10 minutes or so. We continue to watch our video coming in from Alex and Caleb. No tornado on the ground right now, but this guy is really blasting southeast. We do have a new tornado warning going until 10 o'clock.
Reports of tennis ball in Spearman.
Okay. As we feared, getting reports of tennis ball hail in Spearman.
That would have been earlier. That's ending now.
Yeah. So a lot of hail continues. Tennis ball hail can do a lot of damage, and you certainly don't want to be around windows or weak structures. Makes, you know, stay sheltered up for a bit longer until this moves on down to the southeast. Perryton, again, looks like you're just going to basically get a little rain and lightning out that way. Starting to look at Canadian with a little more interest. Looks like our track is probably going to affect you soon, especially that new development out ahead. We're waiting to see how that interacts. Right now, we still have that big supercell. Just got a latest image there. Looks a little better for Spearman. Now, as far as the rotation area, I think our tornado threat going down for Spearman, but I think it's going to cycle up again. That's why the Weather Service extended that tornado warning, and that's going to be for the southern part of Ochiltree County and a big chunk of Roberts County. Include the Canadian River and the breaks there. Does not include Miami, at least not yet. So as always, we'll continue to track that. Just know that if you're down to the southeast, Wolf Creek, down to the county line, Ochiltree and Roberts County, and any interest north of Miami, need to be tracking this along with us very carefully. Starting to lose daylight now, getting dark, a lot of lightning. You're going to see a lot of low-hanging stuff, fingers. At night, it's very common for people to report things as tornadoes that aren't really. Just know that that's what we're here for, to help you decipher all that. If we do get genuine tornadoes, you'll see them here. Alex and Caleb have a great visual on that storm as it pushes now southeast of Spearman. Spearman almost out of this one. In fact, I see one of those low-hanging areas that I referenced that people might report as tornadoes. So I'm going to see if Alex and Caleb want to give us their interpretation of what we're seeing there. Any reason for concern up there, Alex, Caleb?
Well, Dave, we're looking at it. We can't see the base.
Visibility.
I'll roll down the window and look out here.
Weather station had it tuned at an average of 46 miles an hour.
It's definitely a lowering, Dave, but I don't see any condensation reaching the ground.
No ground circulation.
No visible ground circulation. At this point, Dave, we're kind of having to use lightning strikes to, or lightning flashes to see the rotation.
We still have a tight rotation on radar, just about 2 miles southeast of Spearman. Very tight couplet on radar. So
yeah, that's where we
where
are.
We're looking, yeah.
That's where we are right now, located.
Yeah. Also, we have reports the wind got up to 64 miles an hour in Spearman and stayed above 46 miles per hour for several minutes. Yeah, a couple of minutes there. So, everything got really verifying that we were kind of concerned about. Kevin, they got tennis ball hail, 64 mile an hour wind. The rotation has pushed southeast of Spearman, but that's very real, and that's right where you're looking. I think what you have there is a rotating wall cloud. Of course, you're having to depend on lightning to see that, but that would jive very well with what we have on radar. So I'll let you guys continue to give us a report there. Take it away.
All right, yeah, Dave. I would definitely go with the rotating wall cloud. We're having to use lightning flashes to see, what we're doing. I don't see any condensation reaching the ground. I don't see any, dirt being kicked up or anything like that. So to me, it looks like it is rotating. It is a tighter rotation. But as of right now, I can't confirm that anything is actually on the ground.
Look at that. What a bow. Okay, Kevin, you can join me here for a second. Yeah. Okay, Kevin's here with me. Come on in, Kevin.
Yeah.
People want to see. Okay, you have new info on
right, Dave,
outlook for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Do you have something, Caleb?
We're noticing it is tightening up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're back on. We're back on you, yeah.
Okay, so let me get the shot on again. We're also getting into the rain, so
this is southeast of Spearman now. That's
there
looking pretty genuine there. I can see the rotation. Definitely looks like a funnel from here.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely tightened up. There is a funnel there, Dave.
Yep.
Definitely a funnel. Trying to zoom in here.
Okay, so that's just a couple miles southeast of Spearman. We'll continue to move southeast. Largely not in country, Highway 3, severe included in tornado warning as well. But that thing, if not on the ground, it's pretty close at this moment. Obviously, after dark, it's harder to see. We're depending upon the lightning there, but this is clearly why the Weather Service, here's a new velocity image. Yeah, there's clearly a tight rotation right there.
Okay, I've got... All right, we're going to come back to you guys and look at that funnel, but I've got a marker here to show people exactly where you're looking, where that rotation is.
Yeah, that's 4 miles southeast of Spearman.
4 miles southeast of Spearman. So we're going to come back to you guys and let us know if you see any power flashes or anything that indicate we got something on the ground there.
No power flashes, Dave. I do keep seeing a funnel. I can't confirm if it's on the ground at this point. but you know, we're not noticing any power flashes necessarily at the ground level or anything, just a lot of lightning. And so we're kind of waiting for the lightning flashes to let us see what's there. Okay, so we're gonna pull off so we can get a little bit more of a steady shot here, you guys.
What?
One could be imminent.
Oh, that was a hole. Okay.
Careful.
All right.
Okay.
So this is the rotating wall cloud right here, and where we have seen a funnel.
For sure. Okay. Well, I'm just kind of going back and forth between you guys and the radar. There's the marker. If you're in Spearman, it's just down to your east-southeast.
Oops, 70 now. Outbound.
The radar indication is really strong that we probably have a tornado.
Over 120 miles per hour. Okay.
What we call gate to gate, guys. You've got it. So we're gonna stay on you. This is the most dangerous storm we have. We do have a tornado warning. That rotation had made it through Spearman without touching down. This is good news. We still have more hail, I think, coming to Spearman, and we've already had tennis balls. I don't think that's dropped much. And we're looking at, of course, a nighttime shot now, but plenty of lightning in there to occasionally reveal what was a well-defined funnel. And if you're in Spearman, I would say stay sheltered. If nothing else, you got more wind and hail coming. But the actual, what we think may be tornadic activity is about 3 miles southeast of Spearman and moving down to the southeast. It's moving away from Waka. It's moving away from Farnsworth. Let me pop that up real quickly here on the radar. We've got it marked for you. That's where we think that rotation is, but moving down to the southeast. So the rotation going away from Spearman, the purple you see, that's what has been tennis ball hail, and I'm afraid we might get another round of that coming your way. So everything indicating tornado up there, guys. Weather Service saying, based on what they see, something should be imminent or may be imminent. We saw your funnel earlier. I know it's the visibility is not the best, and you're probably seeing it better than we see on the feed because it gets a little grainy at night, but can you add anything to that, Caleb?
Yeah, so we pulled over, we were looking out, you know, the window, using the flashes.
Believe it or not, this is the first drop of rain that we've had this whole entire storm chase.
Yeah.
This entire storm chase, we had a single drop of rain until just now. So, unfortunately, our road network's going to have to take us to come around to 207.
And also at this point too, I'm wondering if it isn't, you know, getting a little bit, you know, harder to see because of the rain and stuff. I'm pretty sure that it's becoming rain wrapped at this point, Dave.
Your eyes on that.
So we're gonna watch this really, really closely.
Okay, you guys keep a visual on there. I still think we've got tornadic activity right there. I wanted to, let's see, reposition my marker here just a little bit to show you where we think, and we're pretty sure the tornado is. It's a little further southeast now of Spearman. What did you measure there, Kevin? About 7 miles?
Yes, 7 to 8 miles southeast of Spearman. Will be closer to 9 here in the next minute or two.
Okay. Let's call it 8 miles southeast Spearman. So it's moving away from the city. I will notice the hail core is just on the east side of Spearman right now. And, you know, really, this is a radar estimate. We know that sometimes, especially at this distance from the radar, hailstones can deviate away from what we have on the image. So we could still be getting a lot of hail around Spearman and certainly off to the east. But the good news here I would really want to camp on is that the tornadic rotation, which is very impressive on radar, is moving away from Spearman to the southeast. So it's getting over close to the county line. That's going to be Hansford and Ochiltree County, south of Waka, and about 8 or 9 miles southeast of Spearman. Did we lose?
Yeah, they're in bad cell phone right now.
Okay. We've got a video stream coming from there, and the Weather Service said they got a photo of that tornado that briefly touched down southeast of Spearman. I think that was the funnel that we had on our screen, at the same time. So let's go ahead and call that a brief tornado touchdown. If the Weather Service is using that terminology, we certainly had that. Didn't last all that long, I don't think. So brief touchdown southeast of Spearman. We're waiting to get video back up. Kevin, something on your mind there you want to talk about? Or?
Well, just looking at the velocity product once again on our radar scope product, this storm cell is very clearly rotating. But then when we get these, if you've got radar scope, when you get the bright green next to the bright greenish blue next to bright red, that means you have tight rotation. And at this point, there's Spearman. At this point, the radar beam is several thousand feet above the ground. So we're looking at the mesocyclone, or the rotation in the storm, which is telling us it is rotating. But then it's so valuable to have Alex and Caleb there to look and see a wall cloud. And oftentimes when you're further away from the radar, you don't see technically a tornado on radar. And that's why we appreciate them giving us some ground truth there. And I think maybe their signals come back.
This is really good because I can put that rotation now on Highway 281.
Yep.
281 southeast of Spearman. That's where we have our rotation. Okay, I think we have some more images. Looks like they're repositioning. But I still want to hear from them because they may have seen something that is noteworthy. Back on you, Caleb and Alex. Looks like our rotation is right on 281, about 9 miles southeast of Spearman. Wondering if you guys have seen anything since.
I'm pretty sure we got a shot of it, but we'll have to freeze it. So.
Caleb, Alex, we're back on you.
All right. So it looks like that they're on us, Dave. We don't have
unity of signal.
Maybe we'll get it back here in a second. We just got out of a dead zone.
There we go. We got you.
All right. Okay. So we had to move forward because of the rain and everything was starting to take over. Yeah. I'm really thinking that tornadic rotation, the tornado rain wrapped itself, because we saw it and then it just, became a solid sheet of white. You couldn't see anything. So I'm really thinking that it rain wrapped, which, can be a dangerous situation, especially at night. So anyone who's, I would say to the southeast of Spearman needs to really be paying attention, or if you know anyone who's out there, just be careful. Yeah, because there's a lot of rain there, and
I wish I was backlit.
Yeah, I know, right? See, let me get this 35.
Okay, guys, thanks. We're back on radar.
It may have jumped.
We have some good news for the moment, and little victories are important here. But looks like the storm is kind of closed in on itself, and kind of the outflow is overtaken and kind of undercut that rotation core. So I think the tornado threat at the moment has gone down, and the hail.
That storm merger ongoing, and could see strengthening rotation with the tight coupler as it unfolds.
All right. We're quickly moving down towards Highway 70. Notice we've kind of joined our storm. Hang on, coming back on you. Got a nice finger there, it looks like. Is that just a scuddy appendage?
Yeah, I think that might just be an appendage. So that's looking straight behind us.
Straight to the east.
So that is straight to the east. So we're heading west, but that's literally right behind us east. We may be.
Okay.
Caleb, watching radar, we think maybe it's either jumped or because the notch filled in, but maybe if you pan left to the south, you might see a new rotation developing there.
Try that again.
Caleb, we're watching radar too, and the velocity signature has now either jumped or moved very rapidly south of 281. So if you want to pan left or looking a little more southwest, you might see a new rotation center developing there.
Turn off your lights.
he would turn off his lights, I could see that.
Okay, as we often see in remote areas, might be losing some communications, at least for the time being. Here's radar, and again, looking better all the time for Spearman and Groover, of course, and Perryton. We mentioned earlier we had what we thought was going to be a cell merger. That has happened now. So now down to one storm. The two have combined. But, you know, it wasn't a situation that one storm cut the inflow off the other. That did not happen. So we still have a rotating supercell with large hail, pretty much over open terrain now approaching the Roberts County line and Highway 70. The rotation has dropped south of Highway 281. Some good news there. Still loaded with hail, we think. And we think that's going to push down to about Highway 70 and the northern part of Roberts County, getting down close to the river during the next 20 to 30 minutes. So
there's a new picture.
Definitely a hail threat.
We just a moment ago have 70 inbound, closer to 30, maybe 40 outbound, but still very good tight rotation on the velocity product and good gate-to-gate shear.
Indeed. Still a rotating storm. Still a tornado threat. We still have a tornado warning there. That's really now going to get into Roberts County very rapidly. So we anticipate here pretty soon we'll drop Hansford and Ochiltree. Not quite yet.
Dave, the Weather Service is switching us to the storm northwest Cimarron County. There could be hail up to tennis ball, possibly even a tornado. Spotter did report a brief touchdown near Kenton.
That's that one we saw in southeastern Colorado.
Yep.
Okay, so do we have a tornado warning on that?
No.
I'll punch it up on the next one.
Okay, here it is. Here's what we're talking about, and I'll come in closer for a closer look. But we have storms just now coming across the line there.
Yeah, I got it here too. If you
from Colorado. You want to go to the wall there, Kevin?
No, I mean if you want to punch it up, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I can stand out there, sure.
All right. Sure. Okay. So I'm going to give you a little preview. Kevin will give you a little more detail. Storm not aimed at Kenton. It's going just off to the northeast of there. But let's get to the latest. There you go, Kevin.
Okay. So no tornado warning yet, but the Weather Service is considering it. Here's Boise City right here. We're talking about this cell right there. This one right here, worth watching, but not necessarily showing strong rotation. But that's going to be anywhere between Keys and Elkhart within the next 15 to 20 minutes, mainly northeast of Keys, and then from Elkhart, Kansas, southwestward. This cell with easily ping pong ball size hail, maybe a couple tennis ball size hailstones, going to cross Highway 56 southwest of Elkhart in the next 20 minutes.
Okay,
this cell, okay, and I'm hearing tornado warning coming, will probably include Boise City. It has been moving east-southeast, but now it looks more directly southeast. So again, Kenton,
correct,
you should be okay. Boise City, we expect you to be covered in this tornado warning here in the next couple of minutes.
Softball hail.
And there it is, softball hail. So anywhere 325 northward. Boise City, you're right on the edge of the polygon. If your device does not go off, know that you're still close enough in that tornado warning. It's still, that's probably 10 to 15 miles to the north, so it's going to be 20 minutes to 30 minutes before that gets to you. But again, it will be east of Kenton. Not a problem there. So new tornado warning. In fact, let me turn on, if I may, just to get the warning information in there for you. There it is. New tornado warning, rather. That's going to be until 10:15. It's currently 9:42, so 10:15 for Cimarron County, northwestern portion of the Oklahoma Panhandle. New tornado warning. And this is something we're about to bring up in a couple of minutes anyway, but this is what we've been talking about earlier today with another round of thunderstorms that develop into Colorado, southwestern portions of Kansas. As we get toward and past midnight tonight, the severe threat will diminish a little bit, but severe thunderstorms are going to remain possible for this second wave of energy that's coming southeastward out of Colorado and Kansas. So once again, in Boise City, You know anybody there? Let's start paying attention. You're still a good 20, 25 minutes or more away from this this thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado. But now is that time where you want to say, especially late night. Maybe you've gotten into your pajamas or something like that, getting ready to go to bed. Let's not do that in Boise City. Let's check your neighbors if they've turned off the TV or have gone to bed already. Let's let them know there's a tornado warning from you in Boise City northward that covers a good portion of Highway 287 and then on toward Campo. So once again, it's still a ways away, but this is that moment where you say, okay, where am I going to go? Do I need to take something out of the hall closet so I can get in there fairly quickly? Not right now. This is the preparation time where we want you to be ready to check on that. It's right now over a completely unpopulated area. So once it gets a little closer to Boise City, we'll focus on that a little bit more. But again, west of 287, strong thunderstorm, possible tornadic rotation, possible tennis ball size hail out over open country for the moment. Dave, you want to go back and check on our other tornado warning storm?
Yeah, they're going to trim out as we anticipated. Let me get my right button here. Okay, they're trimming out to Hansford and Ochiltree County on that warning. There's the new one, but here's the tornado warning that we've been tracking across Groover and Spearman. Did have some brief touchdowns, one southeast of Spearman. Our intercept crew out there watching that very carefully.
And let me note to you, Dave, we've got that little timing issue. When we get close to mountain time, the computer has some trouble resolving that. And so it's not until 8 p.m., it's until 10 p.m. Central Time is the time expiration on that warning.
Yeah, we have a little coding issue there. I think a good rule of thumb is if you see the red box, the red polygon, it's underway. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
the
let you
clue
know.
is where it says PM MST, because right now it's showing you mountain time as opposed to central time, and that is a computer error, but go ahead and make that adjustment in your head. So until 10 o'clock. Sorry.
Notice Hansford County not in that anymore. So we do have the southern part of Ochiltree County for a bit longer. This is rapidly becoming a Roberts County issue. Around the Canadian River, down Highway 70.
Yep.
But staying well north of Miami. Here's the new tornado warning we have.
Update that severe over western Cimarron to include softball season.
Softballs now, okay. So that tornado warning you see from Kenton to Boise City, yes, there's a tornado threat, but also the threat of softball-sized hail. This is a nasty, nasty storm. There's an update. Spearman, Groover, Perryton in the clear now. That's all coming down into Roberts County. Here's our new tornado warning. We actually have dual warnings. We've got a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be coming on down into the eastern part of Cimarron County and the western part of Texas County.
Yeah,
Kenton, I like the track on that. Looks like the hail core is going to miss you off to the east.
Yep.
Don't necessarily like it for Boise City and Keys.
But let's go ahead and call out Keys and Ava. Because you will likely, especially Ava, you will likely be affected by the storm. Keys maybe not the first one, but if the second one, the one on the left there, continues that east-southeastward movement, that would bring some hail into Keys, and you've already had plenty of severe weather so far today. But either side of Keys, northeast and southwest on Highway 56, let's prepare for that to come through in the next 10 to 15 minutes, maybe let's call it 20 minutes at the outside. And again, we're continuing our point on Boise City. And right where the arrow ends there, east of Kenton, I see a little spike of hail that would confirm that baseball-size hail potential. Dave?
Okay, I'm going to stay on it just for a minute there, Kevin, while I load something up here.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and do a broad view while you're resetting a few things.
Okay, actually, I think I got it. You know, we got tower cameras. You won't believe the one from Guyman. Oh, where is it?
That's been in and out for the last hour or so.
Take one of your cameras and it'll...
Okay, here it comes. There it is.
Ooh.
Okay, this, and you know what? This one's going to track, I think, a lot closer to the Guyman than the other one. So we got those two storms. I'm just going to sit on that for a minute. And I need to animate something so I can just see it on for my own benefit. Yeah. This is going to be interesting to watch. This is and Guyman, you guys need. It's not imminent. We might have an hour or so, but this is the stuff. This is going to be coming towards you. So you know, Boise City out to Keys, Goodwill, Guyman, this is going to be coming your way, and that looks pretty stout there.
Both of those are rotating. So even the north central, well, the Cimarron to almost Texas County one has got very broad rotation, but the potential to produce tornado is certainly there.
Yeah.
Our south of Spearman storm, and the Weather Service notes this as well, rotation has weakened, but we can see on the velocity product that chaotic straight line winds are still easily 60 to 70 miles per hour, weakening a little bit. But good news for the tornado rotation that has weakened. I guess we're kind of out over open country, but the straight line chaotic winds are still going to continue. And let's just go ahead and say for Miami right now, and anywhere west of Canadian, southwest of Canadian, you're not in the warning right now. You're in the watch, and it's still probably more than an hour away, but time to start. There's nothing going to stop these, so it's time to start making some connections in Miami and Canadian and say, hey, if you look off to the northwest, you're going to see some lightning and
I will point out,
strong thunderstorm approaching.
Kevin, one thing I want to point out here is that I think the tornado rotation is pretty much out of Ochiltree County.
Yep, good point.
So
Thank you.
I know the box is still there, but Ochiltree County I think will be trimmed out really quickly. However, you can't help but notice the hook shape right there. We still have a rotating storm. It's coming down over the Canadian River right now.
Yeah.
And a massive hail core in there. 10:15 till for where? Cimarron County, okay. Tornado warning till 10:15 in Cimarron County. Let's take a look at that one. There's the tornado warning. Good call there. 10:15. It does not include Kenton, so they just shifted this warning. Same storm. They just kind of got a better bearing on the track. So Kenton, good news there. Not so good news down to Boise City. Let's get that on radar. There we go. Yeah, two spinners.
Yeah, you had your time in Boise City, and then Keys especially, but again, that's coming.
Remember, Keys has already taken some baseball hail today.
So you had your time earlier today. That's kind of where it started for us, but yet another round. And even though we had a big, strong thunderstorm go through there, I think we probably had enough upper level energy and enough recovery of moisture. We didn't have a big line go through raking us over or stabilizing us, so it's still pretty unstable there. So I think there's no reason not to think that from Boise City northeastward through Keys toward Elkhart, there's going to be a very strong thunderstorm. I'm noticing too on our Spearman storm on the velocity product, rotation looking much, much less likely right now, or evident right now. It may yet spin up again, and it's out over open country west of 70, but the good news with that, with the tornado potential, is that for the moment, it is lower, and it may actually jump a little closer to Highway 70, but we're still out in open country well northwest of Miami.
It's Highway 70 where it goes down to the Canadian breaks and then back up. That's pretty much where our rotation is coming. So, Perryton to Pampa, Highway 70, stay off of that,
There it is in the notch.
Let's take a look at this, Kevin. I want you to... Kevin's going to give us a little radar symposium.
Geek out a little bit here. This is clearly a new, tighter rotation area. It's actually on the backside of the notch, so I've kind of drawn a circle around it. The velocity product is on the right, the reflectivity is on the left, but we want to...
That's the real deal there.
Watch that. It's not in the ideal position with regard to the rain and the rest of the storm, but there's clearly something that is trending upward that would actually be just further to the west and northwest of the primary rotation, which I think now is probably a little bit more straight line dominant.
Here's Alex, we're going to take you for that distant wall cloud. Kevin, here's a shot. How about that?
I think that's what you're looking at right here.
Illuminated wall cloud. The location says Morse. That's just where our team is, which is back over here. They're looking at the departing rotation, just to let you know that I think it is, That's a nice wall cloud that's coming into the northern part of Roberts County.
I'm about to take a curve here.
Okay, notice, Kevin, looks like you're loaded up for the whole area. Do you
Yeah.
take that on the wall? Okay, Kevin's gonna, in case you're wondering, we've been covering various storms, but we're gonna look at the whole viewing area right now, let you know, just to get a perspective of where things are, Kevin.
The tornado watch, all of the counties in yellow, has been goes until 11 o'clock. At this point, I think we're probably, and that's obviously just a little bit more than an hour away, I think we're going to see some reorientation of that sometime during the 10 o'clock hour. We may clear some areas, especially most of our New Mexico counties, the northwestern portions of the area as well. Hasn't happened yet, but we obviously don't see any development for most of the region. So places either side of Interstate 40, north and south, don't see any new development there. Actually not really expecting much. The rain or thunderstorm chance for the I-40 corridor into the late night hours, not zero, but probably closer to 10% or so. The storms that we saw coming into Roosevelt County are now going to continue into the southwestern portions of the region. They are maintaining themselves, and we did get a severe thunderstorm warning on that one, but they had weakened a little bit. But southern portions of the region, say Dimmitt, south of Hereford, southwest of Tulia, your thunderstorm potential, like the northern portion of the region, the southern portion of the region continues tonight as well. In fact, I'm going to get you the Storm Prediction Center outlook here in just a second. But that's our tornado warned storm right there. That's west of Canadian. Let's, as we're kind of regrouping and doing some analysis here, let me show you what we've got from the Storm Prediction Center for the rest of the night tonight. This has been reoriented a little bit as well. And so just as I mentioned, they haven't cleared Dalhart, Dumas, Borger, Amarillo southwestward from thunderstorm potential, but they have taken it out of the orange area. So the greater or the higher thunderstorm and severe weather potential will be in the orange area. So northwest of Dalhart, that includes Guyman, obviously Spearman, Perryton. You haven't had much tonight in Perryton, but you're still under the gun a little later on tonight for some stronger thunderstorms. And then obviously the southern portion of the region as well. I'm going to go on to tomorrow. This is tomorrow's Storm Prediction Center outlook. If the computer will help me, and I will try in advance. There it is. This right now is the severe thunderstorm outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for Saturday. So we only have this marginal or this lower level threat area. What we've had the last couple of days is when they make the morning update, the overnight update, where they get a little bit more confidence, they will increase the threat level either to slight, or we've seen it go to enhanced as well. So again, the darker green area for Saturday during the daytime period, rain chance not zero, severe weather chance not zero. It's lower than it's been, but it is still there. So by late afternoon into Saturday evening, let's keep an eye to the sky and watch for some potential development there. For Sunday, and we're jumping way ahead here, but I'm actually kind of concerned about this because traditionally you don't see the Storm Prediction Center put out an enhanced risk area, this orange area, that far out, 2 to 3 days out. Again, this is for Sunday. So that's an indication that they feel pretty confident about a higher level of severe weather potential for the day on Sunday, a higher likelihood of severe thunderstorms. That will obviously be affected by storms tonight, any storms tomorrow night, and it will be adjusted as we get a little closer. But I'm a little concerned for the second portion of the weekend. At this point, we don't have first alert notification from the television station on Saturday, but I think we're probably going to have to add that on Sunday depending upon what the models have done. Okay, we have that. Here's the computer forecast model as we go on through time. Let me see what it's doing. When we get into storms like this, sometimes during a storm, it's not quite as accurate, but here's 1 a.m. right here. So Perryton and into a good portion of Beaver County, you would be under threat. That would be the stuff that would be here now in Cimarron County, so it moves eastward. The rest of the region somewhat quiet, and then we'll advance it here to 3 a.m. That's another round of development. Not severe, less likely to be severe, but again, some thunderstorms to here overnight across the northern portions of the region. And then by 6 a.m. daybreak, that disturbance has moved on into the western portions of Oklahoma. Severe weather threat would go up there. And then as we go on through the day on Saturday, as I mentioned, it looks pretty quiet until, again, late afternoon. This is 6 p.m. right here. Yes, Dave?
Hey, Kevin, I just wanted to kind of point out we haven't covered the Southwest in a while.
Yeah.
And we've had some development there. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in Roosevelt County, south of Portales, but that's going to include places like Dora, Pep, and Causey. Mainly heavy rain, maybe quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Do I need to repeat that, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just wanted to point out that we're tracking the development down the southwest. Severe thunderstorm warning in Roosevelt County does not include Portales, but it does include Dora, Pep, Causey, and that's coming off to the northeast pretty quickly. Mainly a quarter-size hail threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but that's going to be moving over towards Muleshoe, and this on that track might come into the southern part of our area, down south of Dimmitt towards Sunnyside.
So Dave, a new tornado warning for Roberts County will extend into Hemphill County. Will not include Canadian, but will include Miami.
Yep.
Okay, so let's update that. I know we're getting close to the news. Kevin will kick that off, but let's just.
Are we going to let them go to news? Or are we going to stay continued?
Oh, I was just looking at the clock. I don't. You're calling
It's
that.
10.
Yeah.
I'll let you make that decision. We may change your battery too.
I just did.
Oh, okay.
So,
I got mine.
When we go to news, we'll just throw to break and then come back.
okay.
Us to go to break when we go to news.
So we want to go to news.
Well, that's up to you guys. I mean, we've got active warnings. It's your call.
Well,
We're kind of rural on that one.
yeah, let me go back to the northwest and see.
Okay, so when we do punch to news, we punch it to break like they wanted. Let's stand by for that.
I think we can do a short news block. Let's do that. And if I wave, y'all come on back over to me. Can we go ahead and start, or are we close?
No, that's, yeah. So,
All right, so for the stream and for TV right now, what we're going to do in a minute or so, we're going to do a brief news block. We're watching very carefully a rotating storm in Cimarron County, north and northwest of Boise City, that is out in open country. It will threaten Keys. It will likely threaten areas near Boise City and to the northeast. And then we've got a new tornado warning, I believe, that covers Miami. Or is that coming? Yeah, that one's coming. So Miami and areas west and southwest of Canadian will be included in, I think, a new tornado warning there. There's some rotation in the notch on that. Oh, and in fact, there's that new box right there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, not Canadian, but yes, Miami tornado warning.
Okay.
Rotation's right over Highway 70 at the Canadian River.
Yep.
So pretty rural stuff. Kevin will be on here in a minute.
Well, both of these
TV.
out in open country. So let's go ahead and do some, guys, we're going to go to you. I'm not going to do a weather off the top.
we're going to throw to break and we'll
Okay, we'll do a quick commercial break. We'll come back to news. If anything gets toward a new populated area, we'll go ahead and cut in, and then I'll have a weather update for you in a couple of minutes. We'll go to break, come back with the newscast in just a minute.
go.
But we're still streaming here. So.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to produce some kind of a show.
Spotters report if there is a tornado in the western Cimarron County storm, it's rain wrapped.
Gotcha, Alex.
Copy that. News is normal until we take it back if we need it.
Oh my gosh, look at the hail core now.
Hey,
Boise
Katie,
City.
news is normal until they call for it if they do.
News is normal until they call
You might ask Allie also
You know,
if she can let you leave this camera.
I'm going to say probably north.
Yes, 100% leave that camera, 100%.
You're going to have trouble with the road network on this guy in Roberts County.
One doesn't move.
I mean, you could pick it up, you could get there, but I think. Okay, I'm going to look at that real quick before you get off here, Alex.
Rotation looking more broad on that aforementioned storm. Cimarron storm.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to say really your call, Alex, whatever you want to do. If you want to bust over, that's going to be difficult. But, you know, it's certainly your call. If you want to go to the focus on the north, it's going to be a long time till they, you know, get in. It's make a late night for you. But hey, your call. It definitely is, yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're starting the newscast here. Kevin will be on shortly.
We'll continue with our first alert weather coverage in just a moment, but first, let's start with some news going on. The city of Amarillo runoff election will will be held tomorrow at the council member place 3.
The city of Amarillo runoff election between David Prescott and incumbent Tom Sherlin has had roughly 6,000 early voters from Potter and Randall counties combined. Potter County had almost 1,900 less voters than Randall County. By comparison, turnout was higher in 2023 runoff when there were 2 races.
I like that hail
This
court,
year,
man.
only 1 spot is up for grabs. Timing also plays a part in Davis County. Election says this time of year, voters are on vacation or involved in other activities.
So personally, if I'm at home on a Saturday and I started working in my flower bed, it's really hard for me to stop what I'm doing and go vote. However, we would encourage everyone to send cast a ballot that is eligible for the election.
No, what?
For more information on which locations are open
What you got, Alex?
tomorrow in both Potter and Randall counties, you can visit our website, NewsChannel10.com.
Back now to the turbulent weather we've seen this week in the Panhandle. Lubbock was in the bullseye yesterday with many residents in Lubbock who had to come out
Can
of
you?
those storms.
I'm not hearing him well.
Tornado.
What to do next, despite not knowing where to even begin.
Does he see something?
back, Alex, say that again.
Around Lubbock today to talk with those who were impacted and see the damage they're facing as a result of those storms.
Are they considering expanding it or
Have you heard anything about them
extending the watch?
Is there
Not yet.
Since it's expires
No, nothing
less
yet.
than
But
an hour.
they probably will for Hemphill County.
talking about the outflow increasing on that Roberts County storm, still rotating near 70?
I bet they extend the watch for Hemphill and Wheeler. I bet they will.
Did you hear that?
Okay, you wanna go north?
Yep.
All right, we're going north.
They're going north. They're good eggs.
Junkies. Junkies. Just
For the
like
people.
I do the same thing.
We're doing it for the people.
Off the record. It is.
All the people that lost their road network, you see the dots flowing back north.
Yeah, we'll be ahead of them.
Yeah. Thank you for catching.
I just think we're gonna have a better time.
You have
staying
Guyman in
north
your
of
show.
that. I mean, south of that.
It's really, really active.
Get into that. And if worse came to worse, we could always come up behind it too. It's that hail. Okay, so we're gonna head towards Boise. Okay. Did you get a chance to check the I think we're good. We'll just use the roof camera.
Oh, I changed it.
Okay.
Ouch, that hurts.
Did you need to charge?
So there's a. I have another cable or charger that's plugged in right.
Was that your charger that's plugged in?
Yeah, you can just trace it.
Yep. Yep. I think it just got buried under these backpacks.
Well, it came. I think it's right here.
I'm just gonna pull on it until.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's not connecting to anything.
Thank you.
Share that as we were talking to him, our officers were involved in the shooting. Was he talking to any of his family members at that point? I don't have that information. Was he aggressive or anything like that? I can't comment on that. Oh, Kelly was taken to the hospital where he died from his wounds several hours later. It was at least 30 minutes that we saw a squad of police cars and an ambulance come. That's where we got suspicious. Her bosses Rangers executed his search warrant of Kelly's home. While he couldn't share anything on their investigation, he
Okay, I want to get you a radar update. Most of the region, again, under a tornado watch, but not seeing thunderstorm activity. But because we got 2 tornado warnings, I wanted to focus in on the Cimarron County storm. Just a few moments ago, it was quite possibly producing softball-size hail. That may have weakened a little bit, but its forward motion is about 45 miles per hour. So now from Boise City, and it's a tornado warning storm, but straight line winds are certainly possible from Boise City through Keys within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Those straight line winds with the forward motion of that storm could easily push the straight line winds, which is a broader area, to 80 miles per hour or even higher. So in Boise City, if you are not in your safe place, you have minutes to get there, 1 to 2 to 3 minutes tops. Same story in Keys, maybe 5 minutes. This other storm is going to move just to the north of Ava. It is not tornado warned. We have another tornado warning that includes Hemphill and Roberts counties. This is the notch that may be the tornado. It is largely out in open country, but we want to put Miami on alert. If you've joined us for the newscast, it's still 20 to 30 minutes away, but some heavy rain and hail is going to be moving into Canadian here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So those are the 2 tornado warnings. We're continuing to watch them. This Hemphill, Roberts County out in the open, and the one approaching Boise City and Keys is going to bring some strong gusty winds here in the next couple of minutes. Let's go back over to the news desk.
He said he's not sure it's a bad contrast. I said, yeah, we had the same problem.
I think we got one.
I said, I think we got maybe 2. We might have gotten 2. 3, yeah. Keys. He said that he saw the last big funnel that we were streaming. He was like, that was impressive. I was like, yeah.
Which one?
That last one, the big
near Spearman?
Yeah.
That crossed right where we were.
I've seen it where it should have been worked over and it still produces. It's just strange how it works sometimes.
Okay, another update here on radar and our watch situation. All of the area has been in a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. We've issued a new one here into the western portion of Oklahoma. These counties have not filled in yet. We're waiting on the computer to do that, but I think the eastern portion of the region will be extended past 11 o'clock. Let's check on our 2 tornado-warned storms. This one with extremely fast forward motion is over Boise City right now. So if you're not in your safe place and you're not getting rain and hail, it will come in moments. On the highway, same story, in between Boise City and Keys, Highway 54. Get to your safe place right now from Keys southwestward to Boise City. It will continue to move southward. Carrick, you are not included in the tornado warning, but I think that will be extended for just a bit, and we'll keep you posted on that. So Carrick, you want to go ahead and prepare as well. Here's a little broader view, not tornado warned, but Ava and Huff, you're going to pick up some rain and heavy hail in just a couple of minutes. Our other tornado warned storm for Roberts and Hemphill County in the center of east central portion of Roberts County, just let's say now 10 to 12 miles northwest of Miami. That rotation is going to be approaching you in the next 15 minutes, so be prepared to go to your safe place. That will include the intersection there south of Canadian at Highway 60. So rotation there near and just north of Miami will continue to move southeastward and get closer to town. Potential there for easily some golf ball size hail or better coming across the highway, again in between the intersection Miami and Highway 60 south of Canadian. We're going to go ahead and go to a break. We'll come back with some more weather and news here at News Channel 10.
All right, back on us. So Alex and I right now, we're heading north, kind of that storm by Boise, once again, kind of the same place that we were earlier. So we are going to play it safe. We're, you know, it's at night, and so you know, we don't want to put ourselves in a bad situation, but we do want to, you know, get a look at this and see what it's doing as it treks, you know, kind of the same route as the other one did. So that's what we're doing right now. You know, I had to say, like, you know, we're being safe because my mom watches.
Oh, yeah.
So hi, Mom. Alex, say hi, Mom.
I think my wife and son already went to bed.
Yeah.
Not. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we should do since we're in front camp. Have a detail that glows NewsChannel 10.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Neon red. There's actually, so look, these two are actually merging again, and there's like literally a spot of rotation on each one.
Rotation on each storm.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Dave? I don't know if he's there.
So the one by Elkhart and the one.
Okay, another radar update, 2 tornado-warned storms. And before I go to those, I want to mention the southern portion of the region. We've got some storms that are in between Portales and Plainview. They're moving generally just north of east. So rumbles of thunder, brief heavy downpours, no warnings down there, no severe thunderstorm warnings. But the southern portion of the region, especially on toward Lubbock, scattered showers, some thunderstorms remain possible for next several hours tonight. So one of 2 tornado-warned storms right now. Looks like that rotation is probably just on the, well, a mile or 2, 3 miles at the outside east of Boise City, crossing the highway. So Keys, expect heavy rain and some hail. In Boise City, if you're not in your safe place, you need to be there for at least 5 to 10 minutes. Let's give it that, and then this storm will move south of the highway and eventually on toward Carrick. You're not included in the tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Guyman, northwest of Guyman. This cell looks like it will miss Ava, but it's going to roll through Huff in just the next couple of minutes and eventually across Highway 136. Let's expect at least golf ball size hail on that one in Huff as that one moves on into and through Texas County. Then the other tornado warned storm has accelerated its forward motion just since I was on a few minutes ago. So Highway 60 from Miami northeastward to the intersection and south of Canadian, the forward motion on that is going to bring that across the highway and close to and north of Miami in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside for Miami. So you are included in the tornado warning. I'd love for you to be ready to go immediately to your safe place. And we haven't reviewed during the newscast. Tornado shelter, if you have one, first floor, lowest floor of the building that you're in, small room, center of the house, bathroom, hallway, closet, away from outside walls, away from windows. Get something to cover up your head. That's going to be baseball, football helmet, something like that, cushions from the sofa, bed, pillows, something like that. Be ready in Miami to go to your safe place at no notice. You're under a tornado warning. It's still a couple of miles just to the north or northwest of town, but please be ready and go ahead and go if you feel at all threatened. Here's the view from Guyman looking westward towards and southwestward toward those storms. The lightning output has been tremendous here, so obviously we would not prefer that you be out looking around because that lightning could come down in any one spot. As we go through the rest of the night, Storm Prediction Center says the orange areas, pretty much where the tornado warnings are now, Dalhart eastward, Dumas eastward, Borger, Pampa eastward, including obviously Canadian, Perryton. You haven't had much tonight. The potential is there. So really even past midnight into the wee hours of the morning, higher likelihood of severe weather. Less likely in the yellow areas, but still possible. And right now, we still don't see anything on the I-40 corridor. I want to mention that. It's not out of the question later on tonight, but I'll show you the model here in just a second. A quieter daytime period expected on Saturday. Still late day into the early evening hours, some thunderstorms may develop. The Storm Prediction Center will reevaluate this as we go through the overnight period, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some slight risk or higher risk areas added on Saturday, but most of the daytime period, if you've got outside things planned this weekend, let's do them earlier in the day on Saturday, as opposed to Sunday. And I've been mentioning this through the evening hours. It's not that common that we see an enhanced risk, that orange area, especially over such a large area, 2.5 days in advance. So the thunderstorm potential, the severe thunderstorm potential coming for Sunday is concerning. So let's keep that in mind for the second part of the weekend. Let me run the model very quickly here. Perryton, this model suggests you'll have a storm by just after midnight at 1 a.m. That could potentially be severe. That would go near Canadian and then weaken. And then overnight, this is 3 a.m. right here, scattered showers, thunder showers still possible. This is 6 a.m. when we start our quiet period for the day coming up on Saturday, but by 6 p.m., new thunderstorms develop across the northern and northwestern portions of the region, expand in coverage, including at that point Amarillo and the eastern portions of the area, and that would go through the overnight period on Saturday into Sunday morning as well. We'll come back with a radar update. Of course, keep you posted. Let's go over to Preston, check out some sports.
That was our first one, I think. We were out by ourselves.
Pretty shot for y'all.
Yeah.
That's the Roberts County storm?
Yes, I think so. I think it's this one right over here. So that would be the Roberts County storm. So, but, I mean, you can see more of the structure, but I mean, over that direction. I mean, it's literally orange flashes. It's really cool.
Next to a feedlot here, Paladero Feeders. So if you're in this area, you know where Paladero Feeders is. That's where we are.
So we may get a little spotty on the video, which is kind of part of the thing. I mean, you can come out into some of these roads out in the country and, you know, you're going to have spotty service. So if if we glitch out a little bit, that's what's going on. Now I can smell the feedlot.
Usually you smell it before you see it.
Yeah, smell of money. Yep, it's that other one.
Yeah.
Remember I told you?
Caleb called it.
Called it.
Oh man, my wife's still up.
Poor Preston. Poor Preston. Exit. Move. So, yeah, so it looks like they have issued a tornado warning for the other storm that is to the kind of northeast of the Boise City storm. There is some rotation. Yeah, so they're getting things ready. You're about to see Kevin. He's going to give a full report. So, if you're in that tornado warned area, you really want to just, pay attention and follow with us, and we'll try to keep you updated.
I'm not seeing anything on prompter. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now we've got a new tornado warning for Texas County. Very obviously rapidly dynamic, changing situation here. This thunderstorm is now tornado warned. Ava, you are included, but the rotation is just to the east of you. To Huff, you'll get some heavy rain and possibly some hail in the next couple of minutes, but I think the rotation signature is right there in the middle of this new polygon. So that new tornado warning goes until 11 o'clock, and Guyman, you are included. So we're going to stay on this continuous now, both on TV, and we are streaming as well. And we still have our chasers out, Alex and Caleb. They're moving back toward these storms as well. So we'll probably get some interesting nighttime pictures and a lot of lightning pictures from them. But this new tornado warning does include Guyman. It does include Goodwell. It does include Optima. It does not include Hooker. It does not include Texoma. So again, the rotation signature right there is going to go toward Guyman. We're still 10, 12 miles northwest of Guyman, so that gives everybody in Guyman a few minutes to go ahead and prepare. And I'll go over the tornado warning rules in just a minute. But this is going to be along the highway in between Hooker, Goodwell, Texoma, including Guyman. You are now under a tornado warning, so I want you to prepare your plan of where you're going to go on your safe place. There's also some hail in the storm. The hail indications are increasing, so tennis ball size hail out in open country right now, but that potential I think will probably continue. So that would be an eventual concern for Goodwell, Guyman, Optima. Even if you don't necessarily get the tornado, which is fairly small, relatively speaking, you'll get that heavy rain and some hail. Let's look a little further west, and I'm going to move this just for a second to talk about our other storm, tornado warned storm, that's covering Keys and Boise City. The tornado threat has moved away from you. If you're still getting rain in Boise City, that's going to end in moments, and the hail threat has diminished for you and gone away because that storm has moved on through. That's likely the tornado rotation right there out in open country, south of Keys. Carrick, you're not included, but I think I even see a little bit more of a southerly development there. So in Carrick, let's now prepare, not in the tornado warning, but the potential for that to extend further south is going to go for you also. In Keys, you've got some heavy rain and some hail for at least another 5 minutes, so go ahead and stay in your safe place. Again, mentioning the new tornado warning that includes Goodwell and Guyman, Highway 54 corridor, southwest of Hooker, Goodwell to the northeast. That storm, the last couple of these have really increased in forward motion. So again, 10 to 15 minutes at the outside to prepare in Guyman. And in fact, since Guyman, this is new for you, let's review our tornado safety plan. Tornado shelter, if you have one, be prepared to go there in fairly short order. If not, let's think where you're going to go in the house. Center of the house, small room, bathroom, closet, hallway, as many walls between you and the outside as you can find, then a small room provides more structural integrity. Larger rooms are going to be more subject to having the roof come up, the ceiling come up, and things raining down. As I mentioned earlier tonight, we saw that in Canyon. I was in one of those houses doing some storm surveys, and the smaller rooms, especially the hallways in the center of the house, didn't have the same type of damage as the larger room, the kitchen and the living room area, where the ceiling did come down, and a lot of stuff came down along with that. So in Guyman, prepare to go to your small room, center of the house, get something to cover up your head. Now's the time when you can go ahead and go to the garage and get a helmet, baseball helmet, football helmet, something like that, or get some cushions off the sofa, cushions or pillows off the bed, and prepare for this approaching storm. Yes, sir, Kyle?
National Weather Service telling us that current track holds rotation with that Roberts County storm should pass north of Miami.
Roberts County, we'll go there in just a minute. Okay, thanks. So once again in Guyman, continue to prepare for the approach of this storm. Let's go to our other one. Tell me that again, Kyle, what you told me just now.
That current track holds again, rotation with that Roberts County storm should track north of Miami.
Yes, okay, so what we're seeing here, tornado warning continues for Roberts County and Hemphill County as well. So that's the county border right here. This is what the Weather Service is talking about. This is just a couple miles north east of Miami. So that's our rotation signature. It's crossing the highway, Highway 60 right now. So that would continue on to the southeast, which is good news. But we want to go ahead and call out Briscoe and Allison, because on this particular track, that southeastern movement will continue. Definitely not all clear in Miami, since we said that the rotation is probably just to the northeast of there, but I see a new little pendant developing there. Could that be a new rotation? It is certainly possible. So in Miami, let's go ahead and stay in your safe place. You've got that tornado warning at least until 10:45. I've been showing some pictures from Guyman. Again, a storm approaching from the west, and there's a pretty big lightning show with this. So rain, heavy potential, heavy rain potential, and the tornadic potential certainly not gone from there. Okay, so for Friday, the rest of the night tonight, this is the storm outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Greatest likelihood of severe storms and tornadoes, because there's a tornado watch anywhere in this orange area, which is where we have our storms. There's one here, one here, one here, and then near Canadian as well. Also, the southern portion of the region, tornado activity less likely, but severe storm activity, severe storms, straight line winds and hail potential there. On Saturday during the day, severe weather threat lower, but still there until I'd say about 5 or 6 o'clock, when we'll increase the chance for storms again. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we've got on Sunday another potential for severe weather, and at this point the higher likelihood, and I think based on this from the Storm Prediction Center, the likelihood of strong thunderstorms and severe weather is going to be even higher on Sunday. So if you're planning on cutting the lawn, anything like that, on Saturday, let's do it there. And then Sunday, let's prepare for another round of severe weather. Let me jump back, check our tornado warned storms. I'm going to toss over to Dave, because I'm obviously losing my voice, and I apologize for that. So here's our Hemphill and Roberts County storm. The circulation that the Weather Service is concerned with is just northeast of mile or two, 3 miles northeast of Miami. It's crossing Highway 60 right now, so that will get into Hemphill County. Canadian, yeah, some hailstones are possible for you, but let's stay in our safe place in Miami, especially because of this, which is going to come through town and could start rotating in just a couple of minutes. All right, I hit the wrong button, so with the computer catch up. Let's go back to our Guyman storm. That's approaching very, very quickly. We're now inside of 10 minutes for Guyman and Optima for this storm to rumble on through. Goodwell, you're still in the tornado warned area, not under immediate threat, but do please be prepared to go ahead and go to your safe place. I'm going to go ahead and clear you in Boise City, Keys. You still got some hail to deal with. And then Carrick, we're going to watch this very carefully. This is rotation on the highway, but Carrick, you could be included in a new tornado warning that could come, well, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then eventually, with the motion of this storm, we may yet include Texoma in another tornado warning with that line of storms coming in from the northwest. Dave, I need some water. I'm going to pitch it over to you for a minute.
Absolutely. Long night. And we got a ways to go, too, because this coming out of Colorado is going to stay pretty healthy for the next few hours. Weather Service already coming up with a new tornado watch that we'll be able to give you here momentarily. Just know that it's going to be extended even till 6 a.m. for some counties. So again, we're starting to watch the Guyman area. Certainly, we got the tower cam. If you've been in the Guyman area, you know it's lightning like crazy. That's just an indication of the approaching storm coming your way. So let me walk you through what we have going on. Tornado watch. This tornado watch continues until 11. It'll be replaced with one that goes much later into the evening. We have 3 tornado warnings: Cimarron, Texas, and then parts of Gray and Hemphill counties. Here's the Gray, Hemphill. I'm sorry, let me correct myself there. That's Roberts and Hemphill counties, mainly the Miami area. Looks like we got a rotation there. It's going to stay north of Miami. I'll show you that on radar. Here's the other 2 tornado warnings, both in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Cimarron County, it does include Boise City and Keys, and then stops right before the state line. Over in Texas County, places like Eva, Huff, and then down to Highway 54, Goodwill, Guyman, and Optima, all included in the tornado warning that goes until 11. These are those tornado warnings that I just talked about. We got a rotation south of Keys and another round of hail for Keys. Been a rough night in Keys with 2 hail-producing storms. Boise City looks like he briefly caught some of that hail and rain. That's pushing southeast rapidly. The storm's going about 45 miles per hour. If we look over to the east a little bit, here's where the storm moves into Texas County, and that's the storm that we're looking at from the Guyman camera, with very frequent lightning. Right now from Eva over to Huff, that's where we have the hail core, but it does look like that's on a track to take it to Guyman, probably about 15 to 20 minutes. Goodwill, you might miss that storm. I have to watch for that second one, though, out in Cimarron County. So Guyman to Optima, we're on standby to catch some hail. It looks like the rotation might be a little less pronounced in that storm, but nonetheless, we do have a tornado warning for Texas County that does include Goodwill, Guyman, and Optima. Taking a look at other storms, the other tornado warning is a storm that's in progress over Canadian and Miami right now. The rotation is in between. Rotation looks to be about 5 miles northeast on Highway 60. No confirmation of tornado in there, but certainly has the potential to do that. Mainly as a hail threat also right there at the junction of Highway 60 and Highway 83. We could be looking at some golf balls there. Canadian, I think you're mainly just going to take the heavy rain part of the storm and lightning. Miami, I think the worst is done for you. It's going to push on down to the southeast now. Out towards Lake Marvin, I think we'll have plenty of heavy rain out that way. Out towards Jim, looks like Allison, we have a storm headed your way. What's that?
The new tornado warning for Hemphill and Wheeler counties will go to Oklahoma state line, not including Canadian.
Okay, I'm getting an update on the storm that we're looking at. That tornado warning will be replaced by another warning that's going to take it out to the state line. That's going to be for Hemphill, including Wheeler. Hemphill and the northern part of Wheeler County. So I just mentioned Allison. That's going to include Allison. Okay, I'll come back to that one there. So I'm just going to kind of drill down on this storm. Again, Glacier, Lake Marvin, and Jim, mainly heavy rain. South of Canadian and aim towards Briscoe and Allison. That's going to be our hail core. And I'll kind of linger on this shot here because we're about to get a new red tornado warning area, and we'll be able to tell you exactly who's included in that. For the moment, I can tell you that Miami and Canadian are not in the tornado warning area. I do anticipate that we'll get Briscoe, Allison, probably Jim in this next tornado warning area. Same storm. We've tracked this one all the way back to Colorado. So it's got another county or so, and then we'll hand this one off into Oklahoma. We'll forget about that one, but we still have 2 other potentially tornadic storms up in the Oklahoma Panhandle that we're watching very carefully. Just in case you're wondering, for Amarillo, all night we just have not been threatened by storms. I'll zoom out just a little bit while we wait on that new tornado polygon. And you can see it's either north or south and not much in between across our area. So far, It's a situation that we're not too concerned about Amarillo, but we got a long ways to go here tonight. Here's our tornado warned storm up across the north. Again, I've drilled down just a little bit. Large hail over 2 inches are going to be possible there. There's a flood threat. In fact, I think we have a flood warning up in there. New tornado warning is going to be extended now to the southeast all the way out to the Oklahoma line. Okay, more information on Oklahoma Panhandle. We'll go back up there pretty soon. Keep waiting on our new tornado warned area. That will include the northern part of Wheeler County and the rest of Hemphill County. Big storm, very large storm. There's the new image. It looks like the rotation is kind of crossing Highway 60 and really heading down towards Highway 83 north of Briscoe. So that's where the new warning area is. Okay, I give up. We're gonna go back to Oklahoma Panhandle. We'll throw that new warning on as soon as we get it. Getting really close to Guyman now. That's the tornado warning for Texas County. I don't think the rotation on that one is quite as strong, but there's a big hail core in there. And looking at our tower camera up there, in fact, I'll just take it back to that really quickly. Should be right here. Yeah, there's lightning now coming into Guyman. You can expect a big blast of wind, probably some hail over 2 inches, and tornado warning does continue there. So Guyman, time to hunker down. Here's our tornado warnings. We'll go through those. Still waiting on that one to be extended. Okay, while we're on this one, Kevin updates this Cimarron County tornado warning. There we go. There's our update. Boise City, we can go to bed. You can sleep easy. Tornado warnings past you, and I think that'll be it for the night. So you're in good shape there at Boise City. Keys, just about to move on out of there. So mainly it's going to be the southeastern quadrant of Cimarron County that will continue under that tornado warning. That's still pretty impressive on radar. There's the warning you can see over in Texas County, heading down towards Goodwell and Guyman. Putting that into motion. Okay, they'll keep that Cimarron County warning going till 11, just removing Boise City and Keys, it looks like. Yeah, Keys, we'll go ahead and remove you. That rotation well down to your southeast. So we got about 20 more minutes on that warning. For Texas County, there is some rotation in there. I don't think it's quite as pronounced, but major hail core. It's kind of tracking down towards Guyman and Optima. If you're in Texoma, you're going to miss the warning, or at least the hail out of the warning to the north. But the storm in Cimarron County is really tracking your way. So I think we'll see an extension of that warning, and that will include you here in time. Okay, here's our Hemphill County storm. Canadian, you're still getting drenched with the very heavy rainfall. Little new development back behind it. I don't think that's going to be tornadic. Right now, it looks like it's cycling. I think the outflow's kind of outrunning our rotation there. Still probably a rotation around Highway 83, just south of the 60 junction. Allison, Mobeetie, those areas we're going to watch for the extension of the tornado warning. You got something, Kevin?
Nope, coming over to join you, and I'm going to do some analysis with you on radar screen.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
My voice holds.
Yeah. You got water?
I do.
Let me reach over and get my coffee.
Yes, sir.
That's wetting my whistle.
All right, well, we'll do a little analysis on the Guyman storm, actually both of them. And there's the trim taking Boise City out. Keys again, you're done, as you mentioned. Pardon me.
Storm's arriving in Guyman, by the way.
Okay, my observation on the Guyman storm right now is there is a developing hook, or certainly a pendant, just west and northwest of town. Let me spend a minute on that, and we'll first do a measurement. So now we're inside of 5 miles west-northwest of Guyman. So with the fairly fast movement of the storm, we're talking about within 10 minutes, that storm, the bulk of it should be right over Guyman. In addition to the tornado threat, right behind it, there is hail, and the hail core is going to be moving toward Optima in about 10 minutes, and there would be some potential for some baseball-sized hailstones there. Yes, Dave?
Yeah, I was going to show you. Where is it? One more back.
Quick review of our tornado plan in Guyman. If you've been paying attention, I hope that you're ready. If you know anybody in Guyman who might have gone to sleep already, neighbors, or if you're elsewhere in the Panhandle region, you know somebody in Guyman, this is the time very quickly to call them and say, hey, you're under a tornado warning, and that storm's going to be right over Guyman within the next 10 minutes. So phone trees have proven to be very, very helpful on these kinds of things, especially as we get into the late night period and a point at which you know, people have gone to bed. But Guyman, you are certainly under threat from this storm. Optima, you are under threat. Less so from the tornado warning,
Kevin, here's
but the large hail. Yes, sir?
There's a shot from Guyman. Come on, pop up. We've been watching our tower camera there in Guyman. Wouldn't you know, by the time I take it. So coming back to you.
Yep, gotcha. Okay. So as I look at the velocity product, that's all the red and green. Let me shift a little bit further to the east to our other warned storm. Now this is out in open country. It's past Keys, but the velocity signature on radar is pretty well defined. Let me stop it and we'll draw a little bit right here. Right in here, in this notch, and the rotation would be right here. Again, out in open country, but let's see the motion on that. They're generally moving southeast. Sometimes there's a little bit of an easterly jog. So Texoma, that's going to put you under threat from an approaching storm. That's probably closer to 30 minutes away. But that's the time where you start, again, checking on your neighbors, because I don't think anything's going to slow this down necessarily. Plus, the tornado warned portion of that storm is going to move out of the polygon here in the next 5 minutes. So our friends at the Weather Service will have to decide if they're going to extend, and I'm confident that they will extend a new tornado warning for the southeastern part of Cimarron County, southwestern portion of Texas County. I may not make it here, Dave. I'm going to let you talk for a minute.
Here's a live shot from Guyman. We've been tracking that, and that's yeah, it's pretty much moving in. So I can see somewhat of an Arcus shelf cloud there, Kevin. A lot of lightning, and looks like okay. Yeah, let's see. Okay, here's a shot from Alex and Caleb. Oh, there's a nice, Arcus. They're around or closer to Groover, looking back up in there. So we're watching that one carefully. We just show that to kind of remind folks in Guyman that you need to be sheltered up for the time being. Okay. What did you have there, Kevin?
I just moved to our Miami storm.
Okay. Looks like it's really outrun its rotation there.
Yeah. Some strong straight line winds still just east of Miami, but you're right, I think it's closing in itself on the notch. But now we need to call out Briscoe and Allison in particular. Mobeetie heads up. We'll see if that evolves toward you, but Briscoe, now we're inside of, certainly inside of 20 minutes, around 20 minutes for Allison. Wheeler, you're probably between 35 and 40 minutes of this storm approaching from the northwest. And it is tornado warned. Wheeler, you're not included at this particular moment. Mentioned Canadian too. The rotation has moved past Canadian. There still could be some hailstones, but heavy rain is going to continue for at least 10 to 15 to 20 minutes at the outside.
All right.
And then I'd say within the hour we can give that storm over to Oklahoma, Dave.
Yeah, there's the warning again. Get ping pong? What'd you say? Tennis ball. Okay. Some information on. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong arrow. We're getting information that they're going to issue a new severe new tornado warning up in the Cimarron County area that guy there. That's going to be extended.
That's Carrick. Yeah, it's going to include Carrick.
It's going to include Griggs and Texoma. So, yeah, I mentioned that earlier that I thought Texoma is probably going to be included in the next warning. So here it is on radar. That's kind of what you got. New storm developing over Boise City is going up really fast. That may send yet more hail to Keys. Can you believe that?
No.
That'd be the third hail, and it looks pretty likely. If you're in Keys, sorry, it looks like more hail is coming your way.
New updraft there. That's fascinating after 2 rounds.
They've got a good shot of that.
Yeah, okay. We got our chasers, Caleb and Alex. Okay. Oh, that's really nice. Got the big supercell storm, a big Arcus shelf out ahead of that. That's what's pushing down to the south towards into Guyman now and Goodwill. So folks there, count on a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, and a lot of rain and hail in there also. So it looks to me like the biggest hail core is going to be from Guyman over to Optima, heading off to the east. Keys, you just can't seem to get rid of the hail. That's rapidly pushing down to the southeast, and that's why the warning has been extended there to include Griggs and Texoma. Yeah, look how long that one is. That's, I know we've seen this before. These are fast-moving storms, so we have to warn out ahead of it, more. Okay, this goes till 11:30, and you can't help but notice, I know it's been a rough night already at Groover and Spearman. Look at the way that warning is oriented, and you kind of, extrapolate that out. We're going to worry about, oh goodness, I did that, didn't I? Okay, here we go, guys. Stream showing what I was just talking about. The warning is really extended out now. It'll include Texoma, but down towards Groover and Spearman, where it's already been rough. So we'll have to watch that very carefully. If you look back towards Guyman, Highway 54. Okay, Guyman to Optima there, that's where we expect hail at least 2 inches. And then back to the northwest of Texoma, man, that's where hail could be tennis ball size. So that's moving down to the southeast towards the state line as well. It's a pretty big complex, actually. I'll zoom out a little bit. You can see this going way back up into Kansas with new development back towards Boise City. So, if it would go ahead and form a solid line, that would help us out on alleviating some of the rotation potential. But you see the storm there around Guyman and then back towards Texoma, those are discrete or, isolated, if you will, standalone supercells that are not really, it looks like it is trying to fill in though. That's what we need. We still have more of a straight line threat, but the supercell rotation, I think, would be less likely. But that's going to take time to do. So right now, we do have rotation and storm coming in.
Dave?
Yeah.
If you want to come to Max 1 just briefly, we want to go to the southwestern portion of the region. We need to leave it on the wall. I won't go out there.
Okay. Here's
Kevin's comment on not severe, but producing some hail, just to let folks south of Dimmitt and Nazareth and Hart know, and eventually Tulia, that particular thunderstorm cell is out there. It's not showing severe characteristics of straight line winds to 60 or 1 inch hail, but easily some 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch hail is possible with that storm. So just a heads up for Dimmitt, Nazareth, Tulia, and to make the point that the thunderstorm activity will continue across the southern.
It's like the hail potential is picking up for Dimmitt.
Yeah, and there's a core there that looks, I hope the bulk of that will go just scrape the south side of town. And then that cluster will continue to move eastward. So from Tulia southward along 27 through Crest and Plainview and Hale Center, heavy thunderstorms going to move through your area. Not severe at this point, but it is still in the tornado watch area. So just wanted to make that point, Dave.
Kevin, getting word that the severe thunderstorm warning will replace the tornado warning in Texas County near Guyman. 2 inch hails and winds up to 60 will include Perryton. Tornado tornado threat is decreasing with that storm.
Okay.
Okay, I've got it up right here.
Good news there.
And here's what we're talking about. And I mentioned that earlier. It looks like the storm around Guyman is not rotating as strongly. They're gonna drop that tornado warning. But notice the goes from purple to pink to black. That's a major hail core. That's gonna just kind of strafe Guyman. The bulk of that's going out to Optima, but also
And Texoma.
we got two of those, man. We got the other one that's back to the northwest of Texoma. We'll have to watch the trajectory on that because both places where you see black, we could be looking at golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Okay, there goes the new severe thunderstorm warning.
Which
the
does
yellow
include
box.
Perryton.
It does, yeah, and that's, we talked about the size of some of these warnings. That's a hoss right there. Look at that. That's a single warning from north of Guyman to south of Perryton. That's, with storms moving that rapidly, they cover a lot of distance. So, think about, your car going 55 miles an hour. It's not going to be in the same place very long.
And that's, to also comment on the length of that warning's in effect until 11:45.
Okay, 11:45.
So we're going to be closer to 11:30 for Perryton. So that's plenty of time to prepare. And even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, we can see regeneration and the tornado watch. Tornado watch is in place. I apologize.
Look at this, Kevin.
I think ear, nose, and Dr. Cunningham's going to get a visit from me on Monday. But
look what we have on our Guyman camera. Oh man, tunnel. Okay, there's the base.
Yep. Clearly going to be a significant shelf on that.
Okay, I'm moving it a little bit. So Guyman, it's ground zero. It's coming in right now. You're already getting the rain, the lightning, and looks like the hail. You probably get some of the hail, but Optima is catching the core of that. Let me bump that up a little bit. Okay, there's our warnings. Man, that's some coverage there.
That's chaos.
Okay, and I'll adjust. I have to do this frequently because of the speed.
I know.
Okay, keys. I just want to, it's probably not going to be the baseball stuff, but you'll catch a little hail. Boise City, you've had some rain and hail. And then we just kind of track that on down to the southeast. So Texoma, we're hoping that you're going to go between hail cores. Can't guarantee that. You kind of dodged the bullet last time on the hail. You may not this time. So Guyman to Optima, that's where we have another hail core. Hooker to Tyrone, and then Baker, Adams, Hardesty. You're going to catch some of it. I think hail is pretty likely around towards Hardesty, Oklahoma. And by the way, remember the rotation that had been in the Texas County storm approaching Guyman, weakened. Weather Service went in and dropped or replaced that tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning that now extends all the way from Guyman past Perryton.
Yeah, and I would say the rotation has now moved through most of Guyman. In the city, if you've gone to your safe place, let's stay there for 5 more minutes. Rain will continue, but I think the significant part of that and the rotation will move away from if you're close to downtown within the next 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, they're going to expire that 11, so we kind of knew that. Here's
and let me mention, if you go a second to go back to Max 1.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, we got some confirmed golf ball hail we'll look at here in just a second.
Got it.
There's a live shot of Guyman where the main part of the storm is coming in. So heavy rain. We can't see close enough to see if there's hail on that shot. Probably will be some. Optima, it's just, you're going to get hammered by probably tennis ball hail. It's probably happening right now. So if you're in Optima, please be sheltered up there. Okay, moving ahead now. This storm right here, we've got some confirmed golf ball hail. So I'll get to that on the radar. This one right here. Okay, down at the Hemp Hill Wheeler County line. Okay, let me adjust my sector here since it's moving so fast. That's golf balls falling at this time. Briscoe, that does not look good. Golf ball hail very likely at Briscoe. Allison, we'll see if it spreads out your way, but it's possible. And also, we take that on down to the city of Wheeler, Allison, Kelton. You know, that's coming your way. Right now, Briscoe, certainly a major hail threat. The golf ball to tennis balls, what I'd say there. For Wheeler, Kelton, and Allison, we'll just track that core. Allison looks like you might be in line to catch some of that. Okay, again, I'm kind of referencing Guyman on the tower camera, looking pretty stout there.
Yep.
And then let's see, Kevin brought us up to date on the southern part of the area. We now have storms just south of Dimmitt in the Hart area, and then pushing east towards Tulia and Cress. So we've got those up to about the Highway 86 corridor. Looks like a little hail, which might be nickel, maybe quarter size south of Dimmitt. That's going to move over towards Nazareth. So need to add Nazareth on to our concerns of maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Still not tracking anything approaching Amarillo or Canyon or the Central Panhandle. Kind of wide open out towards New Mexico.
Let's call out Texoma too, if you want.
Okay, heading back to Texoma here. We'll take a look at that.
Okay, heavy rain, gust of wind is imminent in Texoma. We're inside of 5 miles. Again, heavy rain, a strong gust of wind inside of 5 miles from Texoma, and then there will be some hail as well. Now, 2 to 3 to 4 miles southwest of Texoma on 54, that's our primary rotation signature, and you can see the notch just to the west of where it says Texoma there. And I'm looking on radar that we could see some development even closer to Stratford. So you're just outside of the tornado warned area, but if we get some new development, new updraft there closer to Stratford, especially northeast of town on Highway 54, then you're going to find that heavy rain coming into your area, and again, northeast of Stratford within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Back on Guyman, heavy rain and hail going to start to let up now, or within the next 5 minutes. Looks like the heaviest hail core went through in between Guyman and Optima, but next on the list within 10 minutes is Hardesty. And that will again assuredly be some tennis ball size hailstones that would move into Hardesty. So I want to give you a heads up in the next few minutes. And Texoma, I mentioned the approaching rain and the rotation, but there's a strong hail core with again tennis ball size hail that's closer to 10 miles northwest of Texoma, and that's going to come in as well. Carrick, you're in the clear. Another little cell developing just to the northwest or southeast of Boise City. I think that one will probably, the bulk of that one will probably stay north and northeast of Carrick. I'm amazed that these are, as to what they're tapping as far as moisture, Dave, given what's come through before. So that means there's a certain amount of upper level energy helping to drive these, but there's still a lot of low level moisture for them to feed.
Yeah, it's been relentless there. Some cities, like Keys, have had 3 different hailstorms tonight. And, you know, we're looking at some of the largest hail of the night still continuing there. That's what we have back to the west and northwest of Texoma. And just having gone through Optima, and Kevin is really right, that Hardesty area, Hardesty, Texoma would be some of our big concerns right now for hail.
Yep.
It looks like the tornadic or the potentially tornadic rotations are decreasing right now, and I think we might be getting some of that linear squall effect that we were talking about.
That would help.
Which takes the chance of rotation down, not out of the question, but it reduces it. But at the same time, these are really, really stout updrafts, and the hail is just, my goodness, I hate to see that. I know it's about wheat harvest time, and we just really hate to see the hail.
And if you want to duck back over to our other storm, rotation is now moving past or over Briscoe.
Okay.
It looks like the notch will stay to the south and southwest of Allison, which is good news there. Wheeler, I think that you will be spared the rotation of that as well. And I'd say within 30 minutes, it'll stay north of Kelton, and we can give that storm over to Oklahoma and just go back and focus on the other ones. So at Briscoe, anybody listening there, if you're not getting it now, it's imminent. There's going to be some hail, golf balls or better, for about a period of 5 to, let me say 10 minutes or even a little bit more But
Trying to move
certainly
into
5
Allison too. It's
in
real
Bristol.
close.
Yeah, and some hailstones, some larger ones could certainly pop a little further from that storm core in Allison. So,
City of Wheeler, we'll just have to kind of track and see.
yeah, I think you'll be spared the bulk of it. Same story for Kelton, but of course we're keeping an eye.
Rotation just east of Briscoe there.
Correct. Yeah, that's that little notch where you see the E in Briscoe. The rotation would be really closer to and just south of the C in Briscoe, but the notch represents the inflow, the feeding of that thing, that moisture going into it. And there's been nothing ahead of it, to my recollection, so it's got plenty of moisture to work with before we get that one across the Texas-Oklahoma line.
Canadian, you've seen a lot of lightning and you've had some rain, but all that heavy stuff is down to your south, moving away.
Here's something interesting. You want to go to Max 1 for a minute?
Okay, I know. We're on you.
Oh, okay.
Outflow boundary of Pampa?
Yeah, right there. So Pampa to just north of Panhandle, just south of Fritch. Thunderstorms will oftentimes like to form on boundaries. And with that boundary moving forward, that means that's cool outflow, cool air going underneath that warm, humid air that we have felt in Amarillo and along I-40. So west of Groom, again, including Panhandle. We'll watch that now fairly closely and see if this miniature cold front, if you will, can generate or induce some new rising air, which would then create a thunderstorm, a new thunderstorm updraft, which could potentially develop. Interestingly, Potter County has been
Tornado watch till 6 a.m.
cleared from the tornado watch, but still some thunderstorm activity is certainly possible. Definitely don't see it developing there. There's no threat to Panhandle for the moment, no threat to Amarillo for the moment. But again, those are the kinds of things that we watch because the atmosphere will certainly give you clues as to what it's intending to do before it necessarily does something that is a little bit more problematic. So that's that little outflow boundary of note, worth watching. I will come back, and since we're on my computer.
Kevin, I got an update on the tornado watch.
Yeah, please.
So we had one expired 11.
Yeah.
This is the new one because of all the stuff coming in from the north.
Yep.
And the ongoing tornado warnings we have. This is set to go until 6 a.m. I really doubt that we'll be here at 6 a.m. But next few hours, certainly, we have, until these storms roll out. They are moving quickly, but they've got a lot of territory to work with in the northern part of the area. So all the yellow counties, that's a tornado watch until 6 a.m. And these are the ongoing county warnings we have. Still have 2 tornado warnings and a severe thunderstorm warning. Kevin, you want to?
Yeah. So come back over to radar scope, and what we're looking at just west of Texoma, that's our rotation signature, is going to move 2 to 4 miles west of Texoma, so right in Texoma. I think you're in better situation for the rotation signature. But if you look at the other thing, yeah, we've got a pretty good hail core. That's northwest of Texoma.
Likely 3 inches, Kevin.
For the Texoma?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's do it. Let me pull that off of
just
dual
I hate
pane.
that.
And
Good friend that's got a wheat field right up there.
Okay, well, let's pause that and do a little analysis on that. First off, we'll get a distance. This is now, the hail core is now about 5 miles northwest of Texoma and moving rapidly southeast. So that hail core, again, 10 minutes or less for Texoma. We'll do a little analysis of this. And when we get into this darker purple, well, the new picture came in, but we've got at least 70 dBz. Just for interest's sake, I'm going to back up a frame.
It looks like Stratford, you're going to miss that.
Yeah.
It's going to stay to your north.
Look at that, Dave. 78.5 dBzs.
Is that a record?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
I've never seen that.
That's a good question. Now that's the image before. The previous image backs down a little bit, which means that hail's falling out, but it will continue. And so Texoma, anybody in Texoma, tornado threat is just really just a couple miles, a mile or two, 3 miles to your southwest. But we've got some very, very large, when we're talking, we get into the grapefruit softball size category with that hail.
Pretty large area of it too.
Yeah, I'll do a little distance again on that one. The core of that is 5 miles north of town, moving southeast.
Okay.
So that's going to be unpleasant in Texoma.
And
emphasize that when you get to that size, and I've seen this before in other areas, but grapefruit size hailstones can come through your roof and through your ceiling. Yeah. And so that's the point at which you want to be, again, in that smaller room and have things to cover up your head in Texoma, because it is absolutely possible that could make a hole in the roof as opposed to denting the roof.
Same thing at Hardesty.
Yeah.
I mean, check the DBZ on that. Hardesty is about to get about the same thing, so our hearts really, really go out. Like I said, I know it's close to wheat harvest and just property damage in general.
Oh, you want to go up here? Okay.
You know, tornadoes are obviously a huge danger, but you talk about financial loss. You know, hail generates more monetary loss every year than anything else we face.
The average of a year is $10 billion a year. Yeah. And we just did a story on Wednesday, Under the Weather. Yeah. I got to be embedded with the hail research team who's trying to understand this better. You can find that on the website, but we set it up this past week, and then this coming Wednesday, we're going to show how these hail researchers position themselves literally minutes in front of a hail core, distribute these instruments to measure different parameters of hail, and then run. Yeah. And then when the hail core goes by, they go back and pick up these instruments, and that'll be some upcoming Under the Weather segments, Dave.
Good. So fascinating. You know, maybe the day will come that we have some influence on hail or able to control it. The day has not come.
Yeah, and that research is fascinating because you kind of think about it, you say, well, how do we forecast stuff like that? Well, we're at the point now of having to further understand it and know exactly what's happening on the small scale in and around the storm, and understand exactly what are the parameters of the storm, so that we can then put that into computer forecast models and the operational radars to say, okay, here's a better idea of what's happening.
In the meantime, this happens, and it's a rough night. I zoomed out a little bit, Kevin, because look downstream there, Spearman, Perryton, here we go again. Again, it's been amazing how many communities are taking multiple hits tonight of hail. Now,
yeah, and Perryton, you have not had much tonight. Your turn is coming with this. Even if these weaken a little bit, your turn is coming. So don't get complacent in Perryton, and this would be the time, if you've left the car out or something like that, you want to go ahead and...
Alex, Caleb, Kevin and I just kind of watched the storm that's approaching towards you. It looks like it's really kind of getting a little more linear instead of individual rotating supercells. Is that what kind of you're seeing there?
Yeah, Dave. I mean, we're keeping an eye on it. We're actually heading to Stratford right now. We kind of want to get to Stratford and then head up and see if we can't see some of the hail that's left behind.
This storm is perfect to see a tornado at night because the lightning is just constant.
Yeah, it's nonstop.
It's perfectly backlit. So we were seeing the base for a good 15 minutes to 20 minutes just looking at it from a distance. But I mean, it's just constant lightning.
The lightning is gorgeous, but also, you know, another threat. If you're anywhere where this storm is heading, just be aware there's a ton of lightning in it, non-stop. So, but yeah, I think at this point we're booking it over to Stratford, and then we're gonna try to head up after the hail core has passed and see if we can catch any of the hailstones laying around.
Okay, I think that's a good plan. You sure don't want to go the other way around. You don't want to go through the hail and see what it's like. I mean, this is very destructive stuff. I think it might have peaked, but Highway 54 is just a hail swath. Stratford to Guyman, and then out to Hardesty.
Oh, there's a...
We do have a lowering
Looks like a wall
section,
cloud or something.
maybe like a wall cloud, maybe.
And your
Right
location
there
again,
to.
Caleb?
Just our north.
So we're looking north.
119.
We're at the 119 junction. So we're halfway, like, kind of to Stratford.
Let me see. From that rotation, we're about 9 miles to the south of that.
Okay,
That wall
thank you
cloud
guys.
appears to be directly north of us.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was now rapidly turning to outflow. And an arc, I mean a bow echo.
we're up. You want to draw that?
Oh, yeah. So let me pause it real quick. So Texoma,
So we're looking from Stratford
obviously
to
right there,
Texoma.
and the hail in
That's
Texoma right now.
Texoma.
Rotation likely right here in the notch, and then straight line winds 60 plus in that bow echo there, which should help. The repeated pattern tonight has been you get this outflow, this arcing thing that catches up with the rotation and disrupts it. And so I do see, let me clear this and come back over here. I do see rotation in this, but it's not tight together, which is good news, even though it's out over open country. But yeah, we really, really, really want to emphasize the hail threat in Texoma right there. Now it's right over. So it's coming down in Texoma, and kind of a point we sometimes will make about a radar image is it's going to be 1 to 2 3 minutes old, so the picture that you're seeing has already happened. So that hail core right over Texoma will be moving out in the next 5 minutes or so. But that, again, was very, very large hail, Dave.
Yep, and there's where the rotation is, south of Texoma. We need to move over to Wheeler County, Kevin, speaking of hail.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that's not what I want.
Large rotation.
Yeah.
Allison can expect large to giant hail.
Okay, their Weather Service is using terminology like large to giant hail, and that's Briscoe to Allison. They're up in the likelihood of the hail size to softballs.
Mm-hmm.
Strong outflow from the chasers.
So folks in Allison, my goodness, very large hail. Briscoe, that'll be moving away from you really quickly, and if you're at Kelton and Wheeler, I think it's probably going to miss you to the north and move into Oklahoma. But this was not, that was a dirty deed right there for it to fire up like that before moving out of here.
Yeah, 75 dBz, just west of Allison. So
We're
the
talking,
core is just west of Allison, but easily some of those larger stones could hit Allison.
Reported? Okay, we got.
Where?
Let's see. Okay, that's not reported. That's estimated. Estimated 4-inch stones there
For
around Allison.
Yeah. Well, that verifies with what we're.
Like Kevin said, that stuff.
DBZs.
I mean, yeah. Okay, hail the size of quarters can do a little damage. Golf balls can start to break your windshield. Softballs can come through roofs.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that a lot, and just. Oh
yeah,
my goodness!
I saw that in Burke Burnett a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's
north
happened
of
here.
Wichita Falls, just right through the ceiling.
Folks here, Kevin, in 2004 will remember that. We had quite a bit of that kind of hail. Okay, so that's it on the Wheeler County storm. Let's come back up and revisit our line now. There's a new storm popping up at Spearman. Boom. But here we go. This is another devastating hail-producing line. Texoma looks like it's probably moving out now, but damage done, right? Hardesty. Oh, look at that, Kevin. Hardesty, it's going to be rough.
We'll check DBZs
It
there.
really looks like our signature on radar is much more linear now.
And while you're checking that, it's time to call out Groover once again.
Yeah.
Still 20 miles to your northwest, so that's probably 30 minutes away. But these have proven persistent and non-weakening. So Groover, let's go ahead and give you a heads up that another core is going to come through here. Again, probably closer to 30 minutes, but
yeah,
just to give you a heads up there.
D is surging ahead on the Texoma
Okay. Coming to you, Alex. Yeah, Caleb.
All right. We just wanted you to take a look at this shot. So this is looking back the direction of that notch, the northeast.
It looks like there's a cone there. It's very difficult to make out.
Sure does. Okay, we're gonna look at that on.
It's a pretty fat cone.
Yeah, that does look like definitely funnel or at least low-hanging wall cloud, but.
Yeah, that's in that thing.
It was it was really defined a few minutes ago.
Like you could see it looked like we could see two edges going down into a cone. But
Okay, we're gonna stay on your shot there. I'm gonna pull the radar up real close so that we can show folks exactly what we're talking about.
Are they close to the intersection? You guys close to the intersection?
It's the intersection.
North of.
so we've passed that intersection. Well, hold on, Kevin. We are. So
we are on. It's a south road. We're on Texas 2232.
Okay, we've got it up on radar here. This is where we predict that you're looking right into. So if, looks like we had at least, let's say, some kind of brief funnel activity. Looked like it was down to the ground. It's really hard to tell at night, of course. We're not confirming a tornado, but it was very interesting looking.
80 dBz
Okay.
southwest of Allison. Let's stay on that one. That's going to be.
Stay on this.
Yeah, I mean, we
Okay.
can go
When we glanced at it, it was very, very defined.
Yeah. Okay, we're still on your shot there, Alex. Tell us if you see a funnel again or any power flashes.
all right, Dave. We'll keep an eye on it. At this point, it looks to be more, like the wall cloud structure. So we're looking right in that area. But that's right in the notch.
Yeah. That's it. Okay, now just I'll show radar, let folks know exactly where that is. It's well south of Texoma, probably surrounded by large hail, but that's pushing away from Highway 54. Got to stop doing that. Okay, here we go. And looking downstream, that's why we're putting Groover on standby for both rotation and large hail in there. Kevin, we just had what? You want to come to? You're on the Wheeler County.
I can get back there real quick.
Okay, for our friends over in Allison and nearby, this has got to be pretty devastating hail. Something that I don't think I've ever seen is we have numbers. It's just the amount of radar being reflected.
Mm-hmm.
And, usually we get up to 60, 65. We think, wow, that's pretty heavy. Probably has hail. Okay, on that last frame there, we had an 80, which is about as high as it gets.
Yeah, that's returning because hail, the radar beam goes out and bounces reflects off of the rain and the ice. And so ice is more reflective, so it returns more energy to the radar dish. And again, as David said, to see 80 decibels coming back at the radar is something that you don't see very often. But what it means is, it probably means large hailstones, but that core of
yeah, Alex.
all the hailstones are reflecting. Go ahead.
Hey, so the stuff back behind in Oklahoma, behind this storm that we're on, it looks like it's intensifying. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. We'll go there now. Okay.
What was the question again, Alex? That's a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, southeast of Boise City. This one right here.
Yeah. Okay. There it is. Yeah, it has gotten a little stronger, and that's going to pose a threat to Stratford.
And unfortunately, another round for Texoma.
Oh, wow. Rough night, friends, in the Oklahoma
distance-wise, that's a little over 20 miles away, which gives you about 30 minutes, given the forward speed of these. But yes, that would be another round of extremely large hail if it holds together for Texoma.
Yeah, not rotating, but the hail core has picked up, and it's almost like successive warnings in the same place.
Yeah, and I would say some rotation potential there too. Not tightly just yet. It's a little broad.
Rotation and softball hail still look to be right near Allison.
Okay, we'll go over there. We'll get some more information about Allison, where, as we mentioned earlier, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That could be a softball-sized hail. Still ongoing. Looked like you actually caught two cores there, or one as it elongated. It just got worse. So we think we're looking at a damaging hail event in Allison. I mean, that could be really bad.
Yeah. Just to give a little hope, whatever you're getting now is going to last for another 5 minutes, maybe a minute or two more than that, and then it's only 5 miles from the border, and we can say goodbye to that one. But in Allison, anybody listening there, give it another 5 minutes of real loud noise, and then that should move on east of town.
Yeah, really anticipating that has been a destructive hail event in Allison. So fortunately, we're not looking at tornadoes. Unfortunately, I bet there's been significant hail pummeling and the damage that results from it. I'm sure we'll hear about this on the news tomorrow.
Yeah, and once that moves out in the next 5-10 minutes, that kind of reduces us to one tornado warning, fortunately.
Looks like it's kicking east pretty rapidly there. Okay.
Now, bad news, you want to go back up to Campo. That's yet another cell that's developed in southeastern Colorado, which has been sort of the source region for all of these tonight. And so that one, while it's going more east right now toward Elkhart, we'll see if that one wants to develop back again toward, unfortunately, Cimarron and Texas counties.
Looks like Carrick's getting it. Carrick right on the edge of a pretty big fill. Alex, you want to come back on that? Yeah, kind of broad. It's not, it's kind of an elongated radar echo that looks like maybe a mid-level rotation in it.
Yeah, short answer, yes. Not tight right now.
Yeah, not a tight rotation, but the hail core is picking up.
They're going to remove Guyman from the severe warning and drop that hail to $0.50.
Good deal. Okay, Guyman, some good news for you. Since the storm has passed, you'll be dropped out of that warning.
Same story for Hardesty.
Okay, yeah. Well, man, it's been rough in there. We know Hardesty probably has some damaging hail. Texoma's taken some damaging hail. And unfortunately, that guy coming up on the rear flank at Carrick.
We're back to 80 dBZs, 2 pixels.
Where?
3 pixels southeast of Allison.
Okay, we'll
about
go
to go
visit
right
that.
over the border.
By the way, if you're out at Tyrone, Turpin, Liberal, you're not catching the severe part of that line.
81.5.
Guys, you're kind of watching an unprecedented hail event as far as I'm concerned. It's just based on radar. I mean, we've had softball hail in the area before, but this is on radar the strongest return that I've ever seen. Been at it a while too.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I've recently spoke to another hail researcher, and this will be an upcoming Under the Weather, but what they are finding is that you can have two things going on that can be a little bit deceiving. This 81.5 dBZ could easily be a large hailstone or a number of very, very large hailstones, but it also could be a number of water-coated smaller hailstones, and the breadth of that purple area is so wide. So I'm trying to give a little bit of hope, but it could also be, it could be fewer softball-sized hailstones or grapefruit-sized hailstones, or a greater number of baseball-sized hailstones.
Okay.
Each going to cause damage, but the smaller ones at a greater number would cause damage over a greater area. But fortunately, that's about to move across the Oklahoma border.
And you know, the bottom line there is there's been a lot of big hail. You know,
100%.
And Allison, you know, just our hearts go out because looking at radar, just there's little doubt in our minds that there's been some big hail out that way.
Yeah.
Kevin's right. It's about on the state line, about out of there. You know, one thing we haven't done, Kevin, is we haven't visited the south lately. We don't have any warnings down here. Actually, we do.
There's new development, Portales.
Look at that V-notch.
That is stunning.
That's a V-notched storm. I got to explain that a little bit here.
Alex said, wake Sheldon up.
Yeah, he's
going to
in.
get awakened.
Okay, do you see the shape here? What that normally means is we got a big old updraft right here, and the wind flow kind of splits and goes around it. It's kind of like a tree out in a river. You know, the water comes up to the tree and splits and goes around it. And I think
Go with the new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm headed Groover. Tennis ball and 60 mile an hour winds. Tornado threat is low for now.
Okay.
New tornado warning, Sweetwater, Oklahoma.
I'm sorry, there's so much to track tonight.
Cheyenne.
So let me zoom in on our Roosevelt County storm. Yeah, okay. That's why it's severe warned. It looks like rain is coming through Floyd and Portales. That's a pretty significant hail core on the southern edge. So that will be more aimed towards Portales, Dora. It looks like it stayed north of Dora. So it's coming in, crossing Highway 70 north of Elida. It's already gone through Floyd, and it looks like it's coming right at Portales. So this is a storm that is chasing Sheldon, not the other way around. So, you know, Sheldon chased storms all the way east today and went back home, and this is what he got when he got home. It's coming in right now. So I'll be watching text, Sheldon. Okay, yeah, please keep us posted on hail. But folks around Portales and down Highway 70, count on heavy rain, strong wind, and hail. Just look based on that, I'd say something like a quarter to ping pong.
Okay, here's good news. New severe thunderstorm warning for Groover and Spearman as opposed to a tornado warning. So it could still produce a tornado, but Groover, this is about 5 miles to the northwest of you, heading southeast. But just issued a moment ago, and let me get the text on this, is a new severe thunderstorm warning.
There it is.
That is going to go until 12:30.
It's another
tennis
long one.
ball size hail, 60 mile an hour straight line wind gusts at least, and I do not see a tornado tag on this.
They're saying tornado threat is low for now in the chat.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So that's good news for Groover and Spearman.
Well,
and once this storm moves out of the tornado warned area southeast of Texoma, once it clears, we would cancel the tornado warning, and then the other one's gone into Oklahoma, so that would leave us with no tornado warnings, not to say that they couldn't redevelop.
It'd be the first time in hours.
Yes, many, many hours.
I mean, many hours that we haven't had a tornado warning. But, you know, that being said, Groover, I expect damaging hail.
Yep.
Damaging hail expected in Groover, let's say 15 minutes. And look at the one there north of Stratford.
Hey, you got a severe headed your way.
That's gotten stronger.
Not rotation there, but certainly a strong wind gust.
It looks like that core, that Carrick, might miss Texoma. We hope so. What do you got?
Storm near produce
Yeah, I bet it is.
We're up and you got it from there.
Okay, I think Sheldon is checking in, or we're corresponding with him. So, folks down around Portales, we'll have more information coming soon.
Sheldon's awake. He's getting in position, and we'll try to get his visuals.
Okay, tornado warning for Briscoe, north of Wheeler, is expiring.
Okay, I'll run us down there real quick. Man, that has been one impressive, but one very probably destructive storm. It's finally moving out of our area.
Oh, let me qualify that. Briscoe now cleared, expired.
Oh, the city of Briscoe, yeah.
Allison still included for another couple of minutes, but the core of that is moving across the Oklahoma border right now.
They're thinking the storm near Griggs could be producing golf ball hail, and the rotation near Allison is persisting, but should be crossing into Oklahoma in the next 5 to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're going to
That's what
kiss
we
this
just
one
mentioned.
goodbye really quickly. And good riddance, man. That's been a rough storm right there over at Allison. I think the hail is probably ended at Allison. There's a rotation just to your south that's crossing the border rapidly. That one will be out of here really soon, but still holding that softball plus hail core in it, looks like.
Okay, canceled tornado warning, Texoma and northwest of Groover, or ended. I can't remember the end time.
Okay.
But the polygon has disappeared.
Yeah.
So technically we still have one there in Wheeler County.
Yep.
Okay, let's go visit the Oklahoma Panhandle in the northern part of the area. The hailstorms just repetitively generate and then move from northwest to southeast. Stratford, we got an eye on that. Looks like, I don't know, we have to watch it. Hopefully most of that stays off to your east and kind of splits Stratford and Texoma on Highway 54 soon. You can see Groover, the hail getting rapidly closer.
Closer, but now the DBZs are coming down a little bit too, so that might help in that the hail's coming out just to about 5 to 8 miles northwest of Groover, but if it can dump its big load, that would lessen the impact on Groover. And again, we had been suspicious that Groover and possibly Spearman would get a new tornado warning. That has not happened. That is a severe thunderstorm warning and still a strong storm coming your direction, but the tornado potential has lowered greatly, but the large hail potential is still there.
Interesting there.
Weather Service is saying tornado was confirmed near Allison approximately 5 minutes ago.
Oh.
Okay. So this is kind of after the fact because that rotation is pretty much at or beyond the
and I
state
see
line.
that if that was confirmed, it was probably right there,
Yeah.
which is
Agreed.
on the border. It'll be
Okay,
over
so-
border in less than 5 minutes.
Friends in Allison, looks like we just missed a tornado just down to your south and east. And again, it's not coming back. It's rapidly, the hail pretty much has already crossed over into Oklahoma.
And here's our friend again, 80 DVZ,
Yeah, still
80.5.
giant hail crossing over into Oklahoma.
That's the black that you're seeing right over the border.
Yeah. Okay, Miami, we got a little moderate thunder shower over you. Going to be some lightning, but doesn't look like it's going to be the large hail stuff.
If we want to consider in a minute, Kyle, going off TV, we'll be out of tornado warnings.
It's up to you.
That's up to y'all. I mean, I'm just bringing it up. We will still be streaming.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there are there will technically be no tornado warnings in our DMA in a couple minutes.
Okay, update up into Beaver County. We haven't mentioned Beaver County too much. Storms are rolling in. Looks like they're not quite as intense. But we'll keep an eye down there on 412.
Could be reissued though.
Okay, yeah.
For Groover. We're just severe thunderstorm warning right now, but the potential to go back to tornado is definitely there.
Yep.
So if we go off TV, for our TV viewers, let's mention, we may go back to programming here. We're obviously watching for Groover and maybe Spearman. If a new tornado warning is issued, you'll see the bug in the corner of your screen, and then we will immediately come back on television. If you want to stay with us, we'll continue the streaming at NewsChannel10.com and YouTube and Facebook as well. So again, within the next couple of minutes, we're done with tornado warnings, but severe thunderstorm warnings, large hail still possible across the area. So we'll go back to programming on TV, knowing that we'll come back if we need to.
We'll be here on the stream for you. So.
They'll not be reissuing any warnings for the storm approaching Perryton as of right now.
Rapid decrease there at Hardesty, heading out to Balco. Oh wait, I was on the wrong radar.
Okay, thank you. Can you go put frame 2 on the production switcher program bus, please? Or whatever CBS is in. I'll come to it. Okay, you're off TV for now.
Okay, thank you. Still continuing our stream here. severe thunderstorms lined up there, northern part of the area. Looks like they're decreasing in Beaver County and Kansas up that way, but they are holding their own there, coming into, or at least nearing Stratford, Groover.
We can probably check Clovis when you're ready too.
Yeah, we need to get that.
Because that V-notch, you said that we've got a little bit of a split there. So Clovis is going to get something
split,
here in just a minute.
Kevin brings up a good point there.
An increasing thunderstorm intensity coming into Clovis here in the next few minutes.
Correct. We've had a storm split off. That is a interesting configuration.
Yeah, not rotating, but
good V-notch indicating
likely some dime nickel-sized hailstones in and around west and north of Clovis.
Still coming into Portales too.
Yes. Hail core decreasing in that one. You see the amount of, well, there may be some purple there, but the DBZ is coming down in Portales, which means hail becoming less likely since
new warning for Curry County there. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings for both Roosevelt and Curry counties. Had a storm and split. That one on the north side up in Curry County, it's probably going to race. I think it's doing a classic left split there.
Which one?
Groover. We want to take a look at that. Just we'll be watching this, folks, in Clovis, Cannon Air Force Base. You're about to take this if you're not already. Heavy rain and small hail, and probably some strong straight wind. And Portales, that storm will be there probably 10 or 15 minutes. So we're going to go back over to Groover. There's an outflow boundary approaching Amarillo.
If there's a wall cloud on that, Katie, would you go find Kyle real quick? Tell him we might have to go back on TV.
Okay. There we go.
Yep. We're done for the moment.
At this time, for this moment.
But Groover, let's stay very much alert.
Yeah, for sure. So that's the hail core is really getting close. It's coming right down Highway 15. But it's going to be unlikely that it moves through without dropping some hail at Groover.
Yeah.
Probably not the softball stuff.
If a tornado is going to form, it's going to be west of Groover, and we're just about 10 miles away right now. But again, the Weather Service is going to watch that one.
Yeah,
but
hold what you got right now.
That will move. Yeah, that will target Groover, or maybe just to the west and southwest of town, which would be better if, in fact, a new tornado warning is issued on that. But it's clearly a bow that's coming in and filling in that notch.
Count on some strong wind.
Yeah, little areas of rotation on the leading edge of that or the shelf cloud. But yeah, you're right, some strong winds. In fact, let me do a little checking on that. Because right now, west of Groover, we're briefly sustained, close to 60.
Okay, here's our Stratford storm. Just to your north, there's a pretty massive hail core. Moving southeast, so Stratford, we got the fingers crossed that it misses you, and same thing at Texoma. If it'll hold that trajectory right there, we can bring it across Highway 54 between Stratford and Texoma.
I hate that right there, because that's going to make a pendant.
Yeah, a new little updraft. Okay, we're going to tour around. Again, Groover, we do have a rotation, no tornado warning, but probably some, ping pong balls back into the Oklahoma Panhandle, around Hardesty. We're weakening there and Beaver County, so they're not as intense there. We've got these two cores around Groover.
That Stratford one is increasing in intensity rapidly.
Yeah, and we got Alex and Caleb there. Let's check in real quick on this other storm. You're right, Alex. You saw it early, but this storm has really intensified just north of Stratford. You seen anything interesting there?
So we did have a little lowering, like a small little wall cloud about, what, you say, like 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
5 to 10 minutes ago. But It's approaching us pretty quickly here. We are on 54 right now.
Decreasing.
We're trying to go back down to Stratford and then probably maybe come back up, but we're monitoring this one.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, that's it's pretty intense hail core there. And we've noticed that our severe activity is kind of conglomerating now. That's going to be, let's say, the northern part of Sherman County and Hansford County. Those are really the only two severe cores we have in the north. We lost the one there out of Wheeler County, thank goodness. Nothing around Amarillo, but then we'll bring you back down.
I'll read that.
Clovis and Portales each.
Hail imminent, Groover. I'll read the
Each have a severe storm coming your way. You know, it doesn't look like we're tracking these, you know, golf ball to softball stones, but there could be some hail, some straight wind, and very heavy rainfall. So both Clovis and Portales, Cannon Air Base, about to take hits during the next 30 minutes or so. No tornado warnings there. And also we have some rain coming into the southern part of the area. Most of that is staying south of Highway 70. But we have a little bit of rain there coming up towards Tulia. They're not really holding on very good as they move north. The other area would be south of Silverton, or southwest of Silverton, around Claytonville. But that's moving almost due east. We might have some non-severe activity moving out to Kittiquay and Turkey within the next hour or so. We'll keep an eye on that.
The new meso discussion, Dave, is basically, in layman's terms, saying this is going to continue.
Okay. Gonna stay active for a while. You know, you can just kind of project out yourself. Those two storms around Stratford, Spearman, Perryton, you know, they're moving southeast, but they've got several counties to track across until they're out of here. So that's going to keep the severe threat going, especially the hail threat, for a few more hours probably. Still reloading a little bit there in southeast Colorado, but that may be the last one of the night. Very impressive storm moving over to Oklahoma. That's just wild. Notice the Weather Service in Norman pretty much automatically issued a tornado warning as it came across. That's heading out towards Elk City, north of Sayre and moving towards Elk City. Really rough storm right there. That's the one that still likely has softball-sized hail in it.
But officially here at 11:45, no tornado warnings currently in effect for our area. If you want to check the new watch until 6, oh, you've got that on mine? Yeah, you got mine. So Amarillo, Potter County not included in a tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m. But as you move eastward, Carson County, Gray County, Wheeler County, and then also Dumas and areas including Moore County, Hutchinson County, Roberts, Hemphill County, and the northern counties all in this tornado watch, the yellow boxes. That is a tornado watch until 6 a.m. And
I know.
Here's a little more bad news, Dave, is another round of storms in southeastern Colorado.
Yeah,
So
I was looking at
east
that.
of Campo now, and the trend of those has been to move eastward until they get organized, and then they get more of a southeastward component. So that would mean yet another possible round for Texas County, Oklahoma, and Beaver County, Oklahoma.
You know, at some point, we're going to use up the energy. I don't. Okay, coming back down. Coming back down to Clovis and Portales. As we surmised, storm moving to Clovis is racing. It won't be with you long. That storm's got to be moving at about 40, 45.
And I was just looking at that on satellite. The cloud tops have warmed but have leveled off. So I don't see, based on satellite data, that those are going to strengthen. but they are maintaining themselves as severe, so
Yeah.
at least 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Texas line is not too far away, so
Yeah.
that's right over Clovis. Heavy rain, lightning. Your phone has probably gotten you up, or you've gotten some kind of notification. We don't have a tornado in Clovis. We've, you know, the last couple of days we've had at least potentially tornadic storms in New Mexico. I saw a couple tornadoes there yesterday down in Roosevelt County. These are not producing tornadoes, but straight wind, ton of lightning, quick heavy rainfall. Down at Portales, this storm is just not moving as rapidly, but starting to come on in. You might have a prolonged duration of pretty heavy rain, lightning, and small hail. Severe thunderstorm warning does include Portales. All right, wait, no, it doesn't. The storm will get there, just right now they don't have the warning quite to Portales. Off to the east, again, got a weakening storm north of Tulia. Storms at Claytonville moving east, so they'll stay south of Silverton. Still got our eye on Kittiquay and Turkey, but doesn't look like that's going to really materialize into a major threat.
Updating the Stratford warning to ping-pong-size hail and taking out 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay, so this is the storm. Got an update here.
Yeah, that's crossing the highway in between Stratford and Texoma right now,
Wow,
right at this
okay.
minute. But the wind core is increasing as well, and we got a little bit of a bow now.
Finally got a little break there. I mean, it's a very intense storm, but finally got one that didn't clobber our cities there.
Right.
Of course, you know, I say that, and we do have, what's up there? Between Stratford and Texoma, you know, there's still plenty of farmhouses and ranch land and property there that can take a lot of damage with that
Yep.
hail and wind.
Well, and that new image back towards Stratford.
Yep.
See the pendant. That updraft is going to develop right over Stratford.
Really hope we didn't jinx it. there.
Yeah.
But still looks.
Alex says
that's
it's right over there.
Okay, Alex. Yeah, forgot about you. Yeah, we don't want you hit by hail either. Up there, Alex. You want to give us a quick update on what you guys got?
Yeah, so we're actually right outside of Stratford. We're kind of parked at a pullover kind of truck rest, and so yeah, we're not in the hail. We're watching, you know,
All the
kind of that
hell's passing right over
area. We're more like where the pendant is.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of chilling out and watching this.
Starting to get some rain now.
Starting to get a little bit of rain, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Caleb. You know, obviously that hail core is going to be on Highway 54, about 7-8 miles northeast of Stratford and probably 3 miles southwest of Texoma. So 54 looks pretty intense.
And let's go back to our eastern Groover and Spearman. Hail in Groover right now, that's going to go for 5 to 10 minutes, but the rain rapidly approaching Spearman as well. So another round of hail in the next 20 minutes for Spearman as the cell that's over Groover comes screaming down the highway and on into town. So strong gusty winds there.
Looks
again,
like
at least golf ball size hail.
The rotation core, I think it's getting wiped out.
Right in the notch there, we'll wonder. And I'll watch the next couple of, that would stay.
Definitely got some strong outflow coming through there.
Potential rotation south of Groover. On the current track, I would say that would stay just west and southwest of Spearman, which would be good news for Spearman. But boy, I bet there's a beautiful shelf on that.
I bet there is, and we might see that at Lake Meredith. But anyway, probably looking at quarter to ping pong ball size and hail and Groover. And that wind, that straight wind bothers me a little bit too. That might be something like 50, 60. And that's all racing down towards Spearman. Hopefully the hail trends down. Still going to be a wind and lightning threat there. I'm going to let that play for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll talk again towards Spearman. Your rain's going to pick up in moments. In Groover, I understand that you're getting hail right now. We apologize for that. It's going to last another 5 minutes and then maybe get a little smaller for 5 to 10 minutes. But also in Stratford, that new updraft that's right near Alex and Caleb is really developing quickly. And when they go up that quick, they're sucking in a lot of moisture, they're sucking in a lot of unstable air, but when they develop upwardly or develop north very, very quickly like that, the potential sometimes does increase a little more rapidly for some quick spinning. And so that would obviously be a big problem for areas right around Stratford. Guys, can you hear me? Where are you in relation to downtown Stratford?
No, we are, I'm going to say,
Let me get a measurement.
he's going to get a measurement for you.
About 3 miles.
3 miles,
We're northeast of town on, on Highway 54, northeast of town.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, it looks like that hail core is going to move down to Highway 15 pretty quickly. I want to show a shot from Lake Meredith, and you're going to like this, Kevin. This is, and we've seen this a number of times just this last week, of just continuous lightning.
That is stunning.
Between Briscoe and Allison.
Okay, that's a 4.5.
4.5.
Almost 5. Wow.
We're looking at a picture, that storm that came between Briscoe and Allison. We were talking about the giant hail and maybe softball size. Somebody's holding a 4.5.
It's from Emergency Management in Wheeler County.
Okay,
Kelly,
yeah.
Hampton.
And there's clearly going to be more than one of those. But that was our 80 dBz, 81.5 dBz return. So that's some ground truth there. And that was 10, 15 minutes ago. That hailstone sat there and melted a little bit. So it could have been closer to 5 inches, or pieces could have broken off when it hit.
Okay, I'm showing Lake Meredith, but this is not coming toward the lake. This is up past Stinnett, closer to Morse Pringle, and Groover and Spearman. That's just what the storm looks like from Lake Meredith. We're going to take a look at what else we got here. Shot from Bushland. Okay, looking pretty good. Guyman, things have gotten a lot better. Here's our watches and warnings. Tornado watch, new one was issued to handle these storms coming in. Notice we don't have any tornado warnings in our area at the moment. We actually have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 of them not even in a watch area. That's Clovis and Portales. We'll revisit that here in a few moments. So here's our severe thunderstorm warnings near Stratford, and then Groover and Spearman.
Come back, Caleb.
Okay, getting a report from Alex.
Starting to see some small hail.
Okay, we're going to take you and
after them, let's talk to Perryton.
okay, I see some splashes there, Caleb. Is that picking up?
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of hail. I can see a little bit of bouncing. Let's see.
Stand by. Let me adjust the camera here.
Yeah, we're gonna get a better shot.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's well lit.
All right.
Using the headlights. It's starting to bounce pretty good. So this is just northeast of Stratford, a couple miles.
It's P.
Highway 54.
It's sub-severe.
Yeah, we're watching them hit and splash.
While we wait for that, can we go talk to Perryton real quick?
We can. Okay, we'll be back on you guys in a minute. And I want to point out Groover, major hail. That's heading down near Spearman.
Yep.
Rotation down.
And a strengthening updraft just on the west and eventually north side of Perryton.
Yeah, Perryton, bad news. We were hoping to keep you out of the hail. That may not happen.
If the rain has not picked up for you in Perryton, it will in moments. That updraft and the purple that you see just west of Perryton indicates that the updraft is taking over and the hail is forming, so it may not all be falling just yet, but soon it will. So especially north and east and northeast of Perryton, I want to prepare for some hail there. But it's going to get loud, and it's going to get some lightning and thunder, and the heavy, heavy rain, in addition to some smaller hail, will pick up And then the next target, that one would be Booker. Not immediate, but certainly within the next less than 30 minutes for Booker, you'll have to deal with that storm as well.
Yeah.
But that updraft is going real quick in Perryton.
New severe warning.
Oh, we can come back to them.
Between Texoma and Stratford.
Okay.
This is Alex.
Yeah. All right, we're hearing you guys now with the hail. We're on you, Caleb.
Right now it's
more
mainly
bigger drops.
yeah, it's big raindrops.
Literally, the hill is like literally a mile down the road, so we may just
move
Okay.
forward just a
We're
little
seeing
bit.
a lot
see what
of
we can find.
vehicles, southbound vehicles with their hazards on, so it makes me think the health score is pretty good.
Okay, looks like on radar might have peaked. Might be cycling down as it moves down close to Highway 15, over 54 now, heading down to 15. So if you get any big stuff, let us know. I think Groover to Spearman is a major concern right now. That would also be Highway 15. And then, yeah, it's picking up there at Perryton. Afraid hail size is going up around Perryton at the wrong time. At the moment, no tornado warnings in our area. Not really looking at strong rotation. So I'm hoping we've made the transition from rotating supercells to just big updrafts dropping hail. I mean, it's still not a good situation, but certainly better than the tornadoes. Look how fast that hail core is moving.
Which now brings us back to Spearman. Another hail core coming for you.
Yeah, it should be
Sorry
winding
to
down
say,
Groover.
Golf balls are better in Spearman.
Need to look downstream of Spearman too. We kind of get out over more rural terrain. If you're in Stinnett, we'll keep you on standby, Borger. But I think it's probably going to track out over the Canadian, northern part of Hutchinson County. From Perryton, looks like it's pretty much moving in right now with maybe quarter size, maybe a little bit bigger. No, that's picking up, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
there might be
aloft, certainly, but
might be a
potential for it
golf
to come
ball or
down.
two in there. Stratford, okay, looks like it's fine. It's east of you. You're all right. And Texoma, I know you've already had a rough bout of hail, but this should be moving out and away from you. Unfortunately, there could be another round for Groover if that holds. Wow. Yeah, it's just not fair for some parts of the area tonight to not have had any hail. Yet we have some communities that have had hail 3 times and probably pretty damaging hail.
Weather Services telling us Perryton storm is pulsing back up. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds, $50.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Estimate
that
on
core we just saw.
Perryton estimate is $50 size hail, probably occurring right now. That's going to move out to Wolf Creek Park. If you're at Waka, there's the new warning. That's going to take it all the way to Lipscomb. You mentioned Booker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Darrow's only.
Here's a terrible perspective for you. I'm looking at, on the north side of Perryton, 73 dBz, which would make us crazy, except earlier we had 81.5.
Yeah, this is just 73.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
never in your life would you have expected to say only 73.
right. So yeah, Perryton, I'm afraid will probably have some damaging hail. If you're at Booker, I think you'll catch the squally rain, lightning part. We'll just have to see if the hail spreads that way. We had a brief attempt, it looked like, to pick up around Booker, but I think you're probably going to get by with just the rain. Perryton, though, unfortunately, that's almost a definite hail, up to $50 size.
Same.
Wolf Creek Park.
Same for Spearman.
Yeah, Spearman. Is DBZ about the same over there? Or?
Yeah, I think we've had a couple 70s.
Probably some golf balls in there just around and west of Spearman, cruising down to the southeast pretty rapidly.
71.5.
A lot of rain in there, and that's another thing that we need to do. I'm going to change over. We're going to look at some rainfall estimates. Okay, we're looking at places there north of Groover, north of Spearman. that may have already picked up an inch of rain. I bet we can find some higher ones. No.
I'm wondering that little notch too that's southwest of Spearman. 2 inches?
Yeah, 2 inches.
Notch southwest of Spearman is not rotating strongly at the moment, but it is the kind of thing that we have seen tonight southwest of Spearman by about 5 to 10 miles that has prompted tornado warnings from our friends at the Weather Service. So we don't see that right now, but I do see some potential based upon what these have done this evening. So that would not include Spearman for tornado, but it would include the highway southwest of there.
All right, friends, you're looking at the 3 hail cores we have right here on one screen. Perryton, Spearman, and then just off to the east is Stratford.
Is that hail that there, or is that just overexposed grass? Yeah.
Yes, there's some stones laying out there.
I thought it was a pile for a second.
All right, Alex, Caleb, those hailstones on the road we see there?
We're looking. We're
Okay, it's a hailstone hunt.
Watch out for snakes.
Okay, while you look for hail, and I'll come back to you, Caleb, we're going to go down and visit New Mexico. Still have 2 warnings. Storm's pretty much moved out of Clovis. That's cooking over towards Bovina pretty rapidly.
Sheldon's not seen a lot visually, lots of lightning though.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned that. There's the second severe storm pretty much over Portales. Looks like the hail might be picking up just south of Portales again.
Spearman storm likely only producing $half size hail now.
Okay, good.
Only.
Dropping hail around Spearman to about $half.
There's a notch there, though, and that would be over the highway.
Or 207.
207.
Okay, let's see. Sheldon, you're probably monitoring.
He's not, he's just been texting. He's not on live view.
Okay, well, I mean, he might be watching our stream. I don't know. So, still might have a little hail core coming across 206. Yeah, in fact, it looks like it's picked up there 10 miles south of Portales. So it doesn't look like we have a tornado threat there. Real V-notched storm. It's kind of like a backwards, like a horseshoe. Okay, are they getting hit, or was that?
I think that was a car door.
Okay, there's Amarillo. Little boundary just to our north, but so far that boundary has been uneventful. It hasn't really been setting off more storms. And that being said, we're probably going to get more outflow boundaries from these guys.
Broad rotation southwest of Spearman.
Okay. And that's where the hail is, about $half. You know, if there's any good news, let's see it, is that we've had at least a decreasing trend.
Yep, that's 5 miles southwest of Spearman. Potential.
Okay, a little rotation southwest of Spearman. So that's going to be moving over pretty rural terrain there also. If you're at Stratford and Texoma, this storm's past you now. And Kevin, you were talking about the redevelopment there around Campo. It's still doing that. It's just, I think we might finally have worked over the atmosphere there.
Until you said that.
Yeah. There's our 3 hail cores, and I'm also going to take us back for some eye candy from Lake Meredith looking north. It just...
You got a little bit of action on your downtown camera too. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, it's Skyman. Where am I?
Oh my goodness.
Bushland. Okay. Oh, that's Lake Meredith. I just don't have the right title in there.
Cool.
There it is. Okay, that's unbelievable electricity.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things to forecast lightning. So I'm happy to be here with y'all, but that would be my second choice with my camera.
Yeah. Well, you can't miss on that one, can you?
Yeah. Might take a look downtown.
Okay, taking a look at our downtown camera here. This will be looking north from Amarillo, just same storm, just a little further away. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe we'll see an occasional sprite, you think?
Oh, yeah, good point. A sprite is a little red burst that comes out of the top of a thunderstorm.
It goes up.
Yep.
That's quite the light show right there. Okay, but we digress. Let's kick us through our warnings here.
Check on Perryton too.
Yeah,
If you're getting hail in Perryton, you got another 5 minutes of this large hail, but hang on, less than 10 minutes it will start to move out. Don't see any rotation in that storm, so that's good. You're past the leading edge, so the strong gusty winds have moved past as well. But Booker, your rain's going to pick up, and it looks like a new updraft.
It does.
Just to the west of Booker. So we would say, Booker, now you want to prepare for some hail as well. Yes, sir?
I just noticed how the hail around Perryton has really expanded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that gets it out closer to Booker. I'm going to
So sorry about that in Perryton, but give us 10 more minutes and we'll move that out. And we can check Spearman too, because that new hail core is still around you. That notch that's south of Spearman, southwest of Spearman, which had shown maybe some potential to rotate, the rotation has broadened a little bit. So I think the tornado threat is decreasing on that particular cell.
Still tracking a lot of hail, folks. It's coming out of Groover. Should be wrapping up at Spearman, $half size, but it's picking up around Perryton and near Booker, and that's going to be pushing southeast. Just
boy, yeah,
unbelievable.
Everybody in Perryton getting some level of hail.
Yeah, Perryton. This is probably bigger than $half, really.
Yeah, if you're listening, hang on. Less than 10 minutes to go, but it is going to keep going.
Okay, getting some reports of penny-size hail in Perryton. I bet you we beat that, though.
Yeah, there are some embedded there that are certainly larger, but it's just proof of what the radar is showing us.
So our severe thunderstorm warning up in Ochiltree County, it does include Booker, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep the hail out of Booker. That's going to be tough.
The hail core over the border. That's enormous. Tornado warn. I'm just talking about tornado warning storm that's over the border into Oklahoma, but the hail, the aerial coverage of the hail
is quite large.
Stunning. Let me see if I can look at Frederick or BNX maybe.
Okay, real quick, just so you know, this is what Kevin's talking about. Same storm that hammered Allison.
It's sort of in the middle of radars.
Yeah, there's giant hail.
But in a big area of it.
Yeah, very large.
And rotation too.
Okay, here's a couple of...
Sayre. So you pronounce it Sayre?
Sayre.
There's a Sayre, Alabama, so I fed myself on that, but wrong state.
Okay. All right, here's our storm and severe warning. Coming out of Perryton, and Wolf Creek Park now is going to take it. So we hope camping interests have gotten to some better shelter. Oh,
that's him?
On Chaser 2? Yes, sir. All right, Sheldon. Good evening. Hailing the south of Portales. Let me take the radar. We're on the Sheldon. We're just watching the hail.
Landing with a thud. We got probably Nichols. So we're about 7 miles south of Portales right now, if you can hear me. Again, probably nickel-sized hail here. Right now, you kind of see it landing there in the grass. I'm going to be brave here real quick. You can kind of see it a little bit there. It's about the largest hail we've seen, at least so far here down around Portales today.
We do have a clear thunderstorm warning.
Pretty good heavy rain as well.
7 miles south of Portales.
There we go. Got some more pieces here. Kind of verifying Nichols right now. I'd say on that one right there. if we get a little bit of lightning out here.
We're not really concerned about rotations or tornadoes. It's all about the hail, and it looks like we'll have that for, I don't know, 5-10 more minutes, and then we'll move off to the east.
Sounds like the hail's kind of dying down a little bit here. Yeah, kind of dying down a little bit. Yeah, it looks like our hail's kind of dying down. Step out, get another one here. Get a few for verification purposes. You see that one right there? I'd say we got some solid nickels here, South Portales. And there,
Okay.
seems like the hail's really kind of dying down.
We'd like for you to hang on that hail core all the way to Lubbock.
Kind of hear it hitting the tin off in the distance out there, hitting the barn. Yeah, looks like the hail core just off towards our east now. This is looking off towards the east. Plenty of lightning, that's for sure. Good lightning show. If we get a few lightning strikes to the south, you can kind of see maybe a little bit of that storm structure off towards the south as well. There you go, let's look at this one here. There's a good sized one. A little bit deformed, you can actually see right here. So look at this. You can actually see there was one in there, and then it melted a little bit and then froze another layer on the outside of it. So check that out. So you had the original hailstone right there in the middle. It partially melted, resulting in that kind of clear layer, and then it froze there on the outside of it.
Very interesting.
Here's a guest star appearance from Stormy there. She's checking things out, making sure it's safe to go see. Yo, I think that's about to do it for the excitement out here, South Portales. Y'all are still in the studio listening to me. I guess I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Sheldon. That's the severe thunderstorm warning we have down in Roosevelt County. Looks like we can probably verify some quarter-size hail there just south of Portales and a little further down to the south. But staying just to the north of Dora and Causey, that's headed to the state line. And while we're in this area, here's the storm that has pushed across Clovis. It's hanging on pretty well as it moves to Highway 60 over Bovina and kind of tracking up towards Friona and Black. It doesn't look like we have quite the hail size in there, at least right now. But that's the other severe thunderstorm warning, Palmer County over Bovina, heading off to the northeast. If you're in Friona and Black, even Dimmitt, we'll put you on standby, see what the storm does. Severe right now, no rotations really or tornadoes. All right, let's get back up to our hail cores. Wow, I just won't give it up there, Kevin.
75 south of Spearman. Large hail, open country, but south of Spearman. So let's project out.
We had ping pong balls confirmed up there.
At least, yeah.
Okay, good. They're dropping the hail size, Kevin. Perryton to Wolf Creek down to quarter size.
Yeah, and the cells moved out. So in Perryton, if you're still getting a little bit of hail, it's going to be done here in a minute or two. And then the next concern would be areas from Booker southward.
Yeah, at that track right there, we keep the hail out of Booker. But Wolf Creek Park is going to catch some of that. I'd say quarter to $50. But the main core is still the one that's hammered Spearman. It's dropping, looks like south-southeast, and that's the one that could still have golf ball plus and probably some sporadic tennis balls in there. Little notch. Kevin, you seen any rotation there?
I do not, but I see what you're seeing, and I suggest the potential there. That's well south of Spearman, and so not heading to anything populated that we can see. No, that's out in open country.
Okay, and we'll pick up the last hail core. It's the one that brushed Stratford and Texoma, went between there, actually, fortunately. It's rapidly pushing southeast, a little further back to the west than these others have tracked. So
yeah, and let's just mention to Sunray that you could start to hear some thunder from that. And if it continues to develop southwestward, which is somewhat untapped air, that might be a problem for Sunray. So nothing threatening you right now, but we'll just bring the point that the hail core is increasing north of Sunray. And so that cell there would be continuing to move just to the north and northeast of you. little outflow boundary that just went through Dumas.
Okay.
Kind of interesting to watch. Heading towards Stinnett as well.
I'm going to pull that up when you draw on that there.
I certainly will. Talking about this outflow boundary from these storms right there, which can sometimes initiate new updrafts, which is new thunderstorms, and so we keep an eye on that. Nothing imminent for Dumas and Stinnett right now, but again, we'll watch it. I do see a little rotation in that notch now too.
Yeah.
But again, it's out
it's
open.
tightened.
Let me go zoom in on that. So we're talking about right here, south of Spearman, but not hitting anything.
Notch there, a little broad rotation, and should be looking at 2-inch hail. I'm going to call that golf balls.
Easily.
Now this storm here, Kevin, has gotten a little closer to Lake Meredith. And I did it again.
Tremendous lightning again. Just think about the energy being produced there.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to come back to your radar image, Kevin. There's a rear flank downdraft, and if you want to draw that, we're getting estimates there of 70 mile an hour wind.
Yep, and then the concern is that this air is going to go like that and could help wrap something new or tighten a rotation right in there.
Possibly. Or it could undercut it and blow it out. But look at that hail core in there.
Yep.
You know, estimate was 2 inches. I'm going bigger than that.
We will check our DBZs again, as we are wont to do tonight. 79.
Okay, yeah. Wow. I'll go bigger than 2 inches.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, Alex, Caleb, I can't believe you're lightning. You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, so we have quite the lightning show.
Actually getting the hail.
And we found a treasure trove of hail on the side of the road.
There's so much accumulating hail everywhere. It's all melted. It's from about an hour ago when that core passed through Texoma. Some of them were $half size. So an hour after that core passed, $half size. I mean, that's pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll see if it goes through. I just sent Kyle a picture.
Got it.
Of it in Alex's hands. So
yeah,
and he just reached down and scooped
see
it
some
up.
of that. Where are you guys located now?
We're right where that core passed, that heavy core in Texoma when you're talking about the crops.
Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say there's accumulated hail there?
Oh yeah, there was tons. There's just piles of it, and there were around $half to like P.
All right, we'll wait. When you hold some of that stuff up, we'll take a picture.
Come through, so.
I'm back on radar now, and I really hate to bring this up for our friends in Spearman, but there's that last, we hope, hail core that is now past Highway 15. If it shifts to the east at all, we got more hail coming towards Groover. Okay. Wow. We're being shown a photo. Let me see that. That's a photo of, is that Alex?
Alex, yeah.
Okay, we just heard from Alex. So he's holding up what he called a treasure trove of hail accumulated up there on Highway 54 around Texoma. So a lot of hail. Thanks, Alex. Okay, we're back on radar here.
Yeah, another reminder, no tornado warnings in our area, which is a plus, but severe thunderstorm watch about the northeastern half of the region really until 6 a.m.
You know, it's been a while, Kevin, since I have tracked so much hail in one night.
Good point.
And it's still ongoing. We still have these 3 hail cores, and really I guess we'll count 4 down at Portales that interrupted Sheldon's sleep.
You could check on Booker if you like. Likely some hail approaching in the next 5 to 10 minutes from Booker to the south. Next would be Darrozette. Lipscomb, you're not under immediate threat, but the thunderstorm is heading your way. It's 20 to 30 minutes out.
I got to take Alex here.
Okay, here you go.
He's out hail hunting. You've been doing some of that, Kevin.
Poke.
Okay. This is.
There you go.
Okay. Who? Lips. Okay, thank you. Oh, he's measuring. So Kevin and I are not the only weather geeks in house here. Yeah.
Maybe well, it's fun to watch it, but we need to go back to Cimarron County too, northern portion of the region. There is another hail core on the border.
Just when we thought we were done.
So this is kind of what we discussed in and around Campo. They start to develop and move east, and you think, oh, okay, that's going to Kansas.
Yeah.
But then once it organizes,
Drops.
it comes toward the Eastern and drops to the southeast, which brings it back across Cimarron County. So now in Keys and Highway 54, northwest of there, yet another round possible for you of some large hail, well, eventually some large hail. It is showing pretty good DBZ returns, indicating at least a few dime-sized hailstones, and we'll watch the trend on that one.
Yeah, so obviously there is still some energy. Okay, here's a severe storm back to the southwest of Groover, the one that just came across Highway 15, is moving rapidly to the southeast. Groover's going to take some rain off of that, but miss the hail, it appears. Can't quite say that for Spearman yet, but it's kind of aimed a little more down towards Pringle.
We can start talking to Follett and Lipscomb too. In fact, the Follett camera, if it's pointed in the right direction, might have a pretty good lightning show too from a different angle.
I'll get on that.
Yeah. So still more than 30 minutes away from Follett and Lipscomb, but thunderstorms that show no sign of weakening will continue to move in your direction. Glazer, Higgins, Canadian. This is still quite a ways away, but that potential for you is going to increase. I see some broad rotation too that is out in the open. No, I'm good. Just,
okay. I was going to say, if you want to draw on that,
okay.
I'll find that Lipscomb cam.
Yeah, this is out in the middle of nowhere here, but it's well northeast of Stinnett, south of Perryton. But that would be my only concern for maybe some rotation there. But on the velocity product, I think that has weakened a little bit.
They're dropping Perryton out of the warning.
Perryton being cleared from the warning because the hail has moved away from you. Does not mean, unfortunately, though, that you won't have more thunderstorm activity a little later on tonight. But the rapid movement continues eastward, and Amarillo, I-40 corridor, pretty quiet. There's a couple of boundaries around. I can draw on those. There's a boundary. We always watch boundaries because interesting things can happen sometimes, but these are outflow boundaries, almost like miniature cold fronts coming from the activity that's further off to the northeast.
All right, Kevin, you mentioned taking a look at Follett. There's a live shot from Follett.
Here it comes.
See the shelf and a little lightning behind it. So if you're in Follett, yeah, it'll be coming your way. Right now it's around Booker. Booker's just on the edge of what could be some pretty big hail.
Interestingly, I would argue that the forward motion has slowed a little bit, because at one point they were racing forward at 45 miles per hour, but that slower movement then increases the heavy rain duration, so you get some low-lying ponding and there's some nuisance flooding in spots. Haven't heard anything like that, but that's certainly potential as well.
Lightning really picking up there at Follett also. Okay, here's the Lake Meredith cam. It's still showing continuous lightning. Wow, that's a lot of voltage in one night, I tell you. Yeah, we need to turn Bushland around so we can see.
Well, while you do that, I'll go punch up the lightning product on Max 3. That'll be interesting or Max 1, which will be interesting to look at.
Okay, on cue there, Kevin. flood advisory.
Oh, perfect. Not perfect.
That's going to be a big one. Several counties up to the north, and we'll have that when it's actually issued.
Yeah, with them slow down, and then we have cells going over areas that are already saturated from earlier
Correct.
storms.
Okay, Beaver and Hemphill got dropped from severe. That's good. We do have a tornado watch that's set to go till 6 a.m. I still think that probably won't go that long. But the northeast part of the area, several severe thunderstorm warnings. But for a while now, we haven't had any tornado warnings. We're really thankful for that. I'm just going to kind of buzz through this map here. We'll get right back down to our radar. Here we go. This is a lot of hail. It's cleared Perryton now. And from just about Booker, heading down to the southeast, we have that first hail core. Watching it carefully at Darozette and Follett, but Lipscomb, yeah, it's kind of coming your way. Storms now south of Spearman. That one, the hail core just continues to impress. Okay, don't worry. What? And how big the hail? Okay, so the storm you see there south of Spearman, still anticipating ping pong ball size hail. Now, it can be hard to get reports there now because it's kind of pushing out into the Canadian River breaks, northern part of Hutchinson, northern part of Roberts County. If you're in Miami, you see you are in that warning, a huge warning as the storm pushes down to the southeast. We'll keep an eye on that. Canadian also. Just going to have to wait and see what the intensity is when it gets to you. But these have showed no sign that they want to give it up at all. The storm southwest of Groover continues to cruise on down to the south. We'll watch that in the Morse Pringle area. Groover looks like you're going to get buzzed this time with just good old rain and miss the hail. There has been so much hail across our area tonight, and it still continues. I think it's going to be a very costly night.
Yeah.
Some of the hail that we've tracked earlier was 4 inches plus, and
I've got lightning for you on Max 1 if you want to just kind of geek out on that for a minute.
It's yours.
Each of these little bolts, this is an hour loop, a 1 hour loop, so each of these bolts is a cloud to ground lightning strike. It does not include all of the in-cloud flashing. Every time we show you the tower cams, it's continuous lightning. Not all of that is reaching the ground, but that's, again, 1 hour's worth of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes on these intense, intense thunderstorms. Obviously very electrically charged as well, Dave.
A lot of electricity. You want to do a radar tour while you're on, Kevin?
Sure. Oops. Let me get back to, let's take the broad view. Okay, so all the counties in yellow does not include Potter County. But all the yellow counties are the the tornado watch that Dave had mentioned that goes until 6 a.m. Let's drill down and take a little radar tour. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that include Miami and Canadian and Lipscomb. You have thunderstorms that will be severe, at least 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts approaching you from the northwest. Follett, I think you'll probably get a little bit less, but Lipscomb, Canadian, Miami, within 10 minutes for Lipscomb, 15 minutes for Canadian, 20 minutes for Miami. You're going to have a heavy, heavy thunderstorm come your way. You're going to blast a wind first. The rain will pick up in intensity very, very quickly. And then some of these cells, and I think probably Miami northeastward toward Canadian, right now producing minimum of golf ball size hail, and then the potential for even a little bit more. Go back and check on, and we just trimmed that severe thunderstorm warning there away from Stratford, but Groover southwestward, Highway 136, very strong thunderstorm. That would hopefully be the last one for the Texas Panhandle. We'll see, but that one's still producing some hail as it moves southward. Let me put the warning box on there for you and move it to this one so we can see it. So Hansford, Hutchinson, Sherman counties, your severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:45. Moving southward, we see a boundary approaching, well, outflow boundaries approaching Amarillo. No development on those as of yet, but wind may pick up a little bit. And then as we get to the southern portion of the region, eastward moving non-severe storms across the southern portions of our region. But then we've got our last, well, potentially our last thunderstorm there from Muleshoe southward, a severe thunderstorm warning for Bailey County. That's still 45 minutes west of you. It is yet to come across the Texas-New Mexico border. But this one may actually, it's kind of showing that V again, so I wonder if that one will split. If it does, that would bring a heavier thunderstorm in the next 45 minutes to Muleshoe. And then the southern portion of it would bring out in the open country, but Highway 214, some heavy rain there. In Portales, this has now moved past you. We saw Sheldon a few minutes ago, obviously getting some hail, and that has moved to his east, which is good news there. Couple of cells that were warned on for Palmer County, so 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. But we'll watch those. I think they're hitting some more slightly stable air, but that will move south of Hereford and Dimmitt. You may feel a little thunderstorm activity there, certainly from that second cell that you see south of Bovina. I bet that one heads toward Dimmitt. And the trend for those has been to them to weaken as they get closer to the 27 corridor, south of Happy, south of Canyon, maybe including Tulia. Dave, that's the radar update. For the moment, I'll put the lightning back on, and we'll take a brief break.
We have a camera there that's showing very frequent lightning also as storms approach. I got the heavier rain back towards Darrowsette and Booker, so keeping an eye on that. We'll have a good visual as it comes on into Follette. Lake Meredith still showing just almost continuous lightning to the north. The watches and warnings. Been a while since we've had any tornado warnings, fortunately. Still have a tornado watch that continues a bit longer up in the northeast. Several severe thunderstorm warnings. You see how rapidly they're moving off the screen here, but I'll bring you up to date. Still have a massive hail core. That's going to be southeast of Spearman, down around the Canadian. That thing has really, really gotten big again. Speaking of the Canadian, thank you. Sorry about that. I had a muted mic. I was really kind of looking at the hail core southeast of Spearman. It's moved down, getting ready to move over to Highway 70 in the northern part of Roberts County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Baseballs will not surprise you. We take that up to the northeast a little bit. There's the storm just south of Darrowsette. That's going to be moving towards Lipscomb. That's what we're looking at on the Follette cam. Some hail there that could be quarter size, maybe ping pong balls, $50 around Lipscomb. Back towards Groover, getting a little rain, but there's some hail further south. That's going to be approaching Morse, it looks like. Hail could be in excess of quarter size there. Few new storms starting to come in the northern part of Cimarron County. They're not quite as intense.
Roberts County storm has intensified and may be producing 2 inches of hail.
All right, we're looking at our Roberts County storm, the one that here Weather Service says could be greater than 2 inches. I'll agree with that. I'll say 2 to 3 inch hail. You're pretty much heading over to the Canadian River breaks and approaching Highway 70. Well to the north of Pampa. That warning goes all the way down to Miami and Canadian. So that's going to be one to watch to see if it holds that hail core. The storms just lately tonight have not wanted to weaken at all. So they probably won't be diminishing as they push to the southeast. We'll come down and visit our southern storms really quickly. Nothing around Amarillo. We got that little outflow boundary. So far that boundary has been inactive as far as developing new storms. Looks like we finally got the storms east of Portales now, getting close to the state line. Muleshoe, you need to be on standby. Still got a decent hail core in there. When it went over Sheldon a little while ago, we had up to nickel quarter-size hail. Storms moving pretty quickly. We got them over Bovina and Friona right now. East-northeast. It's been a while, but might want to do that.
All right, I will take over talking while Dave
Okay.
is his.
You're fine. Yeah, Alex was mentioning the hail core. I'll show you. Yeah, Alex, we're looking at that. It's very impressive. That's the one that's around the Canadian River and Highway 70 in the northern part of Roberts County. You know, it's one of those, there we go again with that really, really deep purple, which we've seen earlier tonight, meaning, you know, baseball plus on that. We're hoping that's going to diminish before it gets down to Canadian or Miami. No promises the way things have been going. That one south of Groover approaching Morse, still loaded with hail. If anything, that one's gotten stronger.
We showed you the hail loop, or the lightning loop, which was an hour's worth, but this is the current. And so this is a live feed. And so each one of the lightning bolts that shows up as orange, that is a live strike going on right now. And then they sort of age through the yellow and the blue. But see how frequently we're getting cloud-to-ground lightning. So there's two new ones there south of Perryton, and then within moments, because we've seen the frequency, there's another one near Groover. So they're coming, you know, every 10 seconds or less, a live cloud-to-ground lightning strike. And I'll mention again that this display does not show all of the in-cloud lightning. There's three at once right there. But the in-cloud lightning is also what we see on the cameras, which is that just continuous frequency. But kind of an interesting technology to watch there, Dave.
Indeed. Okay, so ton of lightning, and we've seen that on our towers, and I'm looking at some right now over towards Follett. Okay, basically what we have are three severe hail cores in the northern part of the area, which continue to look very impressive.
New warning for the storm between Sunray and Groover, 60 mile per hour and ping pong size hail.
Okay, new warning, you see it right here. Ping pong ball size hail, likely. 60-mile-an-hour winds, possible. Groover, you'll get by with just some rain, lightning out of this one. Might brush Spearman, but this one has Morse in its crosshairs. We're going to go ahead and pretty much guarantee some hail at Morse, maybe Pringle, of about ping pong ball size. The real massive or intense hail core is the one you see there in the northern part of Roberts County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. That one, we could have some sporadic baseballs in there. And then hail core number 3 begins just south of Darrows. It looks like this one is tracking closer to Lipscomb, the city of Lipscomb. And we might be looking at some half-dollar size hail there. Up towards Darrowsette, Follett, I think we're going to get just mainly rain and lightning, small hail, not out of the question there.
They've issued a severe thunderstorm warning with 1.5 inch and 60 mile per hour.
For okay, Hansford, Hutchinson. Okay, great. That's the same one there. So coming into Morse Pringle
Yeah,
with-
and that more so, I'm just looking at the satellite, the cloud tops continue to cool on that
Okay.
one, so that one's strengthening.
Strengthening storm coming to Morse Pringle, developing a little further down to the south. No tornadoes right now and no tornado warnings. But we are a hail-weary zone up across the north. Just some incredible hail, which continues.
New warning for Liscombe storm, 6-mile-per-hour winds and Penny hail.
Okay. Storm up in Lipscomb County that we've been tracking. Got a new warning there. Wind up to about 60. And did you say Penny hail?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Wouldn't surprise me if we go a little bigger than Penny as that comes into Lipscomb.
If you want to talk about something a little different for just a minute, we can go back to Max 1.
So here's...
This is the Severe Storm Prediction Center's, SPC's, Prediction Center's outlook for the rest of the night until around daybreak. But this will be updated in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we'll get some read on what they're thinking about the potential overnight as far as the severe likeliness, the likelihood of severe weather, rather. So again, that's for the next couple of hours. But as we move into Saturday during the day, and the timestamp is off, that's the outlook for Saturday. And then, as I've been saying a little earlier this evening, what I'm concerned about for Sunday, and I know it says Monday, but that's just a timing issue on the computer. But I don't know, do we ever see an enhanced area this large, Dave, that far out?
That's unusual.
Yeah, 2 days out. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice again. But the signal that we should take from that now is that let's not get complacent if we have a quiet day on Saturday, because at this point, Sunday may be a very active day once again.
Yeah, we would expect that the way things have been going. This has been a very active pattern.
I'll run 2 of the models for us here too.
Okay, we're still on you.
This is what we call a graph. It's sort of an in-house model from our vendor. I'll take you through time. Here we get toward 2 a.m. So still for Lipscomb County, northward into Beaver County, that would be a high potential for some storms to be severe there. And then by 3 o'clock in the morning, which is just a little over 2 hours from now, we could send that one off into Oklahoma. But still the potential for some scattered, weaker showers, thunder showers through the overnight period, as you can see there in the northern 2 rows of Texas counties and the Oklahoma Panhandle as well. And by daybreak, that would move eastward. But note the strengthening as it moves toward Oklahoma City. That would be early morning severe weather for them. Then we get to Saturday during the day. I'm sorry, my voice is going to go again. But by late afternoon, now we look back to the northwest. We see Clayton to Dalhart to Dumas to near Guyman, a new round of thunderstorms. And again, this is Saturday at 6 p.m. A couple of cells developing there, and those into the evening hours have the potential to develop further southward toward Amarillo and the Interstate 40 corridor, and then eventually moving on into the southeastern portion of the region by 10 p.m. Saturday night. And I'll pull this one a little further in time. Here's Sunday morning. Now by Sunday 3 p.m., remember this is where we said we're a little surprised by the aggressiveness of the forecast from Storm Prediction Center, but again, Sunday afternoon, look at that. That is just a really big cluster of storms, storm system by Sunday afternoon. And then we would get another little bit of a break, and we'll move on this model on into early Monday or early late Monday where we get a little bit of a break. Just because we've got some time too, that was the graph model. Let's look at the HER model as I adjust things a little bit. Okay, this would be current, probably a little closer to reality, but now this one by 3 a.m. still has a very strong line of thunderstorms, almost the line itself bowing southward and getting closer to the Interstate 40 corridor, and then around daybreak even closer to Amarillo before those would weaken in the 7 to 8 a.m. time frame. So conceptually, on the broad view, models are fairly similar, but the details differ a little bit. But all of them are telling us that especially in the northeastern quarter of the region, northern half of the region. Thunderstorm potential does continue late night and overnight, Dave.
Okay. That means more severe weather to look forward to as we get into the weekend. Some updates for you here as of late. We still have our 3 hail cores. This one now over Highway 70, northern part of Roberts County, likely doing baseballs. So that's what's cruising down eventually towards Canadian and Miami. We'll just have to get the exact track. Right now, that hail core might be going in between, but it's got a ways to go. Got some territory to cover before we get there. Still strong up around Lipscomb. I'd go quarters, half dollars. A lot of lightning. The rain hasn't quite hit in earnest. I'm watching the camera up there at Follett. It's coming into Lipscomb. Heavy rain and some of that half-dollar size hail, perhaps. Massive hail core again, northern Roberts County. Canadian and Miami be on standby. And this little guy right here just continues to impress. Coming into Morse now, pretty much as we speak. So our friends in Morse count on some hail. I'll go with quarters to ping pong balls, probably. Pringle, it may just get down to you as well.
Here's another interesting thing on the lightning. If you want to come back to Max 1, we can just talk about.
Cheers.
This is current as opposed to a loop. So these are over the past, 10, 15, 20 minutes. You'll see orange ones popping on right there. So those are live lightning strikes. But look at this, Dave. Lightning strikes are negative and positive. So let me remove the negative ones and look at the number of positive strikes that we see, especially in the central portion of the picture there. Again, a lot of it out in open country, but that's over the Canadian River Valley and near Lake Meredith as well. So the cameras have verified the lightning frequency, but positive strikes are more rare, but they're more energetic as well. So that has a lot more oomph when they do finally hit the ground or hit something. So turn them all back on. In fact, loop it again. That's an hour's worth of lightning. And it gives you a pretty good track of the storms as well. So as you can see, we're now getting increasing chance for some storm activity, some thunder and lightning, obviously going on in Lipscomb, but Canadian, you would be in line for another round as well.
All right, that's interesting stuff. A lot of electricity. A couple of updates on radar. Kevin, we have some new stuff developing in Cimarron County. We'll go up for a quick look there in a moment, but I wanted to point out warnings in the southern part of the area have dropped off. We have that storm moving out of Roosevelt County into Bailey County. So technically that's going to take it just outside of our viewing area. So that warning really down in Lubbock's area. If you live in Muleshoe, looks like the bulk of that is going to stay to your south. You'll catch a little rain, but the cells we had up at Bovina and Friona have now gone subsevere. They're moving off to the east-northeast. If you're in Dimmitt, might get some of that rain and lightning coming your way. They're tending to decrease in intensity like most of them have been as they move across the east and the southern part of the area. We do have storms Plainview southward, again, just outside of our viewing area. But I wanted to revisit up in Cimarron County. Notice the new developments, one right over Boise City, the other one just northeast of Carrick. This has, again, been a very big hotbed of storms. If you're in Keys, you're wondering,
Awakened again. Yeah.
Could it really happen again?
So it's sub-severe right now, maybe some pea-sized hail.
Yeah, but even if it hails at all, I can't think of a night I've ever had where I've had 4 different hail-producing storms at my house. That's incredible. If nothing else, there's going to be plenty of lightning and it's pretty heavy rainfall and probably some small hail. Well, Texoma, that same story there, a different day. We have to watch that cell east of Carrick, see if that intensifies. Some stuff coming in around Huff. So that's going to bring this activity back down across Highway 54 that has just been inundated with several heavy rain producing storms. And here we go again. Not quite as intense this time so far. There's our 3 hail cores. Looks like we're doing a little better around the city of Lipscomb, trending down. Let's call that nickel a quarter. The massive hail core is still very impressive northwest of Miami. That's where earlier we thought probably doing baseballs. It is shifting east a little bit.
So rain's going to pick up in Canadian. Looks like the bulk of that hail would stay south or southwest of town. I apologize. My voice lasts about 2 or 3 sentences. Tracy's going to wonder why I won't talk to her tomorrow. But
well,
yeah, southwest of Canadian toward Miami. You're going to be next, but that's still between. Well, for Canadian, rain will pick up, I think, next 10 to 15 minutes. For Miami, your potential is closer to 20 to 30 minutes.
That's why we have 2 of us here, so we can take turns on the voice.
Soon it's going to be just one.
Trending down in Lipscomb County, I like that. I like that trend there. If we can do that, these other 2 guys,
100%.
we could finish her up here tonight. But right now we still got 2 significant hail cores, and that one in Roberts County is very impressive. So we got to get that intensity down before that moves over to Canadian and Miami. Hopefully in between on Highway 60. Got a ways to get there. It has crossed the Canadian River.
Yeah, there is a little trend down there, which is nice. But I saw another 80 pixel.
It's
80 dBz pixel.
Morse is getting it. Let's see. Bring it. Okay, there's Morse catching what that one is dropping, and that's probably quarter to ping pong ball.
Got a notch on it too. I'll go there on velocity in just a second.
Okay. We'll do that. Let me
pull
out a little bit.
See our, since we're keeping track, another 81. Our peak DBZ has been 81.5, if I remember correctly.
I think so,
right?
yeah.
Because some years from now we'll say, remember that time when we have 90 DBZ? Remember 81.5?
Okay, well, bottom line is big hail, likely. And I do see the trend down you're talking about. Let me check the chat here real quick. Nothing new here.
Yep, so Morse, you're getting that hail now. It will last another 5 to 10 minutes, probably closer to 5, optimistically. But then that should be it for that one as well.
I think as I pull out, you'll see a decent trend for our area.
Yeah.
You know, we've kind of split that up with a downward trend, except for that one hail core. Southern part of the area is not going to be reason for alarm, I don't think. We got storms cruising conveniently just south of our area. We're not going to mess with those. And even if they do drift north, I think they would be weakening.
Yeah, anything that's tried to go there has weakened, so the atmosphere much more stable.
Outflow boundary, a couple of them actually, approaching Amarillo from the north. But as we've mentioned, those outflow boundaries have been uneventful.
Yeah, and maybe our Lake Meredith tower cam, we'd kind of had some trouble with the actual tower, but now that that's moved east of Lake Meredith,
yeah, I'll
maybe
tell you
we'll
what,
get a good lightning show there.
Let me put you on one here. You can talk, and I'll look at other cameras.
Come back and I'll just maneuver this. We continue to see these little notches, but there's no rotation in them. And what I'm referring to
You
here
got something, Kyle?
is this right here. See that notch? We're watching on velocity very carefully to see if we can spin something up, but
no,
we have not seen that. So that's certainly helpful. But we're obviously going to continue to have the strong winds and some hail potential. So again, Miami, or let's go to Canadian first. You're about 5 to 10 minutes away from an increase in the rainfall. I don't think the hail at this moment will be too bad for you. In Lipscomb, I know you got some hail, but that core is weakening quite quickly, and that cell, as it weakens, will move toward Oklahoma. So the main hail core now is just to the northwest of Miami, and I'll go ahead and pause that one here and show the current picture. and we'll do a little bit of a measurement here and maybe a storm track as well. So from Miami, we're just inside or just outside of 10 miles away. So again, that's what we're saying, maybe 20 to 25 minutes before it comes in. And I can do a forecast track on that, and we'll get an approximate time. Let's give it a speed of about 20 to 25. And so the timing on that one would be closer to between 120 and 130 for Miami, based on that current speed and that current track, which is what we said, about 20, 25 minutes away. So Miami, one more round for you, sorry to say, but you got a few minutes to prepare for that one.
All right, Kevin, rest the voice there. Okay. Here's a camera from Follett. And they're on the northern end of that severe storm, and we don't expect it to be rough, really, in Follett. That's just good old rainfall. But there's a good lightning strike for you, and there's plenty of that, like Kevin's been reporting on. Lake Meredith still showing just pretty much continuous lightning. It just doesn't slow down with that storm up by Morse. Warnings, still looking better. Tornado watch till 6 for the yellow counties. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings across the area. We'll do a little tour on radar. We'll start off here in the northeast. Looks like we got the storms out of Beaver County, by the way. So here's Lipscomb County. That storm continues to weaken. So it wouldn't surprise me to have that warning drop early or be canceled. Good news. So Darazette, Follett, City of Lipscomb, and even Higgins, I think are just going to have some heavy rain and lightning. But then we have this massive and dominant severe hail core. Okay, that looks a little better there. Just across Highway 70. It will be pushing southeast towards Miami and eventually Canadian. Hopefully that hail trends down like it's doing right now. But still, you know, we could be looking at 2-inch size hail there. And then the one that's doing a lot of that lightning up around Morse and Pringle.
And if you want to go back to the Oklahoma Panhandle, west of Texoma, that cell is trending up. I'm not convinced it will continue to strengthen from there, but that one in between Carrick and Texoma is strengthening. It is not classified as severe by the Weather Service at this point, but could be another round. Well, in fact, will likely go in between Texoma and Stratford along Highway 54. So we will watch that one as well. And then further to the northwest, having come through Boise City, approaching Keys yet again, not severe, but some pea-sized hail not out of the question, but a quick blast of wind and a quick blast of some heavy rain.
And we're pretty soggy up there with all the rain that we've had, so always got to be watching for the water crossings.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Man, that storm around Morse looking pretty impressive on the hail. I bet we're up to golf balls there south of Morse, north of Pringle, right on 136, right in there. Headed southeast, so we'll track that down. That's another one that will, once we get it past Pringle, we get it out over pretty rural terrain. A smaller area of hail, but intense. And then we have the hail core at northern Roberts County. Has shifted east a little bit. It's decreased in intensity a little bit.
Yeah, and I would argue good news for Canadian and Glazer, where we said you're Canadian particularly, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, but I think that the heavy hail potential is going to be south and southwest of town, Canadian, but still obviously there for Miami. And again, we're now into the 15 to 20 minute time frame before that comes rumbling through Miami. But it has peaked very clearly, and if it can cycle, it will. But if we're right now on a down trend, and we'll hope that that holds, and maybe we can get these to continue to weaken, Dave.
Lipscomb County storm's coming down rapidly.
That's good news.
Yeah, so that's helping us out in that northeast corner.
So Higgins, we'll mention Higgins, which had a tornado a couple of weeks ago. you'll get a little brief gust of wind, but that's good news for you. The thunder and lightning will pick up here in a couple minutes, a brief heavy downpour, but your large hail threat is decreasing quite rapidly for Higgins and, well, eventually on eastward toward Arnett, where we had tornado again in Higgins, and I think it lifted and then came down again in Arnett, but that was a couple of weeks ago.
So now we're down to 2 major hail cores. Got them on the screen at the same time there. Big old storm, a lot of heavy rain in there, but also still probably doing some golf balls north of Miami, heading southeast. We're hoping the hail trends down as it comes into Miami Canadian. We're about 20 minutes out there. And still have this other heavy storm. This is another hail-weary area south of Groover and Spearman. Looks like you guys kind of missing that one this time, but in the Pringle area, heading to the southeast, about to get into the northern part of, well, it's in the northern part of Hutchinson County, but should be moving off to the east into the Canadian breaks here pretty quickly. Let's see. A little bit of an uptick there west of Texoma, but we're keeping that sub-severe. Rain and lightning, Boise City up to Keys and Elkhart over to Huff for yet another round of storms that'll be building down towards Guyman. Let's visit the southern part of the area. Okay, we got dwindling storms near Last Buddy and Dimmitt. It's following that same pattern of decreasing as they come in from the south. Everything staying south of our area over towards Kittiquay and Turkey and Childress. Might have just a little development there around Childress, but I really doubt it's going to be anything we have to deal with severe weather-wise.
Yeah, and if you want to go back north, I'll do some satellite comment. We'll keep an eye on the on the actual cells, but the Morse cell, the cloud tops are warming, which is good. There's still a hail core in there, but it does not indicate that it is strengthening. In fact, maybe getting ready to dump that hail and weaken a little bit. The bad news is our other stronger storm near Miami, the cloud tops on that cell are warming, indicating that the updraft is strong at this moment, and the thunderstorm is climbing higher into the atmosphere,
Kevin,
and therefore probably not going to
lose
its energy
there.
right
It's
away.
late at night. We've had a lot of words. You said warming. You probably meant that one's cooling, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, the Miami one is cooling. I apologize. Thank you for catching me. So we had said for Canadian, I think you're probably okay with the hail core, but Miami and Highway 60 to the northeast, I would expect a large hail because of the cooling cloud top there. Just satellite trends is one of the things that we just keep an eye on in addition to radar, because it is, the satellite trend may actually be a little bit more predictive as opposed to just watching the radar. Going back into Cimarron County, there is some cooling there into the western portion of the Oklahoma Panhandle, indicating they're at least maintaining but below severe limits right now. But I'll continue to watch the trend on the satellite, and I'll say it correctly that they're not warming or cooling right now, but maintaining.
Trending up there just west of Texoma. You know, it don't have a warning on it, but wouldn't surprise me to have some like dime-size hail in that one.
Yeah.
Just west of Texoma.
100%.
Yeah, we've already had a lot of hail up in that area and a lot of rain. We really don't need more. Following that down, there's our Morse storm. It's past Morse now. It's really coming into Pringle and 207, heading towards Spearman. That's all going to stay south of Spearman. Once we get that over 207, we're kind of out there in that Canadian River break area that's really, really sparsely populated. Be some cattle interest out there, I'm sure. This storm in Roberts County really spreading rapidly. Canadian already getting into the rain. Looks like a new updraft there, Kevin, right around Miami.
Yep, seeing that too.
It's not necessarily good.
Nope. So anywhere,
there's actually 2 of them right there, north of Miami and
yep.
60.
So the place not to be is Miami, in between Miami and Canadian, because we're now, let me do a little measurement on my computer here. We are now, if you'll hang on, get my fingers to work, and they're not going to.
So we're tracking hail is what
there
we're
it
doing.
is. Okay, so we're now inside, or right at 5 miles northwest of Miami. So that puts our timing coming in the next 10 to 15 minutes at the outside before that large hail picks up.
Yeah. Okay. If you're in Pampa, you're seeing a lot of lightning. But the bulk of everything we're tracking here is going to stay to your north. I mean, you might not make it through the entire night, but even the heavy rain is going to stay to the north of Pampa. It's Miami that's at most risk. And like Kevin said, on Highway 60 between Miami and Canadian seems to be where that hail swath is tracking.
Yeah.
Still looking good up in Lipscomb County with just mainly rain, probably some pretty breezy winds. It's definitely moved into Follett now. I'm watching that on the camera, but just mainly rain.
And hate to say it, back in Texoma, but I said we were watching the cloud tops, and I said it was warming, but the hail core is increasing.
Right.
And right now, moving due east, so that's yet another round for Texoma.
Sure.
Or areas just to the southwest. I think Stratford would be spared that one. But there's a little pendant on that now, too.
Yeah, there is. Probably a new updraft on it. So Texoma, we're going to have to ride this one out. Like to see a little shift southeast, but you're going to get more rain, at least small hail, and lightning.
Yeah, and that's been the trend as they've strengthened. They tend to move a little bit more southeast as opposed to easterly, so maybe we can make that subtle turn before it gets to Texoma.
Folks around Pringle just right on the edge of some hail, which is probably golf balling now. Rain now moving into Miami.
Yeah.
Hail will be delayed just a little bit. Still impressive on the hail intensity. It's trended down a little bit, but.
Oh, and since we're past 1 o'clock, let me see about our SPC.
So yeah, in Hemphill County, or Roberts and Hemphill County, we're tracking some hail. So I think, boy, the size really coming down for now. But we've seen just continuous cycling on these guys tonight. Doesn't mean it'll stay down. It's pretty heavy rain getting up there towards Lipscomb County, but the hail staying south. And again, for friends in Pampa, I know you got a lot of lightning not too far away. That storm moving southeast, aimed more at Miami, Canadian Highway 60. Okay, storm pretty well east of Pringle, waiting on a new image. And then Texoma. Got a kind of an intensifying storm there. No tornadoes anywhere in the area. It's been a while since we had a tornado warning, and we're probably done with that threat. But these hailers just don't want to give away. So we'll project out this severe storm is likely heading down, get into Wheeler County. Still moving at a pretty good clip. So it's coming into Miami right now. And then, of course, it'll be aimed in there at Briscoe, Mobeetie, New Mobeetie, and Wheeler. Imagine we'll get an extension on that warning fairly soon. In fact, I'm going to look at some data here. Okay, Weather Service said our Roberts County storm starting to weaken a little bit good, because that has been a pain. I'm sure a financial pain for a lot of people. There's We anticipate hearing about a lot of hail damage by tomorrow morning. Of course, we'll have that on the news for you.
Okay, I'm going to argue on our Texoma storm some broad rotation in that notch there. Not a tornado, but worth watching as it's going to move near and just south of Texoma. But I'm looking at the velocity product, and it's clearly there. It's not super strong, but we'll watch the trend on that as we always do, because we do not need another tornado warning.
Looks like we got expanding echo up there, probably new stuff east of Texoma.
Yeah, new updrafts trying to.
Kind of getting a solid line, Boise City to Keys. Okay, we got really 2 severe cores that we continue to track. You know, you would think coming in behind that there'd be some kind of disruption, you know.
I know, I can't believe how many we've had over the same area and that the atmosphere's not raked over. But here I've got our Texoma storm too on radar scope, if you want to look at that. So an expanding hail core west of Texoma.
Moving east.
But then let's go ahead and draw on it a little bit. So we've got some new development right there. And then as you can see on the velocity product, the red and green, we do have rotation there. It's a loft, it's not strong. So from here we watch the trend, but that's probably the best rotation that I've seen, and largely because it's by itself as opposed to a part of a line, but that I've seen in a little while.
Yeah.
And the new reflectivity that's just come in, that's clearly a little pendant there.
Yeah.
There's something of an inflow notch there, and there's some hail there that's going to take aim on Texoma again.
Yeah, let me.
I'm going to watch the chat very carefully on
Okay,
that one.
I've got.
So fun fact, we're going to stop streaming for a minute and come back because we've reached our 8-hour maximum.
Oh.
Really? Okay, that
Facebook just
may
kicked
be
us
a
off.
record.
YouTube's about to do the same.
Okay, you want to do that now?
Yep.
So be right back button, and we'll come back up to that.
Okay, here's what's going on. We have to. We've been streaming for 8 hours, which is maximum time limit on a session. So we have to start another one.
And on the humans.
Yeah. Yeah. Kevin and I will be here when we come back here in just a few minutes.